Oh, there I am, there I am. Hello, hello everyone, hello everyone. Apologies for the delay, apologies for the delay. I usually try to make it 10 minutes. Today it was more like, it was 15 minutes. Let me make some, I need to put out the go live messages. I need to put out the go live messages. I forgot about that entirely. Oh well, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. People don't use Twitter anymore. People don't use Twitter anymore, that's not a real thing. That's not a real thing, nobody cares. Why does VTube Studio act like this? Why does VTube Studio do this? There we go, there we go. Now I can mouse wheel. Now I can mouse wheel. Oh, that feels good. That feels good. That feels good. Hello, Madra Mimi. I think I can work on that. I think I can do better. I think I can do better. You don't see a post on Blue Sky excuse? Honestly, oh, Iro, okay. Thank you, Iro. Thank you, Iro, for the 5 gift subs. Thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. This is a viewer-supported stream. Support like this is very helpful for keeping me on the air and for keeping me, thank you very much, for this helps keep me on the air, this allows me to, you know, eat food and, keep the lights on, and things of this nature, it really helps. It really helps. It really does help. It is. One of these days I gotta do another subathon. Linux ricing is fun, but it's also tech priest bullshit. This is true. This is true. Linux is very much a tech priest bullshit thing to do. Hold on a second. Okay, just marking something unread so that I don't, accidentally, yeah, unfortunately. Oh, hi, Versa. Hi, Versa. I'm going to make I haven't even done the hellos yet, but I'm going to make a note, Furo. It is worth listening to Versa. Versa, in my experience, will only speak on subject matters where he is extremely knowledgeable. I have learned over the years to, if Versa says something, it is probably very accurate. It is probably a very well-considered opinion. Do listen to Versa. I am very impressed with him, as a rule. And keep him supplied with food and ink so he doesn't have to use Inkwell for either. Is Inkwell vegan? Greatest thread in the history of the forums, locked after 12,000 pages of intense debates. We're 18 minutes in, that's a fine time to do some hellos. Also, I'm just gonna say that I will take suggestions and I'll probably make an announcement on the server. I like doing subathons, and there are 2 reasons why I haven't done a subathon yet this year. The first is that, those parallels are great. Just remember to make sure you use fountain pen ink. You know, don't put India ink in there or you will be very, very sad. The things that have stopped me from doing a subathon are that, one, I was traveling for a lot of the year, and since I have been traveling, I have been streaming pretty hard, so my brain has been kind of mush. I haven't given myself the kind of downtime to really think of something, but also I'm kind of, like, stun-locked on making decisions about the, I'm kind of stun-locked on making decisions about what to do for subathon. Noodlers should be fine. Noodlers Hard Darkness, Noodler should be fine. I personally don't like Noodlers, but that's just like my own preferences. I've not had great experiences with them. To be honest, because of all the calligraphy I do, and because I'm often working on untreated paper, I'm so picky about inks that I kind of only really like Iroshizoku. Like, I'm okay with my Mont Blanc. My one Mont Blanc is fine. My favorite color in terms of actual color is my cross purple, but it doesn't, like, leave the feed evenly. I'm like very picky about this one. What it means is I have particular taste, right? Because Iroshizoku is not actually a super popular, it's not super popular, ink for people to love. It's I'm trying to come up with like an analog from something else, right? It's like if in 40K your favorite faction was just Space Marines. Mimi doing it again. Mimi doing it again. I hope you have audio enabled, Mimi. I hope you have audio enabled, Mimi. Okay, and we got 2 workout times. Yeah, I find the Noodler things to be fiddly. I'm gonna do both workout times right now. I'm just gonna do 20 push-ups. I haven't been doing my push-ups, and I could use the push-ups. Okay, let me just make sure that. Okay, there we go. The ground will not move under my feet. The ground is stable. Mounting up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gotta take off my sweater. It's too bulky. It's too bulky for doing push-ups. Bay State Blue's famously hard to clean. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Giving myself a few seconds here. I don't usually do big sets like this. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 push-ups. Very thick ink. Yeah, I think I tend to prefer thinner inks because you know, the parallels and such, they're depositing a lot of ink very quickly. Broad nibs in general are just depositing a lot of ink very quickly. So having an ink that kind of is a little bit less, like gets off of the nib a little bit easier, is pretty valuable. Like a lot of the problem I tend to have with a lot of inks is that they pool too easily. And that creates a lot of feathering and bleeding. Because again, when you're using like a 3mm or like a 6mm, it just burns through really fast. Oh, come on! Okay, for any VOD watchers, that was my internet just dying. Oh, it's like clockwork. Am I back? No, I'm not. It looks like I'm back. Looks like I'm back. Okay, there we go. Yeah. It's like clockwork. My internet is betraying me like clockwork. I'm gonna have to move. It's happened most streams, Versa, for like, so it's happened like, I think this is like the 3rd stream in a row where that's happened. And it tends to be early in the stream. It tends to be earlier in the stream. I might need to reduce the bitrate again. I put the bitrate from 6,000 to 4,500. I might want to drop it down to like 3,000. Hello. I haven't said the hellos. I said I was going to say the hellos and then I didn't. And it probably wouldn't be the biceps. That's more of a back exercise if I'm honest. Hello to me, hello to Seribot, hello Sparkly Anarchy, hello to Akshi, hello Colebound, and thank you for the workout. Hello Bloopy Fox, I hope that you're enjoying the sauna. Hello Madra Mimi. Let me give a quick little shout out to Madra Mimi because me and Madra Mimi are continuing our weird passive-aggressive doing redeems to each other while we're both live. Hello Winde, hello Wea Biscuit, hello Furo Sindras, hello Iron, once again thank you for the gift subs, and hello Sheik, and hello Wasteland Mad God, and hello Theo, and hello Gringotts Underwriter, and hello Versa, and hello, hold on, I'm missing somebody here, hello Some Lizard Ore, and hello... I said hello to Sparkly Anarchy, and hello to Petrovius, and hello to Mr. No Talk, and hello to Acrylic1, and am I missing anybody? I think I got everybody. Hello to all of you, and of course, we cannot forget, hello to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. I appreciate all of you. Thank you all for being here. If you take the time to chat or redeem or gift subs, those are all very lovely. But if not, if you just want to vibe out, I also really appreciate that. Hello, Ms. Mochivis. Hello, Ms. Mochivis. Ms. Mochivis, I was actually looking for a fan art you made and I couldn't find it. So I might DM you and ask for it. But there was a fan art that you made a while ago that I really liked, and I tried to pull it up the other day on stream, and I couldn't. And Acrylic, thank you for the first time chat. The little guy is called Inkwell. He is Inkwell. He's a little mothy guy. A little mothy guy. I think he's very cute. I like him a lot. Mwah. I like the little guy. But yes. Yes. Tonight's plan, to give you guys a preview, tonight's plan, as you can tell from the stream title, is we're going to be playing more Timberborn. I am really enjoying Timberborn, and I'm planning on playing on hard mode. Previously, we have been playing on normal mode. I have not played on easy, I've just played on normal. Yeah, I think he's very cute. Wasteland pointed out something the other day and I forgot to respond to it, but I could have. Wasteland said, like, do a stream entirely as Inkwell. Inkwell is, in fact, rigged. Inkwell is rigged. It's fully rigged. So, I could do that. Hello, Rexy Raibu. So the plan is to do hard mode Timberborn. My God, work, I'll dive into it fast. Okay. Thank you, Miss Mochivus. I was specifically highlighting art where people had made me look sexy. So, and you had one that I thought of. So, but yes. And yes, my brain is a little bit mush. I do not think my streaming schedule this week is a little bit intense. This is a moderately intense streaming schedule for me. We are doing streams Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Today is Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Hold on, let me do that. Sunday. Oh, that's 5 days in a row. Holy crap. Oh yeah, I should say that. International Beaver Day. Yes. There we go. Making the worst title I can. But yes. So switch them. Thank you for the watch streak. Oh my goodness. Another connection drop. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, folks. Let me take a look at the system monitor. Oh my goodness. That was another connection drop. It's probably kind of good that you guys don't see when that happens. There we go. Went from 0 to 6,000. It's probably good that you guys don't actually see when that happens. Because I just immediately rage as soon as that happens. Just immediate, sudden anger. Yes. Let me take a look at this. So, GPU is totally unstressed. CPU is moderately stressed. Memory is moderately stressed. Disk write is nothing. Wi-Fi looks fine. A little bit spiky. Yeah, GPU isn't doing anything. Yeah, it's very funny. I think I am a pretty chill guy. I think I'm a pretty relaxed guy. And it was actually kind of funny that, I was, talking... I played a game of, I played a game of Infinity today. I had an Infinity game today. We did not complete the game at all. Not even close. And I was talking with the person I was playing with, and we had an observer, we had a guest, who was somebody who I'd also played with before. And I was like, yeah, I kind of feel like a little bit embarrassed about the fact that I get kind of mad during games sometimes. So like, nah, we didn't really notice. Like, you get like kind of despairing, but you don't really get like angry. You've never like raged down. It's like, yeah, that's good to know. It's good to know. Like, what I think of as me kind of being angry is something that other people aren't really parsing as anger. They aren't really seeing it that way. Well, so what I'm gonna say is that I don't really rage too much. And anybody who's watched me play Dark Souls knows that my patience while gaming is extremely high. Where this comes into play is that I am, in fact, a huge sweatlord. I don't know how much people catch on to this. When we've done game nights, it's kind of more obvious. Like when when like my server was doing lots of Overwatch and Marvel Rivals, it was kind of more obvious like how big of a sweatlord I was. But when I've been streaming, I've been pretty chill, I think. When I've been streaming, I've been pretty chill. And a lot of that actually comes down to the fact that, like, when I'm doing something, I really am trying to put on, like, do the best I can. So if I'm playing a competitive game, I'm really trying to be the best I can. I'm really trying to be the best I can. Which is, like, I worry about that in the case of, like, doing, like, casual tabletop gaming, because, like, I am really trying to win, right? Like, I'm really trying to win. And it's in the moment, right? Like, I might walk into a game with the intention of just having a nice, casual, easy time. Like, I might like, walk into a game, I might, like, say that at the start of game. And then once I'm actually playing, once I'm actually, like, doing my turns and, like, making decisions, I'm, like, really, like, what is the absolute best choice I can make? How can I, like, ensure victory at this point? And so it became really funny in the case of, like, Marvel Rivals. What's the hardest wood? Petrified wood. Yeah, I lock in and focus on optimization. I really do. I like optimizing. It's fun for me. I get more fun out of trying to optimize things than I do about being a goofball. And on stream it's different because I'm not really playing a game. I'm putting on a show. And so my concern is not like how do I win the game the hardest. It's how do I keep like how do I put on a good show? And different people have different artistic visions of what a good show means, but for me, it's not really like telling jokes so much as like keeping it interesting and keeping a certain sense of momentum going is really kind of where my focus is. That's really kind of where my focus is. Also, hello, Pyromancer. Hello, Pyromancer. Good to see you. I feel like if I just say the word Dark Souls, it summons you. Hello, Sharkray. Hello, Sharkray. Yeah, and it's once I sit down at the table, like, I'm trying really hard to win. I think I'm a good sport when I'm not winning, reasonably. I think I do get a little bit frustrated when I'm not winning, but I think I'm like a reasonably good sport about it. But I am trying really fucking hard, and it's one of those things that, like, when I do learning games, I always have to check myself about. I always have to kind of, like, check myself on some of this stuff, because, like, if I'm doing a game where I'm trying to, like, show off the game for other people, it is really tempting to just dunk them into oblivion. It is really tempting to just be like, okay, you want to know what this game is like? Okay, this is my absolute best play. I want to see what you can do about it, right? Like, 'cause, like, this is what the game is like. It's like, that's not necessarily the best experience, so, like, when I'm playing with little kids, I, like, have to I have to, like, put myself into a mindset of intentionally throwing, in order for, like, the kids to win, right? I like, intentionally have to throw in order for the kids to win. Yeah, and yeah, like, it is, at first, it's actually kind of funny that you say that thing about, like, bad luck with dice, because, like, the most tilted I've gotten in my Infinity playing time recently was a time where, the dice were just really, really unkind to me. That really did get me pretty cranky. But a lot of things that I thought were better rolls were, like, way worse rolls than I thought they were, right? Like, there were some dice rolls that I took that I lost, and it's like, oh, that was actually not very good at all. I thought that was like a 50, 60, 75% chance. It was more like a 10 or 15% chance, and it's just that Infinity dice rolling has a fairly complicated polynomial distribution, so it can be pretty not obvious what's actually better. All misses. That's crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. I am kind of impressed. That is intense. That is intense. Admittedly, it does depend on how many dice rolls you made, right? Like, the amount of times that I have played D&D where, like, I didn't roll dice, like, an entire session. Because, like, I play with a very, like, not, like, the people who I play RPGs with are not super invested in, like, the combat elements of D&D. And so, like, it's pretty common for us to just, like, basically not roll anything. Just like almost no rolling, right? Like, we want to, like, talk everything through, see how everything works. And oftentimes that means, like, very little actual rolling, because you would just miss. That is very funny. That is very, very funny. That is very, very funny. That is pretty funny. It is kind of interesting to see how some games, like, try to obviate that and try to create fully deterministic games. I think I've talked about a couple of these games on here before. Like, one of the ones I think about quite often is a game called All of Their Strengths, okay? All of Their Strengths is I don't expect anybody here to have heard of it. I genuinely don't. This is not something like World of Darkness, where I think it's actually pretty reasonable that at least a couple of people watching me have heard of World of Darkness. All of Their Strengths is really obscure. This is a real, like, I got this in, like, a giant, like, itch.io bundle, and it sounded interesting. The premise of it is that it's based on Blade, the Blade Marvel Cinematic Universe movies, and or you know, the comics, right? About the guy who is half vampire, half human, and it's from a phrase from the first movie, Blade, where they say of Blade, who is half human and half vampire, he has all of their strengths and none of their weaknesses, which is not how all of their strengths works, right? Like, but like you are playing half vampire, half werewolf, half fairy, half psychopomp, half witch, half mummy kind of stuff. It's a very goofy game that's built around these, but the actual resolution of conflicts mechanic, the way that you actually resolve conflicts in the game, is a very deterministic resource management system, and it really saps away a lot of the tension that you, well before you know what the conflict is going to be, you know that you're going to win it. Which is, I don't think, an invalid way to make a game in general, but it does kind of run really crosswise to any game where part of the fantasy is that you're like a total badass who kicks down the door and kills everyone. It just like doesn't really feel like you did something crazy ever, because everything, if something goes your way, it's because everything went according to plan. And you didn't take any risk. There's very little risk management. Like, you know what's going to happen and you go, right? You know what's going to happen, and if you are in a situation where you are not going to win, you kind of just null out any conflict, right? Like, you don't ever, like, you're never put into a situation where there's a lot of challenge or risk. It's just, you either are going to win or you don't fight. So it's never a very desperate feeling game. It's never a very active feeling game. It's a very, like, it's an allocation game. It's an allocation game. It's a, you get confronted with questions and then you decide how badly you want to do them, and you like know that you're going to win or you know that you're going to lose. And if you have a situation where, like, the only thing that really drains your resources is like situations where you know you can win, but it might not matter whether or not you win. You might not care about whether or not you win. And again, I think this is like not an invalid way to design a game. I just didn't think it produced a very good tabletop roleplay experience, and I don't think it matched up very well with the underlying narrative fantasy. I think it's ludically valid, but I think the Ludo narrative did not consonance, right? This is actually one of those old gamer discourse terms that I love, is the concept of ludonarrative dissonance and consonance. It's actually fantastic. It's a term from the term was, I think, really popularized by critiques of BioShock, of OG BioShock. And the issue that this person had with OG BioShock was that there's this narrative about like morality and like choices and all of this stuff, and then the actual gameplay experience of playing BioShock is you blow up rooms full of faceless mooks. Hello, Ulysses. Hello, Ulysses. You blow up rooms full of faceless mooks. It is, if and the person made this point that I thought was kind of funny, and it really stuck with me, that like, if somebody showed you a movie and told you that it was a thoughtful meditation on liberation, and then you watch the movie and it's a 90-minute movie of which 85 minutes are just like guys getting shot over and over again, you would rightfully call that a mindless bloodbath as a movie. But in a video game, we kind of let that slide. But anyway, the criticism was that it doesn't really match up. It doesn't really match up. What you are actually doing as a player and what the plot is telling you the game is about don't match up well. That is what ludonarrative dissonance is, and I think it's actually a great term. I think it's actually a fantastic term. I think it is fantastic. Hello, Turi. Hello, Turi. Hello, Turi. I am sorry that you missed Kerbal time on Sunday. You missed me Kerbin. Hold on a second. That curbed. And it's yeah, it's something that I think is really interesting, right? This concept of ludonarrative dissonance. I think it's a really interesting concept, and it's, you had family dinner. Fair enough. Very fair. Hello to the family. Hello to the Turi family. And I'm thinking about this a lot with a lot of games that I play. A game that I've been considering playing on stream, but have not so far. I sometimes like to play games blind on stream, but then, like... Oh, Beavers has an update today. That's interesting. But then I think that people don't get as much... I think it's actually kind of better for me to play games that I've played a little bit. I thought it was the Kari family. I didn't think the Turi family was where you guys are. I thought you guys closer to the Kari family. But in a way, they're your family now too, right? But Super Fantasy Kingdom, I'm kind of at this point just playing everything that Hooded Horse puts out, because so far everything that I've gotten from Hooded Horse has been incredible. And where I've landed with Super Fantasy Kingdom is that I think of the games I've played from Hooded Horse has been the one I've liked the least. Because Super Fantasy Kingdom is a kingdom management game where you've got this kingdom, right? And it's got jobs, and you've got citizens, and trade, and all this stuff. And the entire kingdom dies if your hero gets killed by monsters. You have a hero who is defending you from roaming monsters, and if the hero dies, the entire kingdom dies, okay? And so the game, the reason why you're doing all the, like, collecting wood and collecting wheat and baking bread and stuff like that is to hire and feed and equip more heroes, and to make those heroes stronger. That is what you are doing. It is for the combat segment of the game. There's like a tower defense combat mechanic, and then this like city builder mechanic. But you have so little that you can do during the tower defense parts, and so much to do in the kingdom management parts, that you really kind of just let the heroes do whatever they're gonna do. And the rest of, and you are really focusing on micromanaging, like, your woodcutters and your bakers and stuff like that. It's like you're really micromanaging these guys. And in general, I don't consider this invalid. In no small part, Timberborn is a little bit like this, right? This is a little bit like what Timberborn is like, right? Is that in Timberborn, the actual way that you lose is that the river betrays you. That is the actual real loss condition, is that the river betrays you. That you, or rather that you and the river are in a contest of strength. And the river will attempt to betray you fairly frequently, and you need to be able to defeat the river, right? You need to be stronger than the river. You need to not be destroyed by the river. Is a contest of strength between you and the river. But the thing is like, when that happens, it's pretty quick. You are not fighting the river every second. Yeah, you must tame the river. You are not fighting the river every single second and then also doing resource management. The fight with the river is climactic battles that happen periodically, and then it's resource management around that, right? It's resource management around the river battle. Yeah, it's very Chinese. It's a very Chinese game in a way. It's about taming rivers. It's a very Chinese game that way. And it's if you tame the river, you continue to survive, and if you don't, your beavers die. On moss. And so that's kind of the game, right? That's kind of the game. And Let me take a big ol' stretch here. Yeah, you must tame the river. But Super Fantasy Kingdom, the pace just feels bad. They are still in early access, so maybe they'll make it better, but I think mostly just, like, it needs you to have more to do with the heroes and gain more feedback from them, because it really kind of feels like the heroes, it's just kind of a DPS race. Like, you just have heroes that put out enough DPS or you don't, and that's kind of the game. It feels like there's more verbs for what they can do, and, like, how they interact with each other, then maybe there's more to do there, but otherwise it feels like it's a game about, like, micromanaging your wood and your stone and your bones and your rats and your pumpkins and so on. I like the undead a bit better in Super Fantasy Kingdom. That's another small similarity it has to... that's another small similarity that it has to Timberborn, which is that in Timberborn... I feel like in Timberborn, I prefer the Iron Teeth to the folktales. This kind of vibe better for me. This kind of vibe a little bit better to me. I just kind of, I don't know. There's something about the vibe of them that I like a little bit more. Wasteland Mad God, have a good lurk. Have a good lurk. Also, thank you Kango for the reminder. Thank you Kango. Also, hello Almantas OS. Yeah, people should read 17776. People should read 17776. 17776 is super good. It is super good. It is legitimately one of the best written pieces of science fiction ever out there. Like strong book recommendation. If you just want to read like a good sci-fi story, 17776 is legitimately an extremely good sci-fi story. And hello, Faithless Tirika. Yes, it is already 17776 day. And yeah, the asexual beavers. The beavers who sleep outdoors. It is really, really funny to me, Terry, I don't know if you've seen this achievement or gotten it. The achievement for getting to 200 population without building a house. That one amuses the crap out of me. I haven't gone for it. But it is there. It's called Goodreads. Yeah, the Artemis mission is quite cool. Yeah, Rexy Raibu is working fine. That is working as intended. It is a bit insane. I don't update my Goodreads super frequently. I really should update it a little bit more. But it's... yeah. Hold on a second. Nose got clogged up there for a second. Hold on. Am I there? There I am. Sorry about that. I had nose was a little bit stuffed up. Sometimes it just happens like very randomly. Sometimes it just happens very, very randomly. But yeah, I mean that's why I played Kerbal Space Program the other day, was because the Artemis mission has me in a kind of mood. I'm tempted to do Kerbals again tonight, but I kind of want to stick to my plan of Timberborn. I don't want to like get dull at Timberborn. You know, it's I'm not particularly nerd sniped by either of them at the moment. I am not particularly nerd sniped by either of them at the moment. I'm looking at the achievements for Timberborn, and one of the achievements is build a wonder before cycle 15 ends, and that's fucking crazy. That is nuts. I was not going to. This is going to be a fresh save because I'm playing hard. Turi, you're going to like this. This is hard. I have done a little bit of experimentation with hard offline. I think I should be able to not die in the first cycle. I think I know enough that I can get past. I have one save offline that's gotten to cycle 10, but I feel like if I'm playing on stream, I should be playing a stream save, right? I should be making a stream save. I don't know why I feel this way, but I do. I feel like the saves that I do on stream should be separate from the saves I do off stream. That's kind of how I feel about it. I don't know. I know there's some other streamers in here. Does anybody else feel that way? Like, I always feel like it's somehow rude of me to not, it's somehow rude for me to not, like, have the audience see what I'm doing. Turi, I mean, I may as well ask. I feel like the first bad tide wasn't a huge escalation over droughts. Like, it kills your plants, right? It kills your plants. And my solution to that has often been to, particularly with the hard beeves, right? I just am not planting mangroves until I've made the bad water diversion. Is just kind of what I do. I just kind of don't bother planting the mangroves early. Especially because I feel like the mangroves aren't very good. I'm kind of like unimpressed with mangroves. And so, like, it kills all of your plants, but if your plants are all, like, if they're kohlrabies and cassava, that's really just not that big of a deal. If it's just kohlrabies and cassava, it's like, okay, like, fine, they're dead, but, like, that's not that different than them dying from drought. And the first bad tide's faster. Yeah, the oaks is a deal. The oaks is a deal. The oaks is a deal. Well, that's fair, Rexy, right? But I mean, the thing is, like, this is one of those things that, like, does kind of slow me down a little bit on certain streamer concepts, is that I feel like I show you guys so much of what I do. I feel like you guys see so much of what I do that I feel like I don't have a lot to, like, show you guys that's offside, right? I feel like I am already kind of, like, showing you guys basically everything. And in the case of, like, save files, I mostly kind of want to make it so that I have a sense of continuity with the stream. That said, we are about to go into ads. I will launch the beavers and we'll be beaving when we get back. I may as well edit the stream info right now. Timberborn. 900 viewers, wow. Wow. I'm so used to playing weird games that whenever I'm not mogging a category, I feel weird. Well, other than just chatting. I'm never mogging just chatting. But if I'm never, like, the top dog in... If I, like, boot up a game and I'm not, like, the biggest category in it, I'm like, whoa, what the hell happened? In the case of Timberborn, people are into the timbers. I'm gonna take a look here. Let me take a quick look here. Kerbal. 400 people playing Kerbal Space Program. That's interesting. Literally 0 playing Kerbal Space Program. For Kerbal Space Program 2. For Kerbal Space Program 2. Okay, we are going to be back in a few minutes. I'm going to get some water, I'm going to stretch a little bit, and we'll be back. Oh, I forgot to enable the gaming sources. That's not a big deal, though. Game audio capture, Timberborn. And let's turn off the music, right? And hold on, gaming, Timberborn, enable, and hold on a second here. I'm just gonna check something. Okay, that's fine. Okay, there we go. Interesting that it's not full screen. Interesting that is not full screen. Oh, definitely gotta skip intro. Oh my goodness. It's a weird feeling now that everyone's playing your weird niche hyperfixation games. Turi, I might actually just I might actually just ask you for suggestions. That's worse. I might actually just ask you for suggestions one of these days. Oh, this is actually this might actually work out okay. Or wait, hold on. I'm doing this wrong. That's what I want to do. Okay. I might just ask you for suggestions for games because not only do I like these kinds of games in general, I think they work really well for me on stream. To be completely honest. There are a lot of games that I like really well, but I don't feel like I stream very well, either because they're like too hyperactive or I get like too locked in. Or they're just like too niche, right? It does not matter how much I enjoy Opus Magnum, streaming Opus Magnum doesn't sound fun to me. Right? Now, first decision, right? We're doing iron beavers. The map that I'm the most familiar with is Waterfall. I feel like I actually have a pretty nuanced understanding of Waterfall at this point. I feel like I understand it pretty decently well. My next best is probably Mountain, which I don't want to do for this. I don't want to do Mountain Range for this. But should I do plains or lakes? Should I do plains or lakes instead of Waterfall? That is actually kind of the only question. I'm inclined towards Waterfall. It's substantially smaller, which is a little bit limiting. Yeah, but I'm doing hard. I feel like I should do a hand-holdy map for hard mode. I feel like if I'm doing hard and I'm not like that confident of a player, I shouldn't do, you know, diorama, right? Diorama is like extremely claustrophobic. Please give me I'm willing to I'll take the suggestion, Mr. No Talk. I do have a suggestion channel in the Discord, by the way. I do have a suggestion channel in the Discord. We don't use it very much because I probably have too many Discord channels, and I should probably clean up the Discord in general. But I do have a suggestion channel. I think I'll do Waterfall just because I know it better and I feel like knowledge is probably more valuable than having like a wider area or anything like that. All right, and hold on, go away. And I'm gonna listen to Leather Terror. Okay, International Beaver Day. Okay, let's get going. Let's rock and roll. Let's rock and roll. We've got it. I've got an opening kind of planned out, right? So I always do this. I don't know if that's actually wise or not. Go over here. And first, most important thing to get done here. And then before I forget, a deep water pump. Because I forget that all the time. Deep water pump before food. And then a gatherer flag. And put down the cut trees. I was going to leave that alone for a minute. I was going to leave that alone for a minute, but I may as well. Let's first of all put 4 on there until we can get... So 4 construction beavers, so I've got 9 adults, so 4 construction beavers, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and then I can, once that's completed, then I can start reducing construction. The real goal, right, is to get an early dam. That is my actual early thing, is get a dam built. Okay, I'll demo this. So what are you waiting on? Logs, okay. And paths are very cheap. Yeah, I've lost by damming too ambitiously, so I might just dam, like, here or something like that, right? Can they walk over a dam? Can they walk over that? And you know what I'm gonna do? And... yeah, I just want, like, literally, like, right here. I literally wanted, like, here across. It was what I was aiming for. Okay, water pump is built. So... then... inventor is the next thing. I actually usually prefer to have the inventor farther away, but whatever. Inventor, and then we can start worrying about storage. I hate this location. Sorry, I feel stupid being so indecisive, but I hate that location. Okay. Logs, and then over here we can do... let's build more paths. And I always want... and we'll probably need a second water pump pretty soon. And you know, I'm going to increase working hours to 20. They're going to be unhappy beavers. They are going to be unhappy beavers, but they will, if I do this right, be live beavers, and that is an improvement. Oh, yeah. 2 full water tanks should get me through the first droughts. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the thing I need to be doing right now. Not inventing. Not inventing. Inventing is a mistake. Inventing is a mistake. This is a mistake. We need farmhouses. We need farmhouses. Fuck it, 100. And I'll worry about it later. Okay, and then once the farmhouse is built, wood goes to dams. There we go, 160. Yeah, I'm gonna do that'll be... I'm planning on prioritizing that after... after the dam starts getting built. I want the dam built first, and then I will, Okay. Yeah, 1 breeding pod early, and then as my situation stabilizes, I'll go up to 2 and 3 breeding pods. 4 breeding pods is going to be not for a while. May have made a mistake here. We may already be facing a mistake here. Oh wait, no, I'm fine actually. I'm fine. I worried about something pointlessly. I worried about something I just did not need to worry about. I was like, I'm going to run out of wood. And I was like, wait, no, I'm not. Yeah, eventually automation. Yeah, yeah. I don't find breeding pod management to be that big of a deal up through the parts of the game that I've gotten to. Yeah, this is the make or break moment right here. Is this needs to get done. Let's see. Okay. Close you down. Close you down. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Like I said, I'm just not like super stressed out about it because usually I usually keep my beaver breeding pretty pretty easy. I tend to keep it pretty slow. Especially compared to like when I'm playing Folktales. When I'm playing Folktales, I feel like my population is just like outrageous. Yes, that is the next priority. That is, that's actually the part that was stressing me out. That was actually the part that was stressing me out, was I was like, am I going to be able to make that before I run out of wood? But I will, because I got this wood down here. I'll make it, I'll be fine. Yep, I'm gonna do that. It's gonna be a minute, but I need to stabilize stuff on this side of the river first. I need to get tree planting, is the actual, like, the actual worry that I have right now, is that I am going to run out of wood before I get planks, before I get the forester going, which it's just not a serious concern at this point. Okay, I'm gonna slow down the work week to 16. I am kind of curious about how many kohlrabis are going to die because of this incoming drought. I think I demolished this now. Unpause this. And it's next up is basically the forest. Next up is basically water wheel and planks. Yep, exactly. Next up is water wheel and planks. I just need to figure out how I'm going to organize that. Okay, and kohlrabis are coming in, which is just in time. Just in time. Holy crap. Holy crap. Just in time. And I think lumber mill, like, right here, and then power wheel right there. I've never had it. I have eaten very little of what the iron teeth eat. I've had corn. Obviously, I'm American. I've had eggplants. I've had mushrooms, but I've never had cassava, kohlrabi. Okay, so assuming that I did this isn't a fuck up right here, I'm fine. I will later. I just wasn't prioritizing it compared to getting this built first. These will get built. And then I'll probably build a little bit more logistics. And then get the wood going, right? Because I need the I need this motherfucker here. Like the actual most important thing for me right now. Yeah, something like that. Excellent, thank you, Mr. No Talk. Forester was 30 science, and I already had 57. Because I probably didn't need really to have 2 inventors, but I wanted to kind of not have to worry about it too much. Okay, only two of the kohlrabi dry out. But I do need to do some logistics at this point. I do need to do some logistics. Must have been a patch change. That's fair. That's fair. It might also. I wonder if it's not different for the folktales. That would be very funny if it's just like a random debuff that the folktales get. From 60 to 30? Okay, okay. Okay. That would have been a very... So it's just a wiki, just the wiki being a little bit out of date. Yeah. But God, it would have been so funny if that was just like a debuff that you just get for being, we only need one of you guys. Yeah, and... frankly, I only need 2 construction workers at a time. At this point... We are past the hard part. We are past what I consider to be the worst part of the game. So off the deep water pump for the moment. We have survived what I consider to be the worst, the most challenging part. And I have played this game a lot assuming that berries had similar nutritional value as everything else, and it turns out that no, like they're kind of not worth keeping around. Really, really, what's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? I'm open to suggestions. Not enough green, huh? Now I'm kind of getting tight on green space at this point, right? Like I've got farms here, and then up here. The big challenge with it, which might be bad, is that it might not be able to mangrove plant into the river. That's actually what is occurring to me now, and honestly, I can just relocate. That was a problem that I think I had as a newbie that I've kind of gotten over as I've played the game more, is that I can just, like... Yeah, mangroves are low value. I mean, you need them for well-being eventually. But outside of, like, their well-being value, it's not really that important. Okay, I'm going to do something that I know is kind of heretical. And plant a bunch of birches. Actually, hold on. Let's not plant those ones. No. That's just going to get in the way. Going to plant some birches nearby. And then most of the rest of this is going to be oak. Yeah, I prefer the mixed type overall. I know birches are like they're just like less efficient, but like the resilience that I feel like the resilience bonus, the functional, like the sort of like intrinsic resilience to bad tide is worth it. That's a good point. That's a good point. Oak. Okay. Okay, cool. And we're up to 13 planks, which is the most that I can hold in there, and I don't need a ton of planks at this point in the game. Getting raws up is more important. Now we put in breeding pods. Now I feel comfortable putting in some breeding pods. Maintenance breeding pod now. Hello, Matthew, and hello, Dragon Spartan. Thank you for the workout time. That's true. That's true. That's true. You are right about that one. I'm going to have to research those sooner rather than later. Stairs in particular are only 2 signs away. I will do some push-ups. It is push-ups time. It is push-ups time. Oh. Oh. Stretching that back. That's where trees grow. Fair. Alright. Getting low. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10. Okay, last time I'm doing push-ups this stream. Last time I'm doing push-ups on this stream. No more push-ups this stream. No more push-ups this stream. Triceps are given out. No more pushing on this stream. Okay, we gotta turn this back on. That's fine. Triceps are not up to task. I think it might be time to do a little bit of well-being. Good call, good call. I mean, this is the reason why it's kind of good to have some slack in the system. I mean, I could also make another inventor, right? And sooner or later, I'm going to need a hauling post, right? Breeding halted, waiting for nutrients. Yes. I'm actually going to halt the gatherer flag for the moment. Okay. We are now entering the early game wood drought. Not strictly speaking an inevitable part of the game, but a frequent one for me. Let's see, I should put the lumberjack flag down here. Yep. We'll be doing that in a moment. That was actually what I was thinking about when I said I had the science earlier, and then I just didn't follow through on it. Also some dead birches down there. And lumberjack flag up here. And you know what this game needs is hotkeys. That's what this game really needs. Okay. Now, here's the big question is, I think this... Yes, Beaver Day. It's International Beaver Day. I think I might need a second farmhouse, even at this low of a population. This is the real problem with the iron beeves, right? Is that they're just way worse farmers. Food production is like way tighter for the iron beavers. Once you get into food factories, then it's like completely different, right? Like once you have a food factory, if you have a hydroponic garden and a food factory, is completely different. You are playing a different game, but until then, it's pretty stressful. Yeah, let's do that. And minimal priority over here. I done construction. Just gotta get these berries in order to get the breeding pod going. But yeah, you gotta... This has to be higher construction. This is higher priority. That's higher priority. Close this lumber. No, I want to pause this one. I actually want to pause this one as well. Because there's no trees here anyway, so who gives a so why would I want more than one? Even one lumberjack is probably excessive. Yeah, the shitty farms are like a pretty substantial debuff. Water level still looks good. 100 for the regular platforms. Yeah, this cycle is fine. This cycle's fine. Yeah, I'm not, yeah. Even if I ran out right now, I would be fine. Even if I ran out right this second, I would still be fine. I'm actually doing well enough that I'm like genuinely kind of tempted to do to do a second breeding pod. Drought ended. Cycle 2 begins. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, now the grim reality is going to set in, which is I need to be thinking very hard about getting floodgates, right? I need to be thinking very, very hard about floodgates. This forester is still having... I know from experience that this forester will be able to keep up with this area, but it does feel like it's too slow. Yeah, floodgates, platforms, levees. Floodgates, platforms, and levees are the big tech concerns. You are correct to point out that food storage and water storage is quite limited, and that's going to become a real serious factor really soon. I don't think it is worth... I don't think it is worth my time to go to make a beeline for medium tanks. I think doing medium tanks early it would be a mistake. I think early medium tanks is a mistake. I don't have any construction tasks right now, so now is the time to get on industry. Yeah, just make a ton of small tanks. Actually, hold on. Now is not the time. You're right. Now is not the time for that. Now is the time for building a bunch of medium tanks. Little tanks. Yeah, that's exactly my thought process. Is the gears. The gears will just kill me at this point. The gears will simply kill me at this early in the game. Okay, that should get me fairly far. That should get me fairly far. Forester still's got his work cut out for him. One inventor is running. That's good. V copy settings, B clones. Thank you. That's actually really helpful. That's actually really helpful. The one that I really want is delete. I want I want a hotkey that starts the delete tool. Is the big one. The delete tool and the path tool. It's not delete or backspace, which would be the intuitive ones to me. Am I getting ahead on kohlrabi? Not very quickly. Even with 4 farmers, even with fully like 25% of my 1/3 of my population on farming, I'm still not like getting ahead. These early game foods are terrible, right? These early game foods suck ass. No beavers have been born. Looking at the queue up here. No beavers have been born. Alright, hold on. I'm in a bad I put myself in a bad location. Nope, I don't want to move that. What even is that? What am I even moving? Where is my source? There we go. Put me down here. Yeah, building is unstaffed is fine. I'm fine with that. I'm comfortable with building being unstaffed. Chip tooth. There we go. That's a problem. That's a problem. Teeth grindstone and... Okay, we're getting ahead on food. We're getting ahead on food. That's good. We're starting to pull ahead on food. That's good. Starting to pull ahead on food. Still 0 baby. Drought approaching. This might be a little bit late for this. Ah, I fucked up. I fucked up here a little bit. You know what? Fuck it. Demolish. Okay, so you guys, I remember to put these guys up high. Workplace priority high. Yeah, Forester always maxed out. Because falling behind on the forestry is catastrophic. Okay, we got more time. We got more. We've cleared up a little bit. Okay, there we go. That's some keep him busy. Keep him busy. Hello, Mikks. Hello, Mikks. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. Yeah, Mikks and I were talking about completely unrelated topic off stream beforehand, and I was gonna continue, but then Nagi was crashing out. Classic snake. Okay, I should be fine for this drought. I should be fine. I'm feeling pretty comfortable going into this drought. Famous last words. I am pretty amazed by how many problems in Nagi's life can be described as, like, just didn't read things. I am pretty amazed by how, like, what a large percentage of her life problems are just she, like, didn't read something that was available to her. That's true. That's true. Oh, hold on. We need berries again. Hold on. I should probably actually put this high priority because I only actually ever harvest when I need berries. Update my grades to say I'm failing all their classes on week 12. That is very rough. That is, ooh, that's very good. That is, I am very sorry to hear that, Colebounds. I am very, very sorry to hear that. That is a profoundly unpleasant experience to have. Okay. Okay. And you know what? I just realized what I'm really lacking right now. Lumber. Lumber. I need the lumber beaves. Well, you're not going to be cutting any wood for a moment. I remember a very frustrating thing from when I was teaching, where I was literally not allowed to excuse too many absences. Oh, hello, Blue. Hello, Blue. I was just, like, literally not allowed to excuse like more than a certain number of absences. I need you guys. Oh, Beaver died. There we go. Satix died of old age. We're about to have our first birth. That's pretty frustrating. That's pretty annoying. I'm not gonna lie. That's a pretty annoying teacher behavior right there. All right, I can shut these ones. I can shut this one down. No, I want to keep you going and shut the other one down. And shit, I didn't even fail my students for saying this, like, straight up fascist stuff. I was just like, you're wrong, but you did follow the assignment rubric. I wasn't grading you for being correct. I was grading you for understanding the assignment. So, okay, we have a baby. We do have a baby. We do have a baby. Baby Teha was born on the eve of Cycle 2 drought. I'm going to shut these down for the moment. 153 is going to run out before the end, but I can keep it. Okay, now... Yes. We have Una Baby. And I think it's probably time to think pretty hard about mangroves. Well, not really about mangroves. It's probably hard. It's probably a good time for me to start thinking about cassava. Cassava. I feel like cassava makes such a minor difference. Like, am I crazy? I feel like cassava is like such a small difference in what it does. For my like food security. Yeah, I just feel like it doesn't make a difference in food efficiency, is what I'm getting at. Is like I feel like when I get to like corn and when I'm getting like corn and eggplant going, it's like it feels insane. Like corn and eggplant feel insane to me, but cassava feels very minimal. Cassava, the fermenter ones just don't feel like they do a lot for me, is what I'm getting at. The mushrooms kind of. But that's mostly just because, like, I guess the food, the bigger tower is so powerful. How are we doing on ads? Ads are in 10 minutes. No, you're fine, Colebounds. It's people aren't coming here for no reason, right? It's a pretty upsetting outcome, and I understand why you're upset. Right? Like it's extremely reasonable. Okay. And now we gotta start thinking about floodgates, but we've got a minute before I can do anything with them. Let's get you down to 1, because I'm more science limited than my construction throughput limited. And another Dalek died of old age. It's probably time for me to do a second breeding pod. I think it's time for me to do a second breeding pod. There's a paper trail. I feel like that's just kind of rude. I don't really have like a better term for it. Yeah, yeah. It just, I don't have like a better term. Food per day per block on cost. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. It's mostly kind of about like the well-being improvement. Right? And I don't have the kind of labor versatility to justify going over to soybeans. To start doing like soybeans and canola oil. It doesn't feel like I'm ready for that yet. Yeah, it needs canola, and canola I can't do canola until I get the until I start getting metal. Admittedly, on this map, metal's pretty fast, because metal's just like right up there. But it is still like an additional step, right? Timberborn rocks. I do like this genre in general, so I'm not like a hard sell on this, on like the concepts involved. Whereas I'm sure that there are quite a few people for whom it's like even the concept of doing a game like this is like kind of a tough sell. But I think it within the genre it's actually rocks. Yeah, this is what me and Mikks were talking about earlier. Hold on. I'll grab you after the ad break. I'll grab you after the ad break. When we get to ads. It doesn't actually really matter because I can't do anything with these until I get floodgates. Like kind of the whole point of what I'm doing right now is to like get some floodgates going. And let's think about this. And that'll be the last Kosovo over here. Yeah, good point. Actually, hold on. There's something I want to check here. Okay, yep. My forester cannot reach a lot, cannot produce a decently sized mangrove swamp. That is a problem. That does suck. Oh yeah, no, the reason why I didn't path is because I don't need to do it now, but I like to like have a levee here and then just go over it. That's a really good idea, Turi. That's a really good idea. I found when I was playing Folk Tales that I was really restricted on what I could do with food. There's so many things to do with platforms in the river with the Folk Tales that I didn't really do anything like that because like the river was just so crowded. Man, that's just weird to me. I feel like I don't feel like I was a uniquely easy teacher, but I tended to just kind of like let, if my students, I tend to be pretty easy about like makeups and stuff like that. Maybe it's just like a lot of that's because I had a college professor, not a grad school professor, who like I think I literally handed an assignment like over like a year late, and it was, like she was just like, yeah, fine, who cares. Okay, and then wait, no, I don't need this at all. What am I doing? This is unnecessary. This is very wasteful. The planned bad water diversion is at this level, so I don't need any. This is very wasteful on resources that are going to be kind of scant, right? Yeah, I've had platforms for a little bit. Yeah, unfortunately, coal bounds. Professors like to do that. I don't really have like a. I don't think it's good professoring. I think it is in fact distinctly bad professoring. At a really profound level, but is popular. Yep, levies are kind of like levies are the next priority. Yep. Levies. I think. The real question here, this is a dumb question, I suppose, but I need double floodgates for this part, right? I need double floodgates here. Do I skip single floodgates and just go for double floodgates? Even though it's like substantially more expensive. Singles? I mean, I can, but like... What, like putting singles on top of levies? Is that the idea? That's gonna mess up the flow during the good water season, though. It's gonna like really reduce good water flow. Speaking of good water flow. Oh, hey, my beeves are in fact thirsty. Beeves are in fact thirsty. I'm gonna increase construction capacity. No available workers in districts. Okay. Let's keep you guys going for the moment. Where are my workers here right now? I have 11 working beeves. I have 11 worker beeves. 2 water, 1 woodcutter, 2 woodcutter, forester, power wheel, lumber mill, inventor. On farms. On farms. Hold on, let's do this. 4 farms, 2 water, woodcutter, lumber, that's 9. And then 2 in industry. Okay, that's 11. That does add up to 11. Might turn off inventing for the moment. Or until I get double. Well, double's 250. Double's 250. That's actually a ways off. Okay. Ads start in 30 seconds. We'll be back. I'm going to be right back, and I'll grab Mikks. Mikks will be with us in a few moments. We're back. We're back. And let me make sure that you can
Hey, guys.
see the bird. Let me see, make sure that you can see bird.
I mean, nobody can actually see me. Ah, shit. I need to mute your tab. Yeah, you can hear yourself there. Oh, there I am. Yes.
That always drives me nuts. That always drives me nuts. I always feel so stupid. I always feel like the dumbest person on the planet when it's like, yeah, the Borb. The Borb is here.
Yeah, I am a Borb.
Yeah, we were having a discussion about strategy games and like the aesthetics of strategy games before stream.
And also to some extent, the verbs of strategy games.
The verbs, yeah, the verbs as well.
As you often call it. I've picked this term up from you and nobody ever knows what I'm talking about.
It's really funny because I'm not like I'm like a medium level game design nerd is what I would say. I'm like a medium tier. And among the game design nerds, it's like the term that I have gotten used to for like, what does jumping in Mario and marrying your sister in Crusader Kings have in common? Is that they are verbs.
Yeah. The thing about this, right, is that this is a kind of game design nerd that is not the kind that designs games.
Oh,
that's actually what. So most of the game design nerds that I talk to are game designers. They're game devs, right?
Yeah.
Right. This is the kind of thing for like people who really like board games, strategy games, and a certain era of just like video games in general.
Yeah, because I was about to say, like, I think it's something
it's something awful thing, kind of.
Well, and right? I think I originally learned it from Jay Dragon, who's a TTRPG designer, and the other person I know who I kind of associate with is actually Josh Sawyer.
I can see that. Yeah,
but Josh Sawyer, like when you ask like Josh Sawyer kind of like what he cut his teeth on in terms of game design, there's a very real chance that Ars Magica is going to come up in the conversation.
Yeah.
Like,
yes.
And I think the reason why it's used by some type of game design nerds and not others is that it's a term that's mostly useful if you analytically have a very open-ended question. It's a very analytically open-ended framework.
Yes. It's non-specific in a lot of ways.
It's very non-specific,
and as I'm sure you've noticed from my own conversations with you and with others, I tend to be talking about very specific things when I talk about games. Once in a while, it's generalities, but when I'm talking about generalities in terms of game design, I'm often talking about what I call, apparently not everybody calls it this, but what I call ludonarrative.
Yeah.
Right?
I talked a little bit about ludonarrative while you were over there with Nagi, because I think it's a really useful term. I'm genuinely like a fan of the concept of like the ludonarrative and like what we can do with it.
It's really important from the perspective of and most of you know who I am at this point. I've been on here enough. You're Al's regulars, right?
Yeah,
For those of you who do not know me, my background is psychology. My background is cognitive linguistics. So that's one of the reasons why the verb thing is so interesting to me as like a concept, right? But I am also I'm a language learning specialist, and I specialize in young children, in teaching young children, right? And counseling young children. So a lot of what I think about games, I think about through the perspective of play as a psychological learning device, right? And so the ludonarrative, the element of game narrative that is developed when a player plays a game rather than that is necessarily part of the game inherently, right, is extremely important. Because what is play? It's a story you're telling at some level. It's the story of you interacting with something, right? And so this sort of concept is very important to how I think about games and their value.
Yeah.
And so, like, a lot of the times when I think about games, I think about them first through the lens of, like, what is this doing, right? How is, as play, what is this accomplishing for its audience, right?
Yeah.
Is it teaching them a skill? Is it teaching them a methodology? Is it training them to do something? Is it giving them certain experiences or providing to them emotionally realized like moments that they can relate to or learn something from or reflect upon themselves in regards to, right?
Yes.
And the thing about strategy games that I've noticed is that while they are very, very ripe for this sort of thing, it feels to me like a fairly significant amount of the time, they just don't have any interest in being anything other than a glorified board game specifically, right? And I love board games, don't get me wrong, right?
Yeah. This is, I'm actually thinking a lot about a critique I remember from a few years ago, which was about The Witness. By Jonathan Blow.
Yes, I played it.
Yeah, I have not played it. It's interesting to me, but I haven't played it. I know that Jonathan Blow is a huge dickhead.
He is.
I still like Braid. I still think Braid's pretty good. But I do understand that he's a huge ass. But where I'm going with this is that this critique that I thought was really kind of interesting was that there was a lot of discourse around The Witness. That The Witness was a game that a lot of people played and were kind of like, well, like, what the fuck is the point of this? What is this? As like conceptually, like what is happening here? And one of the critics was like, it's like a game book. It's like a puzzle book. It's like you go to the library and you pick up like a box of like a book that's just like a bunch of like brain teasers and like Sudokus, and like that's what The Witness is. Like, have gamers like never heard of this?
Apparently not.
Apparently not.
I think this like almost every day at this point, where I try to talk to people about games, and they don't seem to have any idea that anything existed. Like there was a world before the year 2010.
I will actually say that one that really amused me recently along these same lines. I put the game at 1 so that we can like the game kind of continues, but it's like it's 1 speed is so slow compared to 3. That's it's like in Dead by Daylight. There are social rules around play where if you violate them, you're an asshole. And apparently some people are really surprised that this is a thing that a game can have. That you can just have social rules that like that in the game of foot that in basketball
what games are.
It's literally what games are. Like imagine this person like watching a game of basketball and being like, what do you mean there's not something that physically prevents the players from traveling? Right? Like
wait, what do you mean the players can't just bring a gun? What if they learned how to use a gun though?
Yeah, like
that's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like,
yeah, it's so alien. Like for somebody like you or I who comes from a space that's a little bit more like social sciences. Right?
Yeah, from like an anthropological perspective. I'm like, this is insane. Yeah. Like a key part of like what games are anthropologically is that like they're part of how kids learn that they can change the rules of the world.
Yes.
Is like a very basic part of like what games are. Yeah.
As PSA would say, you know that the game has rules, and you understand that those rules were created by people, and that so too can those rules be changed by people, so long as everyone agrees, right?
Yeah. And it's just like so weird to me because it's like also like even inside video games, this is pretty common, like speedrunning, right? Like speedrunning.
Yeah.
The concept of like what is a glitchless speedrun is something that like individual communities of speedrunners negotiate amongst themselves around what is a glitch versus what is just a funny interaction.
Yeah, what is just an interaction versus what is a glitch versus what is cheating versus what is a glitch.
Yeah, and what's cheating versus what is a glitch. And then there's of course obviously like specific communities will be like, okay, this specific glitch is so radical that it's not cheating, but it's still a different category of speedrun.
And I find speedrunning a really interesting example here because obviously speedrunning is never the way it's intended to play a game.
No. Very few games are designed. There are occasionally games that are designed with speedrunning in mind, but they're weird. They're famous and they're weird, right? Like Neon White was designed with speedrunning in mind.
They're very postmodern, right?
They're very postmodern.
Inevitably postmodern. But like the thing that's interesting is I was having this exact conversation earlier today, actually. Right? And last night as well. about this is not the right way. And to do so, right? Like the thing about competition in games, in particular, competitive games, right? Specifically with about Dead by Daylight, right? Is that like this idea that there are like rules of engagement is like alien to people because people have become so convinced, so totally convinced that playing to win at all costs is like the noble and heroic thing to do.
Which is very goofy to me. Very, very goofy to me.
Very, very goofy. Like, they don't understand what sportsmanship is. Like, and you know what the truth is? Most of these people, like, I was looking at that Dead by Daylight thread, right? I'm sure you saw the same.
Yeah, I think it was the same thread. I think we were looking at the same thread, and we were both like, "What the fuck are these people on about?"
Yeah. And the thing about it was like, I guarantee you, none of these people are good at the game. None of these people are top-ranked Dead by Daylight players. Because you see the same thing in other communities. You see the same thing in fighting games.
I was going to bring up fighting games. Fighting games is really obvious. Like you don't have to be particularly good at fighting games or like particularly into fighting games, because I'm not. And even I can see it, right, in fighting games. Like even I can see it like very clear as day that in fighting games, like there's a huge difference between like different types of being good at the game. And there's different values are placed on it, and you know, this is very much in my mind because I am playing a lot of Infinity. By a lot, I mean like one game a week, which qualifies as a lot for work.
This conversation in the first place.
This is what sparks this conversation.
Interesting game.
Interesting game. And I was discussing with my with two guys who I've played with before about like my sportsmanship, right? Like because this is not a game about... This is, in theory, this is a game about winning, and I want to win. But I don't want to win no matter what. I want to win because it improves my brain. I want to win because that is a method of demonstrating to myself that... Well, hold on. What am I doing with levies? What's my plan with levies right now, Terry? I was going to go to second, to double floodgates and make a bad one. Yeah. I do kind of want to use single floodgates for holding some water here, which will make next droughts more tolerable, but I'm kind of mostly worried about getting this bad water diversion set up, which doesn't need levies at all. I will need levies sooner or later. But I think I'm mostly... I think actually what I need right now is more plank. I think I need more plank. I think it might be what I'm limited on is plank. But yeah, I was having a conversation with two guys who I've played against before about like, hey, like, have I been a good player? Right, like there are some, and I wasn't worried about like moments where I made misplays. I was worried about moments where like I tilted.
Were you tilted, or you caused somebody else to tilt because you were being a dickhead?
Yeah,
right?
Which I've not done at all. But I have myself tilted, not because my opponent was being a dickhead, but because I got unfortunate dice results. I was going to demo the rubble, Terry. Yes, I was going to demo the rubble. That's what this platform is doing here. I'm going to demo the rubble, and then I'm going to double floodgate. But yeah, but like, this is like a real conversation you have in a competitive environment, because the purpose of having an actual competitive environment isn't to demonstrate that you're a better person. It is to improve at a skill. It is to improve as a skill. It is also to build community, though. It's to build community. Community is very important, yes. And competitive communities are not strictly always, but generally communities of learning. Yes. Studying is the way we put it in fighting games, which I will note, not the genre that I am the most advanced at competitively, or the genre that I have competed the most seriously in. That would be card games, right? Yeah. Another environment with a lot of rules of fucking engagement that people pretty steadfastly agree to, or they get run out of the community pretty harshly, in fact. Yes. I think I should have enough water to make it through this without any additional tools. I think that just my current stockpile, my current damming and water stocks and food stocks should get me through this next route. So I think I'm okay to continue working on a medium scale project.
This game seems so cool. Like,
it's
I
so
kind of
cool.
want to play it, but I have like so many games to play. I'm gonna be totally real with you.
Of
Like,
the crazy survival city builders that I have been playing the last year or so, I actually think Dot Age is my favorite.
Dot Age is the one I want to play first. It's the one that I have like in my queue. I'm gonna play this game soon.
Honestly, you made a point that I think is largely correct, which is that like the real problem for a lot of these finicky games that me and Turi like is like you really have to compare them to Dwarf Fortress, and it's very, very hard to be compared to Dwarf Fortress. That's a very harsh thing to find yourself compared to. And like this game is, there's not a lot of things that you do in Timberborn that you don't do in Dwarf Fortress. That isn't nothing, but it is mostly a significantly more graphically engaged Dwarf Fortress.
Yes.
It
also is a lot less Dwarf Fortress than Dwarf Fortress.
It's a lot less Dwarf Fortress than Dwarf Fortress.
Yeah.
But in terms of like what are like the things that you are doing as challenges, it's like storage and production change and water flow management. And those are all Dwarf Fortress mechanics that are possibly even more obnoxiously simulated in Dwarf Fortress. It's certainly more graphically pleasing to look at.
Though the Dwarf Fortress like remake is actually pretty nice.
It's pretty nice, but
it's pretty good.
For doing like big water projects, it really helps to be able to see like all of these at once, whereas Dwarf Fortress is a bunch of two-dimensional slices and you have to composite it afterwards in your brain to understand what the fuck you're actually doing, which is cool to me, but for a stream, I think it's kind of bad.
I feel that. Dwarf Fortress also as a game to stream is like a game you stream to people who know Dwarf Fortress. If your audience doesn't know Dwarf Fort, it doesn't, and you aren't like exceptional at Dwarf Fort, like we're talking like among the best in the world at this game. And also incredibly articulate and entertaining as a streamer, you're not going to be able to transform that game in a way people can engage with, right?
I'm tempted to try. I'm not going to lie. I am tempted to try.
I think you do a better job than me.
I think of the streamers who exist, I could do a substantially better job than average. That is still a really uphill battle. That's still like not like a pleasant and enviable task. And then once I get this stuff done and put up the double floodgates, then I'll probably start working over here to start doing water wheel stuff and start doing and get some more power.
That makes
but
sense.
Yeah, this game is very cool. Dot Age is something different. Dot Age is truly doing stuff that even Dwarf Fortress doesn't do.
Yes, that's why I'm so interested in it. Like every time I've seen that game, I've seen you play it. I think I saw
Sarah Yoon plays it.
I've seen a few people play it, right? Some people that you don't watch, right?
Okay,
some of the Euros really like it, right?
Yeah, that's like a Eurogamer thing.
It's just that they stream at what would be you're dead asleep when they stream, right?
Yeah, the middle of the U.S. afternoon, the middle of the U.S. morning and afternoon. Yeah.
So I've enjoyed watching some of them play Dot Age. It's just like the game looks cool.
It is
right. The game genuinely looks cool, and I have it already. I bought it. It was on sale, right? There's another game that I picked up, which is more of a combat tactics game, right?
Okay.
Which is like what I normally play for strategy games. Which is what is the title of it?
I got a key to a sci-fi tactics game that I haven't used yet.
It might even be the same one that I'm thinking of.
It's from Hooded Horse.
Yes,
it might be.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've been kind of joking. I joked a little bit earlier on stream that I might just anything by Hooded. I'll just play anything by Hooded Horse at this point. Because it wasn't Menace, was it?
Is it?
No.
They have like Mars Tactics, which isn't out yet.
I think it was Xenonauts 2 is what they gave me.
Yeah, Xenonauts 2, which seems to be like their take on XCOM. But it's like weird like Spec Ops XCOM, right? It feels like what if XCOM was Rainbow Six, which is kind of like okay.
I can get into this.
Yeah.
I have liked some games like that before. Mr. No Talk, I've actually played Dwarf Fortress off and on since like 2007. I am actually not like a Dwarf Fortress novice. It's
I'm in the boat murdered thread, so
yeah, I'm in the yeah. It's actually one of the funniest stories in my life at like a very low dumb level. Is that boat murdered is how I found my favorite game of all time. Which is King of Dragon Pass. My favorite game of all time is King of Dragon Pass.
King of Dragon Pass is a good choice, brother. Right?
Yeah, it's when I say I am into niche, bespoke, weird stuff. The with Boat Murdered, it was because my favorite writer for Boat Murdered was Mystic Mongol, who did the King of Dragon Pass Let's Play. His was the chapter that included my favorite line from he was the one who was role-playing as a dwarf who actually liked the jailing system.
Yeah.
Which I thought was so funny. And there's a specific line where he's talking about it, where like by some incredible coincidence, the character that he had named himself as hosted a party at a rope. And so the way that he framed this was, I hosted a soiree at the local gallows. Joviality was enforced, as it should be. And I'm just like, this is like one of my favorite lines I've ever heard about being a fascist psycho.
That's pretty good.
I was like what a great way of portraying just an absolute fucking fascist psycho.
It's sort of like bougie.
Well, I mean, exactly the type of person who thinks that the dwarf economy makes sense, where like you are beating the most productive members of your economy to death because they didn't make enough talcum dildos.
Yeah.
Like, this is a serious failure state of Dwarf Fortress, folks, for people who are not familiar with it. I don't know about in current versions, but back in the early days of the 3D version, nobles would request that craft dwarfs did specific things, and if they did them too slowly or didn't do them in a timely enough fashion, the hammer dwarf would find them and beat the shit out of them. And this would include like really productive critical members of your fortress, so your entire fortress would fall apart because critical parts of your production chain were in jail with their kneecaps broken because like they didn't fulfill some random noble's very weird request quickly enough.
Yes. The other game I picked up, by the way, is Sector Unknown, which is like a weird horror game set on Mars. About a bunch of deeply unprepared astronauts having to deal with some fucked up shit, from what I can tell, right? And I'm very, like, it was reeking of Event Horizon to me. So I was like, I kind of want to play this, and then it went on sale for like $5 as soon as it exited early access. So it was like, okay, I'll try it. But it's like a squad level tactics game. It's like a progressive game, and I don't think it's like that long, right?
Yeah.
But I'm pretty excited to give that one a shot when I actually get around to it.
Makes sense.
Because like, as I said, my real thing is squad level tactic. That's like what I really like.
Yeah. Which is probably why you find Infinity like kind of frustrating, right? Like Infinity is like so close. It's probably the closest existing game to what you're looking for.
I would say the closest existing game to what I'm looking for is more time with house rules.
Okay, yeah, house rule more time. I am going to send you the rule book. Remind me to send you the rule book for this. I don't think it will be exactly your cup of tea, but it might be interesting for you to take a look at. A game called Blackout.
Okay, I've heard of Blackout, but I've never actually played it. Yeah.
It is the claim, whether or not you think that they achieve it well or not. I'm not going to evaluate it on this because I have not. The claim, I've not played Titanfall, but the claim is that it is is based on like Titanfall 2. It's supposed to feel like squads in Titanfall 2.
Bruh. Can people stop basing their entire game projects on like RPGs? I'm not fucking RPGs. On fucking like video games that came out in like 2017. Like,
it's remarkable that it's remarkable how often it's specifically Titanfall is the part that's really funny to me. That's really funny.
And specifically Dark Souls or Bloodborne. Are like
people do really make their entire personality Dark Souls. I kind of do as well, but only in the most ironic way I can.
you do this incredibly ironically, right?
Yeah. I'm doing it an incredibly irony poison way.
I was having an argument with some people about like the portrayal of magic in settings, and specifically why seems to be so, like, somebody had asked just an open-ended question, right? Why is it so difficult for RPGs to have like spellblade classes, right? Like classes that are magic swordsmen.
Okay.
And I respond with typically of me. Because there's no real mythological basis for this concept, and that makes it very difficult to find a deep well of cultural idea to base the mechanics in the RPG about. This is about pen and paper RPGs specifically, right? Pen and paper RPGs where you get to create your own character, right? So it's a little bit difficult to develop a RPG like class archetype for a character when all of the things that are anywhere near the identity of a spellblade do not fit the aesthetic that people want from a spellblade, because it's the mythological figures that fit here are like Odin and Cuchulainn and Arjuna, right? Spearmen and bowmen.
Yeah.
People with magic hammers, like half of the fucking the Chinese heroes, right?
Yeah.
You don't have the agile and deft swordsman jumping in and out of battle, you know, with their fucking katana or whatever. That's just not a thing. That's anime, right? This is a 20th century caveat created by video games and popular fantasy media, right?
And it's part of this has to do also, obviously, with like the ways in which magic is done in video games, which is just really not
magical.
gelling with traditional forms of magic at all. And it has been remarkable to see the ways in which this gap is just really profound.
It's quite baffling to me how hard it seems to be for people to understand the thing that I think is essential to understand about like classes in video games, right? Or video games or games in general, right? An RPG with like character classes, right? Don't think it's totally necessary, but it is one form of developing an RPG and structuring your RPG, right?
Yeah, you can do it. It's an option.
Yeah. Classes are not just an array of mechanical ideas that are powerful that work how you want them to.
Yeah.
It is not just this thing that you like as a mechanic and this thing as you like as a mechanic put together in order to make a new thing. Like, this is one of like smashing a couple verbs together or a couple adverbs together is how a lot of really trashy homebrew for like Dungeons and Dragons ends up, right?
Yeah.
It's just like, oh yeah, I want to play a guy who has a sword and is also a wizard. Congratulations, you and apparently everyone else who makes homebrew for Dungeons and Dragons, because every single one of you has the exact same ideas in the exact same way, and none of them are good.
And
right?
particularly, it's actually really funny to like when we think about it in that terminology, because that's also fundamentally how bards are designed in 3rd edition, a famously hated class, right?
Yes, bards, and it's how rangers have been designed since 3rd edition.
Yep. Also a pretty not beloved class.
I would call rangers polarizing.
Yeah.
Because the people who like rangers really like rangers.
Yes.
And the people who don't like rangers kind of just want rangers to be something else.
Yeah.
Find them weak, find them boring, find them too specialized often, right? Which is my opinion too. I won't get too much into D&D talk here. But
yeah, that's fair.
Rangers are interesting because they have the same problem as the quote-unquote magic swordsman, right? They don't fucking exist. This caveat of the agile bowman two-handed weapon fighter with a pet was created by Drizzt Do'Urden in the Forgotten Realms novels about Drizzt Do'Urden.
Yeah,
this did not exist.
And it's often, there's a lot of like literary invocation, right? There's a lot of like genre fiction invocation. And so like really big ones are going to be like almost saying Lord of the Rings character, right? When you ask people like what the inspiration for Rangers is, they say, you know, the Ranger in this case being Aragorn.
Yeah.
But Aragorn's
a fighter.
Aragorn's a fighter in the usual way that D&D is operating. And Aragorn is a much stranger character than that.
Aragorn is what we would call in like RPG archetypes, right? If we're talking about like the more abstracts of this, right?
Mhm.
Aragorn is what we would call a champion. He
Yeah.
is an inspiring frontline fighter who is also quite knowledgeable and skillful.
Yeah.
Right? His role would be the party face. He is most akin to a paladin in D&D terms,
Yep.
in terms of how his mechanics would actually play out were Lord of the Rings a RPG campaign and not a novel. Obviously, Lord of the Rings is a novel, so it is not, stupid.
Well, and he's what he really is, right? As ever, is he's the king, right?
Yes,
like
he's the king. He's the paragon. He's the good king.
Yeah, he's the good king. He is the good king. That is his actual role in the story. Oh, we're gonna cruise through this drought. 6 days. 6 days with this supplies. I'll be fine.
And in a certain manner, he's also the wandering good man.
Yes, true.
Especially when he's the ranger, right?
Yeah.
When he's whatever the ranger, right?
Yeah, when he's stalker or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's not stalker. I can never remember what it is, right?
I know it's not Shadowfax because that's the horse.
No.
Really outing myself as a total dilettante here, which I'm actually pretty comfortable with.
I'm a member of the Tolkien Society. Strider the Ranger.
Strider. Thank you, Goroth.
Yeah,
and thank you, Gringotts. Yeah, I'm the phony here, which I'm comfortable with. I'm comfortable with being the phony.
I mean, I should know this, but as soon as I am asked to do recall of names, I just fail miserably. Right?
So it goes. So say all of us, right? So say so many of us.
Mm-hmm. But like the interesting thing to me is, so I brought this up because we were talking about Dark Souls, right?
Yeah. And we mentioned Dark Souls very briefly.
This hit me in the same way, because the response when I mentioned that, well, the problem here is that there isn't really a lot of real mythological or folkloric basis for this identity, the way there is for something like a holy knight of God, or a, wizened old man who can do magic, or a mystic who lives in the woods, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or a archer who's really good at shooting arrows, right?
Yeah.
It's just like not really there in the same way. And this is predictably gets their sense. Yeah, but Dark Souls though. But Dark Souls has this thing. But Dark Souls has lots of this. But Dark Souls, and I'm just sitting here like, Dark Souls came out in 2010.
Yeah, that's young whippersnapper stuff. That's
yeah, and it's like, it's not even like wrong. It's just, how are you gonna build a new, like, broad identity for a wide variety of like role-playing experiences out of things from Dark Souls without just making a Dark Souls pen and paper game?
Which,
how are you going to do it? Because what Dark Souls is a foreign mythology. That's how its world building works, right? That's how its narrative works. It has mythology to it. It's reinventing a lot of ideas. It does give mythological importance to the idea of like throwing lightning bolts or having a magic sword, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It does this pretty successfully, I feel. But Dark Souls doesn't actually have real history to it.
No, it doesn't. It's Dark Souls, as you like to point out, and it's a lot of how I've experienced it, right? Is that Dark Souls is meant to be a very alien experience.
Yes.
Dark Souls' intention is not to be a well understood and well explained world that like makes any sense.
It's to give the same impression that Miyazaki had when he was 17 reading the Elric cycle.
Yeah,
only halfway understanding it.
Yeah,
right?
and it's an alien world. I enjoyed the alienness. I enjoy the alienness. I enjoy being confused. I mean, this is my the number one. We end up talking about Nagi here fairly frequently. This is, I think, the strongest and most profound difference between me and Nagi in terms of how we experience games and art.
2 of my best friends in the entire world.
Yeah, is I like being confused, and I think that is interesting, and I think that the kind of the best part of a lot of games is overcoming my confusion over time as I develop skills and as I explore and as I test things out. And Nagi views this experience as a personal insult and a moral failing by the developer.
Yes. Well, at the same time, wanting games to be endless wells of things to discover and explore.
Yeah, which is
right.
Not going to happen. She's not going to get what she wants. But
but I mean, the truth here is, she's just very, very sensitive to the decisions that designers make, and it's a little much sometimes.
But yes,
but yeah.
But where I was going with, I think it's time for me to start thinking a little bit more about some of my beaver welfare. I think, which is a little bit annoying. Let me think about this. Sorry, I'm just thinking about this about what I actually have.
You're playing a game and you have a chat to entertain.
I've got a chat to entertain. I've got a strategy to think about. So, I am playing as the Iron Teeth, right? I'm playing as the Iron Teeth, and Iron Teeth, the power wheels are considerably stronger for the Iron Teeth than for the Folktails, but that's still really bad. And I'm wondering if I'm definitely going to start building some water power over here and start trying to take advantage of that. Because I'm definitely getting my woodworking out too slow, and it will free up labor if I can do that. The question is, do I do the entire woodworking over here? I think signs point toward yes. It might take a while to pay off, but the really big payoff there is that the bad water discharge, which is way off, can keep water flowing during droughts. And that might be the decisive factor. But that's a long ways off. That's a long ways off. I think I am going to have to live with wheel power and maybe some steam. For at a certain point. Mostly because like the one of the things that I need relatively soon is I need to start fermenting. We are kind of at the point where I need to start. Fermenting is probably the second lowest hanging option I have for increasing my beaver welfare. Lowest hanging is going to be decoration. Third lowest hanging is probably going to be housing. It's probably going to be housing. Anyway, that's what I was just thinking about. So I was like, when do I do this? I'm going to have to do this at some point. When do I make that jump? I am still like so labor constrained that just like getting construction materials at a basic maintenance level is still a problem. I might be over investing in food, which I don't think is actually the worst thing on the planet. In fact, I might actually fuck it. These are going to be over to kohlrabi's temporarily, but I'll turn them over to something else in the near future. At some point, I'm going to have to layer these. And no. Non-fermented cassava. Okay. Sorry, just was thinking. The other good news is I already have access to iron up here, so I will be able to get over to iron. I'll be able to get press relatively early in this math. But yes, the people will reference the like Farford and Mouser and stuff like that, but it's
Farford and the Grey Mouser, yeah.
But that's I don't feel like people are usually engaging with that very seriously. Maybe I'm being a pissy little bastard by pointing this out. That I don't know that many people have actually read those books.
I have, but yes.
I know you have. You read a lot. You've read a lot more than most people.
No, they haven't. They haven't, right? Farford and the Grey Mouser is a really important series because it's the other thing that inspired Dungeons and Dragons, which, you know, regardless of Dungeons and Dragons' quality or lack thereof, it is probably the most important piece of fantasy media.
Yeah.
After Lord of the Rings and Farford and the Grey Mouser, i.e. the things that inspired Dungeons and Dragons, right? Um, and it has influenced a lot of how people view this medium, right?
Mhm.
This genre, I should say.
Yeah.
And they fairly clearly tend to think of these things, especially these days. I feel that people think of these things in terms of like being video games first.
Yeah.
And when I say this, I mean specifically so there's this problem where people think people's imaginations have been so captured by video games' depiction of certain things that they do not have a comprehension of how they could work outside of the way they are depicted in video games. The very literal, operational way they are depicted in a video game, right? So, what is magic to a lot of people, right?
It's when you
Well,
spend
it's the
mana
ability to shoot
points.
fireballs out of your damage. Yeah, it's when you spend mana points to cast Fireball, which shoots a projectile out of your hands and hits the enemy. Or maybe it puts a damage over time effect on an enemy. Or maybe it heals an ally, right? It's always this operational verbiage, right? That's how magic works. And then maybe it has some sort of like bullshit of like, oh yeah, you're actually tapping into like the secrets of the cosmos by using computer programming or some shit like that, right?
Always a grim one.
Always a grim one, yeah. But it's always operational. It's always about how like output input, right? It's, as you or I would think, not very scientific, right? In how it is presented.
And it winds up being really, part of what winds up being really interesting about the ways in which it is not scientific and okay, let me back up here a little bit. One of the things that I have found very, very interesting in this is I was watching a video about the Sentinelese.
Yes.
About the Sentinelese, and the thing is that the Sentinelese, you've probably heard of the Sentinelese. Most people here they are much more likely to have heard things about the Sentinelese than they are about any of the other Andaman Islanders. Who are their cousins, right? Who are their neighbors, and who are, we can say with some confidence, very closely genetically related. We cannot say with confidence that they speak a similar language, but we do know that they have.
I know about them.
Yeah, we do know that they are genetically similar. They are probably culturally similar because we do have some of their material culture. Which is a very, very, very polite way of saying that we have stolen some of their shit. We just kind of stole some of it. It was not exactly covering ourselves in glory there. So like we know, and they are things that are recognizable as being in common with the other Andaman Islanders. And this was by Stephen Milo, who's an archaeologist. And he is talking, Stephen Milo's a very good YouTuber. I really recommend, if you want to look at like, if you want to know more about like prehistoric humans, he's really, really valuable, I think. I think he makes really good videos. I don't think he's the most academically created, the most like academic content creator on this front. But he will give you a really accessible and still academically grounded read of what we know about various prehistoric cultures. And
which is, yeah, for those of you not familiar, this is really important to anthropology.
Yeah,
this is a lot.
In some ways, the biggest deal in anthropology. In some ways, the biggest question. Yes. It is to anthropology what the Big Bang is to physics, right? It is.
What were we? Yeah, what were we like before we had like houses and writing?
Yes.
Right?
Yes. And so
formal languages, right?
And so we don't know a lot about the Sentinelese. We do know that they're a little bit like the Andaman Islanders, but one of the parts that he brought up that was really interesting was like, so the big question about the Sentinelese is, why do they fucking hate us so much? And us here is being very abstract.
Yes.
We are not talking about us as in VTubers. We are talking about us as in literally every human who does not live on North Sentinel Island.
I bet they especially hate VTubers, though.
They quite possibly especially hate VTubers. Like he showed footage of a really fascinating video of the Sentinelese where some Indian anthropologists and cameramen and stuff are like Stefan Milo. There's a video clip from some Indians academics who were going to try to study the Sentinelese, and one of the cameramen gets shot by one of the Sentinelese. Yes. Like you can see the arrow go into this guy's leg on camera. Like he gets fucking shot, and then the guy who shoots the arrow, you can see him on the shore doing like a fucking touchdown dance. Like he's pumped about having nailed a guy from like 100 meters away with an arrow, like 100 feet probably, with an arrow.
To be fair, if you don't see all that many people or hit all that many people with arrow, that's pretty sick.
It's pretty sick. It's a pretty honestly, as a person who hasn't shot a person with an arrow but has hit some targets with arrows, I thought it was a pretty sick shot. I was pretty impressed.
Yeah. Also, especially if he wasn't trying to actually kill the guy and was trying to hit him in the leg, that's actually pretty hard.
Like, yeah, I was impressed. But it was I would be pumped too. Yeah, it ruled. But yeah, the point of all this is just to kind of relate that like these, we don't know why. And a real serious possible explanation based not on any interviews with them, but on interviews with people from the Andaman Islands, for their neighbors and their cultural and their cousins, is that the other Andaman Islanders have magical beliefs about foreigners. And the way that Stefan Milo was using magical here is in very sincere and easy conformation with my understanding of what magic is from an anthropological and historical perspective, but from a video game perspective, makes no fucking sense at all.
Yes.
It is actually kind of interesting that games have created systems of magic that actually conform more to this anthropological concept of magic and have very little in common with the normal video game sense of magic. And the game I am thinking of specifically here is Final Fantasy XI.
Yes, actually.
Right? Like, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Do you want to relate to the class?
Final Fantasy XI is weird.
Yeah. For people who are unfamiliar with this, with what me and Mikks are referring to, Final Fantasy XI was so deliberately obfuscatory and obtuse about how
literally anything works.
How literally anything works. About how several major game mechanics worked, that players started developing weird superstitions and magical thinking about the game.
Mm-hmm. It's fascinating, right?
Really fascinating to watch. Probably very annoying to play. Honestly,
so yes.
Honestly, I kind of have a hard time telling if I would really, really enjoy playing that or really, really fucking hate it. Where are you going? Are you a construction worker? Yes, you're a construction beav. Yeah, we are my population growth has got to start taking off because this is a problem. I am having a problem here. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Okay, we need 3 more science to get something that I want, and then 3 more science. Once we get that, I can do something else, but it's going to drive me insane. Yeah, Behind the Bastards. I did not listen to the Behind the Bastards about this because I'm very lazy about listening to podcasts. But the general conclusion that most of us have arrived at as humans is the North Sentinelese have been very fucking clear with us that they do not want our medicine or our writing or our internet access. They do not want money. They do not want jobs. They want to fish and hunt birds and do whatever they're doing up there on North Sentinel Island and be left the fuck alone. They've been very emphatic about this. It is pretty much the main thing we know. But the main reason why I brought all this up, sorry, I'm letting myself get distracted from my own distraction, is that I'm actually going to shut down a farmhouse for a while because this is, I think the farms are actually, I've been at food storage limits for a while and I am not making forward progress on other things, which is going to get me killed. That's how you die. Is you have to make some amount of forward progress. Okay, big water wheel's way too far away. Let's let the water start flowing for a little bit there. And so the Andaman Islanders. But anyway, so like when we're talking about video game magic systems, they're just not magic. They're just not. They're just not magic. They're just not.
They're operations that you input a resource into and it outputs an effect.
They're production chains.
They're guns.
They're guns. They're guns. A lot of times they are very guns. A lot of times they are very, very much guns.
In some games, they are trading cards with trading card game effects.
Mm-hmm.
In some games, they are like chess moves or poker hands.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
There is, in some games, they are linguistic, right? Like, yep. But they're not very magical, right? Like, there's some games that are quite interesting in this regard. One of them is titled Hand of Doom, which is a game about deciphering what your stupid magic words do, and then talking to really esoterically weird wizards who have weird ideas about what words mean.
That rules. I like that a lot.
It's a Doom-like, but it's a Doom-like puzzle game.
I think I've seen people play this. I think I've seen.
It's really good.
I think I saw Sybil the Moth play this.
Yes, it was recommended by me.
And I think I saw Jazza
It's a
play
great
it.
game. Yeah, Noru played it as well.
That's it. Oh yeah, Noru did play it. It's a very noir-core game.
Yeah, this is a like if you are a person of a certain era of gaming, you will love Hand of Doom. It's also by an indie studio and by a developer I really love. So I can recommend it on that regard. Really good guy. Also makes like some of the funniest fucking like. Do you know what the actual twist of Hand of Doom is, Al?
No, I've got no idea.
Being a wizard is code for being gay.
Okay, yeah, cool. I'm down. I'm sold.
The joke here is that this is the whole thing is like this weird, stupid little parallel of like the what was it called? The way men in the 1940s, 1920s, 30s, 40s talked to each other when they were gay.
I need to reread Gay New York. I haven't read Gay New York in like a decade.
This is referenced in one of the developers' later like game jam games where you talk to a wizard who's just standing in a closet.
Oh my god, that's fun. That's cute.
And he's called the party wizard, but he doesn't want to come out of the closet.
That's cute.
It's extremely cute. That entire game, by the way, is a pastiche of Blue's Clues. The developer is really clever. Okay, he does really funny things. I like.
So we need 80 wood and 40 planks. That's going to be a minute. I might want to increase work hours for a little bit.
But like the other thing that magic is often like when it's a little bit more complex is chemistry.
Yeah.
It's about formula, right?
Yes,
chemistry,
yes, that's very common.
Advanced mathematics, right? These are the common comparisons. And, part of that is because the developers of these games
are STEM words, yeah.
Are STEM nerds.
Yeah.
And they're nerds who like nerdy stuff and liked nerdy stuff when they were doing nerdy stuff in their youth, so to speak, right? And so they like math and they were attracted to Dungeons and Dragons because it's a game where you roll dice and do statistics and do math.
I think the meanest thing that you can say about Dungeons and Dragons is that it is this is like the meanest thing I could come up with to say about it. It is a machine for converting mysticism into math.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Which is, I am pretty sure that there are some really, really, really fucking smart people who, if I told them that, they would probably have a stronger case for considering D&D to be demonic than any of the satanic panic people.
Yes,
People
I think
who
so.
people who have been really invested in people who are really invested in math, like in really doing math, often are doing the exact opposite as a significant percentage of all of their life's work, which is turning math into mysticism.
Yes.
A mission that a lot of people take very seriously, which I think
it
I suspect you.
baffles me.
Yeah, I was about to say, I suspect you don't really respect it very much.
I do not have a lot of respect for people trying to turn things that exist to explain the world around us into things that exist to make the world around us seem more special and unreal. Yes. I do not have a lot of respect for taking things that are mundane and trying to make them magical.
I feel
It's hard for me. It's very hard for me to respect the need for things to be special and not ordinary.
I suspect a lot of times when people are feeling this way, well, when people have this as a mission, what it is that this is part of the reason why I really feel like more people should take math a little bit, like treat it less as like that thing that happened to them when school was being evil, and more a system for understanding relationships inside logic. Math is you can do some very insane things in math that are really, really interesting. And if there is a moment, oftentimes, a lot of people have when they're doing math, where they have they learn something insanely clever and interesting. And this changes how they see the whole world. And this moment is often really beautiful, and I understand why mathematicians would want more people to experience that and understand that that is a thing that math does, rather than a thing where math is just like, something your teachers made you memorize how to do equations, which is a very trivial percentage of what math is, as an actual study and practice.
As I always say, color theory is a harder science than math.
Yeah. Yeah. Math is in many ways has a lot in common with literary criticism.
Yes.
And I feel like it too. Why am I having trouble getting berries? Where's Ukazon? Do I need? I hope I don't need haulers this early in the game. Okay, hold on. Ukazakon will just do this. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. It's just fine. I do need haulers sooner or later. Probably sooner rather than later.
One must haul. One must get a big haul.
Yeah, my breeding pods are paused because I have berries, but but nobody's carrying the berries to the breeding pods. So funny how these guys work. It's the breeding pods is such a funny thing. It's like, oh yeah, this idyllic game about like beavers, and it's like, oh yeah, the breeding pods. Probably should be, but it's annoying me. I'm getting annoyed. Is where I'm at. And I probably am going to need to start doing some artificial speed increasing, but I don't have the resources for that.
Rough. Oh, that's always the worst.
Yeah, I'm very resource constrained by lack of beaves. It is labor throughputs that are really restricting me. I can probably turn off one deep water pump because I'm already full on storage. And if anything, I should probably...
You know what actually really surprises me?
What?
No, I think about it, right? We're seeing a lot of these sorts of games come out like Timberborn, right? Where it's like kind of like animal civilization game, right?
Yep.
Where's the fucking one about bees, though?
Where is the one about bees? That's a really good point. We the people deserve more bee games.
There's some. I've seen Kyoharu playing this game a few times. There's some mobile game that's sort of like a civ game about ants. I don't think it looks all that good.
That happens with mobile games, unfortunately. That is their reputation.
Yeah, but which is I'm so disappointed by mobile games, man. Like, why aren't they good? There's no reason that they shouldn't be good.
Okay,
Like,
I think we lose. I think we just lost.
Oof. Baruni.
Not
Just
necessarily.
bad timing.
But it's not looking good. Okay, what can I shut down? What can I shut down? I can shut down you. I can. We need 4. We need its max priority. We need 4. I almost don't care about anything else. Keep the water flowing, and other than that, we need to get construction done. Prioritize this up a little bit so that we're still getting some planks. Yeah, I'm not going to have enough planks, I don't think, in the...
That's rough.
24 hours. 24-hour work days. We're doing 24-hour work days. Whoever...
As we must.
Teja, you're going to have a horrible week. Teja is going to have a horrible week. 24-hour work week until these are completed. Until the double floodgates are completed, which may not even be enough time.
You might not even be able to pull it off.
Yeah, it might not be enough time, but it's the only way I'm going to get anything done. I mean, truthfully, I have just tanked bad ties and just accepted that... no, the beavers do not have money. Disappointingly for our economist friend here, very few city builders simulate any sort of internal market.
It's kind of weird, actually.
Yeah. Even games that are like about capitalism often don't. Like there's not an internal marketplace of goods in Tropico, a game that has money, that very much has money and has wages.
Yeah, I would genuinely think that this is like the place where this would not irritate me, right? Mm-hmm. This is the place where I would not be irritated by the presence of an artificial economy. I already don't want to engage with the real economy, man. Like, it doesn't become better if I like am more successful at it. That's all I'm gonna say, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, the beavers passed out anyway, so I think that might be the game right there.
Rip.
Maybe not, because this one, it does depend a lot on how efficient my construction beeves are. I should get enough planks. I should have enough planks to get through. But yeah, its internal economies are pretty rare. Tropico has like wages and rents and stuff, but they aren't actually managed as like an economy where like the end users have a pool of money and they spend that money. Mm-hmm. The money just kind of abstractly causes them to have quality of life. There's just like a series of checks. There's kind of like a series of checks of like quality of life, and this is gonna be it. Yep, that's it.
That sucks, man.
That sucks. I don't know if that's necessarily game over, but it's not looking good. And this might be worse than just not. Okay, and also set all of you guys to harvest. Prioritize harvest, because we're not going to... Because these guys are going to get contaminated. This might be worse than just accepting like the loss of materials. Okay. Okay. Bad water diversion. Unfortunately, the dam is now betraying me. Okay, so... let's turn down 7 days. 7 days, we're screwed. I'm going to turn it down to 15 hours because at least then they'll have decent quality of life. Oh, and I didn't build a floodgate here. And let's... Oh, these are all dying, so, let's see, how many workers do I have? I don't need 4 construction workers. Frankly, I don't need any construction workers right now. And yeah, let's just get chopping. Get chopping. What else am I gonna do?
Chop, 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 chop.
Just chop, chop. Just get chopping. Beaver is unwell. Yeah, I said farms to harvest. I said farms to harvest. Farms to harvest. And let's just... I should live. I feel bad, though. Especially because one beav is going to die, right?
That's and your population's already pretty small, right?
My population's already quite small. Yeah, yeah. I'm going to have a poison beav. And let's turn you on. Get some berries, not mangrove. I'm particularly annoyed about the mangroves going down. Shouldn't have even bothered. Okay, so with that in mind, I might actually, you know what? I'm actually gonna do something a little bit goofy here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna demolish my own dam. Should have done that before.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Because I've diverted the bad water now. So this should keep my oaks alive, or at least they'll dry out. But oh, no, they'll be fine. They'll actually be fine. The oaks will be fine. I should have done that sooner. I should have done that like as soon as I saw a bad tide approaching. I should have just blown the dam. It's Nagi. Shout out Nagi.
Hello, Nagi.
At Nagi. Shout out Nagi. How is
Yeah,
Nogs?
I told you I was double booked, woman.
Yeah, there he is. There he is. There he is. Okay. And
we were talking about strategy games briefly. Because we were talking about it before.
Yeah, because
a little bit distracted for the last 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, because I'm getting my ass kicked.
Imminent disaster.
Yeah, I'm getting my ass kicked right now. I think I actually probably will live, but I think I need to start doing some more things to improve beaver welfare. And there's some cheap options at this point. There's some cheap options. Mostly housing. Housing's very cheap. Housing's very cheap for me at this point. Water is going to be tight. I am expecting water to be an actual issue.
Under ration.
That is kind of functionally what's going to end up happening. The good news about water is that my population is pretty low. That's like the good news. Population is low. But yeah, I didn't go for the bigger water tanks. I didn't expand water production as much as I should have. So water is going to be an issue.
So I got a question for you. Actually, you might know this because you know more about this genre than I do, basically, right? Of like the sort of Civ strat game, non like squad based tactic strat games.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, fair.
Do you know if there are any games like there's sort of Frostpunk that fits this thing that I'm about to ask about, but there's like games that are like, do you know of any Civ games that are depressing ass games about trying to survive it as a post-war society that has been ravaged? Not about like triumphantly returning from a post-war state.
So this is actually something I'm a little bit cranky about. This is a Frostpunk is actually, I don't know if Frostpunk is, so Frostpunk is a very canonical entry into this broader genre of survival city builders, which is a genre I really like.
Yes.
Dot Age is one.
Yes.
This is one. I would consider this
is technically one, but
Vanished is technically
really
one, but it's they're very abstract about it. They're very specific about it. The one that is the most thematically on point for that, there's the most clearly that is what they are trying to do, is one that I end up thinking about a lot, called End Zone, Worlds Apart.
I've heard of that.
Almost certainly from me. Because I've made comparisons to End Zone, and I am actually very critical of End Zone. I think it is more of a failure than a success.
Okay.
It is set in a, like, the setting is very, like, Stalker. It's very like Stalker, more so than anything else, kind of Fallout, but it is
Right. Yeah.
There's been a nuclear apocalypse, and
shit. Right?
and you are rebuilding in the ashes of the old world.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I think it is a game. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say. So I was prompting you. So what's frustrating about it? Right.
It's too fucking easy.
I see.
It is too fucking easy for what it is. It has a couple of pretty cool mechanics. The mechanic that I think actually stands out as being the most interestingly cool. I think I can turn off the berry gatherer and start getting back to construction. The mechanic that I think is kind of the most interestingly cool is that when you don't really research, the way that you like progress in terms of research and in terms of getting rare resources in the game is you send out squads. You arm and equip squads, and they go out into like you find like a laboratory or a vault or a government office, and you send a squad of people there to go raid it.
I see.
I actually think this is kind of a cool mechanic, and it turns into like a.
That is kind of a cool mechanic,
and it has a mini game to it that's like a text RPG almost. Right, it's there's like a little, it like all of a sudden turns into like you kind of like play a little mini round of Darkest Dungeon.
Yeah, a choose your own adventure sort of story.
Yeah, very choose your own adventure. Like you have, it actually it's extremely like a choose your own adventure book.
Do you just randomly get killed by a shark half the time?
Really I don't think that's ever happened to me. I can't confirm that it won't happen, but like it keeps track of like how many bullets you have, how much medicine, etc.
When I was a kid, I sorry, this is a little bit of an aside, but when I was a kid, I played a lot of pirate-themed choose-your-own-adventure books. And every single one of them includes at least one scene where you're just going about your business and you get killed by a shark. It never is there any indication that you could get killed by a shark before you turn the page. It's just always there.
I'm gonna turn the dam to low priority. I actually, Terry, I'm not a super big fan of using dams for this purpose. I'd rather just have a floodgate. In fact, actually, I dislike it enough. I'm going to actually not even bother building that. I'm going to make a floodgate. I'm just going to... well, I'm sorry. I'm far away on research on that, but whatever. We'll get there. We've got 3 days left of this. We have so much time. It's just not that big of a priority. But yes. So the big problem, right, is that the game is ultimately too easy, and this causes the aesthetic and the gameplay to start diverging pretty radically.
Yeah, the ludonarrative dissonance, as we call it, right?
Yeah, the dissonance gets pretty harsh. The particularly goofy part of this to me was that one of the big mechanics in it is that there are Fallout-style raiders. Itsy Bitsy Bones, wow, 20 watch streak, that's very impressive. So there are Fallout-style raiders in the game, and so like that's like the purpose, right? Like these raiders will come and they'll come and they'll try to kill you. And they'll roll up and they'll be like, hey, give us 20 medicine or like we'll start killing you.
Yes.
And so there's supposed to be a tension here between like, do you give in or do you fight back? And if you fight back, you need to have an entire military infrastructure. You can't just fight back with like your clubs, with like scrap iron. You have to make guns and bullets and watchtowers, and fight them off that way. Where this became absolutely fucking comical is that like the raiders would come up to me and they'd be like, hey, we need 20 units of medicine, for example. Or we kill you. Okay? So 20 units of medicine is it takes a certain amount of, that's a resource, right? That you have and you probably have a stockpile of, and this will deplete your stockpile. The alternative is to shoot them with your guns. The issue is that individual bullets are more valuable than individual units of medicine, and fighting
I
off
figured it was going to be something like this.
yeah, and fighting off the raiders takes way more than 20 bullets.
Yep.
It would be the fighting off that kind of raid would be the equivalent of like 600 medicine. If you win. That's like a winning fight. That's like the win.
Yep. Yep. This is often a problem. Right?
Yeah. I mean, this is a similar problem with Tropico, right? Which and Tropico has enough other things going for it that I don't really begrudge it that much. But Tropico definitely had an issue where has historically had an issue where it's a game, right, about being a dictator of a you're the dictator of a Caribbean island, and you have these incentives to treat your people poorly, right? That's part of the gameplay loop, is that you have these incentives.
You're supposed to role play a little bit as a shithead.
You're supposed to role play as a little bit of a shithead, and and there's a whole system for it. And that system of creating a military that can keep your populace down so that you don't have to spend money on churches and hospitals and schools is way more expensive than the churches and hospitals and schools.
Yes.
Which
and that I think is kind of the point in Tropico.
I think it's kind of the joke, right? That's kind of the joke.
Fundamentally, right? a comedy.
Yeah, it's fundamentally a comedy. I think that is in fact part of the joke, and I don't really begrudge it that. But it is worth noting, right, that like part of the deliberate fantasy of the game is just like not achieved by the mechanics as written because they didn't make them hard enough. Never resisted the crown or the
not
pirates.
Enough friction that makes the game fun, right?
Yeah. Well,
I've come to like the term friction.
I like
discussing challenge, right?
Yeah.
And gameplay challenges, and it can be a little complicated because when people talk about friction, especially when players talk about friction, most of the time what they're talking about is accessibility problems. The controls don't make sense. They didn't know what to do. They didn't understand the mechanics, right? That sort of stuff. In a way that's like, or like in an action game, the boss just swings their arms around and does a bunch of damage to you, and you can't tell what the fuck is going on. There's no indication of where you're supposed to go, what you're supposed to do, how to play the game, what's good, what's bad, right? You're not taught anything meaningful. And it's not a game where you just get dropped in and told, figure it out, idiot, right? It's just, you're clearly supposed to know this stuff to progress, and the game just doesn't teach you, right?
Yeah. But it's also... It's bad. It's all that's bad friction, but it is worth saying. Like friction is, friction is not a synonym for bad, right? It's just not.
Because good friction is when a game has stuff to learn that you have to learn.
Yep.
And as you learn it, it reduces the friction. The friction is not permanent. Right, and there are game genres. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, and to kind of like emphasize part of why I think this is a really good word is the metaphor here is this metaphor with physical friction, right? With physical friction in physics, and the thing is that the way that the metaphor for having too little friction is actually similar to the metaphor for having too little friction in real life for real life surfaces, which is that everything just feels like you're gliding on surfaces. Yes. And it all feels pointless and like you can't, and like you aren't doing anything, right? To use like a Dark Soulsian example, a game that's about boss fights, right? Or Monster Hunter or something like that. Like if the way it would be bad, a hypothetical version of Monster Hunter or whatever, where you have enough HP that you don't have to dodge or block at all ever.
This is called playing Giant Dad in Dark Souls.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You just, and it's worth saying that like it's kind of funny because in general that's not actually an invalid kind of gameplay mechanic.
No, it's not. It's really important, in fact, in my opinion.
Well, and I was just gonna say like a really a type of game that a lot of people like is the classic JRPG, and that is kind of what the mechanic of the game is you you are in a predator-prey system in the calculus sense with the boss fight, and you run out of HP or they run out of HP first.
Yes.
The end. That's the game. that's,
as I call it, a DPS race, because
it's a DPS
this
race.
is
Yeah,
this is a type.
That's the
boss
MMO
fight
term.
that
Yeah,
exists in MMORPGs, right?
yeah, it's very much the MMO term. Yeah, yeah.
And it's the thing about MMOs in this context is that it's testing you on a particular type of execution.
Yes.
Can your group do a bunch of damage before you die? Or is your group just built to outlast everything? In which case you're going to struggle. You know?
Yep. And it's and there's different, and again, like it's a calculus problem, right? It's fundamentally it's a systems problem, or really it's not really a calculus problem. It's a linear algebra problem, but whatever. Where you doing more DPS reduces the amount of HP you need to have, and vice versa, right? Like you can usually MMOs are not designed in a way where there's a lot of flexibility on this point, but you can make a game where we are going to run out of water, but shouldn't be too big of a deal. Population is down. You can make a MMO where I'm going to actually do something that I should have done a while ago, and make a lumber mill over here so that I can stop having to balance wheels. And you can make a MMO where that's like essential to the game balance, right? That's you generally don't, right? Because usually the reason why games aren't balanced that way, and actually hold on, shit, no, kill it. Usually the reason why games aren't balanced that way in MMO land is that it's just really annoying to balance, right? It's just, from the game developer's perspective, this means that instead of balancing like, oh, this boss fight has enough DPS or doesn't have enough DPS or has too much DPS or has too little HP, has too much HP for the player base, it's no, they have their cumulative DPS HP race calculation zone. It changes you from having a value to having a region of values. Yeah. So that's the reason why they don't do it, because it's already there's already enough of a pain in the ass to balance MMOs as is. It's already hard enough. So they just don't feel the need to make that worse.
So my personal opinion, right, is that a lot of times the friction that is important is, again, to use another term, ludonarrative.
Yeah.
Right? The friction that I find is important is the friction that makes the game, like, I'm going to use a stupid term here, but fun. Yeah. Right? Like, so one of the biggest complaints that people make about fighting games, right? A genre I know a lot about.
Yes.
So is, oh, well, you have to do these stupid combos to do anything cool in the game. Yes, that's the point.
I was about to say that's not a complaint I'm particularly sympathetic to.
Yeah, I am to some extent, because I think that combo inputs in particular are outdated. I do not think that fighting games should stop having them. I think that they should stop making new fighting games that have them. I do not think we need quarter circle backs in like Invincible Versus, which it doesn't have, by the way. But like in these games that are coming out now, right? These new fighting games, they should be trying new things with their control schemes, because they're meant to be played on your fucking computer with whatever controller you want. Right? Fighting game combos were designed for a joystick and 4 buttons.
Yep.
The way they work in Street Fighter or Guilty Gear or King of Fighters or Tekken is based on limitations of human dexterity. It is to limit the ways your character can move around the screen and attack, and what you can do from what position. This is like really important to the way fighting games are designed and played and learned.
Yes.
I think that having more Smash likes, even if they're not sumo like knock them out of the ring sort of Smash likes, right? would be very beneficial to the fighting game genre, because I think that this is a huge point of accessibility friction for a lot of players. But it's also friction that I believe is essential for the enjoyment of the fighting game genre for many, many people. And I don't think that those people are invalid for enjoying having to actually execute inputs.
I agree. I agree. As a person who is not good at that, for whom that's like a very minor consideration, I agree, right? I think it's kind of not my thing, but it is enough other people's thing that my own little preference here feels like some baby shit that other people shouldn't have to worry about catering to. And I mean, I'm gonna...
As a game developer, right, you have to decide who you want to, like, serve.
Yes.
What audience you want to serve, right? And I think that more fighting game developers should try to serve the audience that is not yet into fighting games. Because the thing about
what you're saying is play Yomi Hustle.
Yes. Play Yomi Hustle, Skullgirls to some extent, actually, is a good example.
Shadowroo, we've got Ruru here.
Hey Ruru, how you doing, man? Yomi Hustle is really, really, really good.
Yomi Hustle is Yomi Hustle is one of those games. It's probably like high tier on the list of games that have impacted me on like a short time frame. I've only played like an hour of it, and I'm just like, oh, this rocks. like this rules.
It's a really good game. It's a really good game because it's all Dive Kick is also really good. Like, and of course, my personal favorite, Ultra Fight Dakianta 2.
Ultra Fight Dakianta 2. Mikks has been trying to get us to do an Ultra... I wouldn't say trying, because trying would imply that like you've actually sent out invites and like made a server, but you've been suggesting.
Yeah.
You've been suggesting.
I suggested a few times that we should do a indie VTuber fighting game tournament for Ultra Fight Dakianta 2, and nobody should practice.
Yes.
Because this game doesn't fucking make sense, and it's hilarious.
I agree on all counts here. Unfair Flips tournament. Did you see what Unfair Flips what their April Fools was?
No.
Okay. Heather Flowers is such a fucking genius.
Yeah.
The Unfair Flips for April Fools, for 24 hours, it was fair flips.
Oh, I see.
It was fair flips for 24 hours.
That's actually really clever. I make a point to just like not be on the internet on April 1st.
Yeah, it's annoying. It's unpleasant.
A lot of the times, my experience with April 1st is thing that I really think is really interesting. Is that, it's a joke.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, it's just like, what a prank, bro. You announced something that sounded really cool and interesting.
Prank, I imagine an alternate universe version of myself that was better.
Yeah. Basically.
I do think that the fact that she did in fact make fair flips, and so it went from being an extremely random game to a completely fair game is so fucking funny.
Yeah.
It's so funny. We've got to get water stocks are going to be fine. My problem is industry. Industry is where I'm falling behind on. Science and industry. This is the problem with playing Iron Teeth. This is the problem with playing Iron Teeth is that you're so inefficient at producing food that you can't actually put your labor time into research and industrial development, and that's where your actual strength is. Like you are held back so badly by having really, really poor food production for so much of the game. And I'm held back by the fact that my population is actually lower than it was at game start. I might actually run like no farmers for a minute just to like see if I can kickstart some things. Industry. I'm actually doing okay on that form of production. I need to think about what I really need. I definitely need more science. I need more science, and I have not played Idols of Ash. I've never heard of Idols of Ash.
Idol of Ash like just came out. I think
Okay.
Ruru was playing it the other day. I think that's why he's asking about it.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Also, I should have said this. Folks,
It looks pretty cool.
I suspect that a lot of people who like me will like Shadowroo. Shadowroo is he's a goo boy who streams during the US earlier in the day. Usually you start a little bit after I go to bed, so it's hard for me to like raid into you, but you usually start what I consider the early morning.
He's also a game designer.
He's a game designer.
If you like the game dev talk,
if you like the game dev talk,
he's actually a very talented game designer. He designs traditional games, not video games so much. But
this is one of those things that me and Ruru have like got to do, that like we talk about off and on, but we gotta do some more like discussions around game design and game development. Particularly trad game stuff. Because we're both like trad game.
Oh, God, I hate calling it that.
Well, you can tell, right? That you can tell where I get that from, right?
Yeah.
That's what they call it on Something Awful.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. But yes, I've not.
Trad just like instantly sets off alarm bells in my head these days.
That's actually pretty understandable. I am more used to it being used for trad gaming than for like
other
trad
purposes,
life.
Let's call it. Yeah.
I think that's mostly because I don't hang out with enough losers.
Fair. I do too much research on the psychology of losers, so...
Yep, you're fucking yourself over there. And... I think... my husband eats 8 raw eggs for breakfast. How does this make you feel? It's like, what? Yeah, exactly. I'm just like, what are you talking about? Why?
I really, really despise the way everything is named now. Have I mentioned this to you before?
This all pills and slop?
Yeah, and it's also just like... How do I put this? You look at a YouTube video, right? Just random YouTube video shows up on your feed. They thought it was crazy until he did this. It's like,
oh yeah, yeah. Even videos that I like are titled in ways that like this like turn me off very, very strongly. I'm gonna turn work hours back up to 17 because they were on 14. I think that might be
the thing that I ram into a lot here is quite specifically videos of people dancing at dance competitions who are good dancers, and the video trying to convince me that the crowd did not believe that this person at a dance competition was a good dancer.
Oh, that's so goofy. That's so goofy.
It like obviously like sometimes you can see people who are clearly like fans of this particular person in the background because they have like a shirt with this guy's face on it or something, right? I'm just like, I'm sorry, they thought he was huh?
Yeah, like, they clearly know what he's about. Like this is not like this was not a mystery.
This shit's a fucking like breakdancing competition. Breakdancing's crazy, dude. You think that people at a breakdancing competition that know it's a breakdancing competition are gonna be astounded by some guy doing some body control shit instead of like flipping? Like, dude, what are you talking about?
Breakdancing is a crazy art form. The people good breakdancers are nuts. Like it's absolutely
fucking insane. This is why I have these videos show up on my thing, because I'm a big fan of human movement. So I watch a lot of videos of like complex dance and acrobatic routines, right? So these things show up on my feed, and I hate that they show up on my feed because they suck.
Okay, hold on. I gotta scrounge around for... We need more science. I'm limited on science. So let me do some math here. You. Gather. The gatherer can stop gathering. Gatherer can stop gathering. Lumberjack can stop lumberjacking. See if we can get... Hopefully... 2 foresters... 2 farmers... 1 construction worker. That's actually too many.
One construction worker is too many.
It's actually too many at the moment. I need so few right now. I will need more in a second, but I am trying to build levees, and I can't build levees until I get another 7 science. I need another 7 science. And there we go. But yeah, I am fully with you. That's a goofy mode thing to try to convince people of. It's like, yeah, we know, man. Like,
yeah, like, why do you think this is on my feed? Like, bro, please. Like, I don't know. It's like this sense of incredulity that seems to just saturate everything right now is really bugging me.
That's understand. Yeah. No, it's very, very reasonable.
Like obviously, like something that some of my friends really like is analog horror.
Yes.
Right?
I have met Noru. Yeah.
Noru, Nagi, other people too, right? I have other friends who like this stuff. And the thing I always think about this genre is like, bro, are you really trying to convince me that videotapes are demonic magic? Are you really trying to convince me of this right now? That, like, because you don't understand it, it's scary and weird? Like, come on now. Right? And this is, like, another one of these things where I think, like, you can probably sympathize with me on this one, which is, like, people just don't know anything about anything before their time.
Oh,
so
yeah,
speak,
yeah.
Right? This is not so much an old guy thing as it is a caring about history thing. And, like, I can forgive a 16-year-old, okay? For liking some shit that's really appealing to 16-year-olds and being astounded by the things that their parents are interested in, okay? I can forgive them. Like, that's... But you're like a college graduate with a film studies degree, bro. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Like, sometimes it's just like, what are you doing? I don't understand. I don't know what you want. I don't know what you expect, and I don't understand how you view the world, because it seems like you just think anything that is unusual to you is like, must be like demon stuff. It's like, okay, look, I get that you were raised in a sheltered Christian household and you're probably just trying to capitalize on that to make art, okay? I understand. But sometimes I really wonder if people just like, at this point, are so poisoned by the familiar that anything outside of their immediate frame of reference is, in its actual literal object form, something fearful and magical. Right? It's like, I get it if people were trying to be like, okay, I want, like, the first time I saw a videotape, it like fucked me. I was like, what the fuck is this thing? So I wanted to capture something that had like the same sort of vibe to me, right? That I'd understand. Or just like this idea of like technology that you just like, that predates you, that you don't understand, that seems arcane as you engage with it, right? There's a lot to do with that, in fact. Like, there's a lot you can do with this. But literally just a fucking video camcorder
is not
supposed to be like some sort of relic of power. It's just a video camcorder, bro. It doesn't matter how much you like make it try to seem surrealist. It's not magical. It's not even like magical realism. It's just a videotape.
It's something that's kind of amusing and interesting to me about that is that it's, I think, more noteworthy as a thing to engage with, I should say, when I guess like because it's not a genre that I think about a lot, the analog horror. I'm not one of your analog horror friends. It's, so I think about it, I look at this stuff and I don't want to say I'm like unimpressed. That's not really what I'm going for, but that it's what stands out to me about like analog videotapes versus, you know, your iPhone camera is the specific ways in which it's lossy.
Yes.
The specific ways in which it obscures things. And
yes, which is what analog horror, when it's like decent at its job, is playing with.
That to me strikes me as like the bare minimum expectation is what I was going for.
Yeah.
It's like, that's what I assume is the default. And so doing anything less than that is just kind of weird.
So my opinion is that the two best analog horror series, right, are Local 58, which is an anthology series framed as weird broadcasts on a public.
I've seen a couple.
Network.
I've seen a couple. Nagi dragged me through some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that series was pretty good, and I think Angel Hair is pretty good. And Angel Hair is really weird because it's not really a horror series at all. And it is very obviously the writers and directors of this series, who are brother and sister, I believe.
Okay, yeah.
Coming to terms with their fucked up Christian childhood.
Yeah, common enough.
And it shows in the actual narrative, right? And I thought that was pretty decent. None of this really impresses me, right? Not only do I not care for surrealist horror, it's amateur hour out there, man.
Nah.
Like, I'll be totally honest with you. It's like these they could stand to spend 10 years studying before they try to do this. Like, this is how I feel about a lot of things. Maybe it's a bit gatekeepy of me, right? I think
it's fair to say I don't think anybody would ever accuse you of not being a bit of a curmudgeon. I think I don't feel like I'm being unfair to you by saying this. I don't think I'm being mean by saying that you have a bit of a reputation for being a bit cranky and curmudgeonly.
Yes.
Okay, farmhouse. Get back to work. 237 water for 6 days. We should be fine. This should be fine.
It often just feels to me like people don't even respect themselves enough to try to make the best thing that they actually can.
Yeah.
Right? And that's like, I feel like a pretty intense amount of secondhand embarrassment from that sort of thing. So that's one of the things that drives me there, right? And my positions on this stuff. It's also just like, it's a little rude of me to say, but a lot of times I feel like what people are creating is pollution. It's just noise, right? It's noise that is distracting people from actually experiencing better things.
I believe I've heard you say this before.
Yeah. Because oftentimes I do not really feel like what matters is whether somebody is affected by something or not. What matters to me is more like what they're affected by about it. And with a lot of this stuff, it often feels to me as though I'm using a lot of self-modifiers to make it very clear that this is my opinion and not some sort of fact, right?
Right. I gotcha.
But honestly, I just feel as though a lot of people are affected by the first thing they come across.
Yeah, I think that's actually pretty common. It is, and that's actually one of those things that like people will say, even explicitly, right?
Yes.
Is like, this affected me because it was the first time I saw X.
Yes, and it's always been extremely hard for me to relate to this when I hear it. Because I am constantly relatively comparing everything to everything else that I see. Right? Like, the way I engage with media is comparative.
Yeah.
The way I agree, or sorry, fuck.
You're okay.
Stutter issue.
Yeah.
I'm okay. It's not a big deal. I'm just like not speaking correctly. The way I engage with culture is predominantly comparatively. Right? The first thing I do is not, what do I think about this? It's, where have I heard about this before? What is this similar to?
Yeah, you've relayed
right?
this.
What does this remind me of? Right? Like, my engagement with culture is very recollective, I suppose I could say. And I generally and broadly appreciate that people have their own takes and experiences on things. In fact, I'd be very bored if that wasn't the case, I feel.
Yeah.
But it would be nice if once in a while they would have more to say than just, I liked it because it was the first thing I saw and I'm never going to change my mind about that because I am a slave to my nostalgia.
We gotta put the work hours down to under 16. These beeves have been working hard. Yeah, and it's I mean, that's something that I always find kind of troubling is your nostalgia isn't going to be kind to you. And
no, it's not.
Most of the time your engagement with nostalgia is going to actually have some pretty negative effects on you. So it's worth being pretty critical in your engagement with nostalgia. Not to say, like, don't allow yourself to engage with nostalgia or to feel nostalgic for things, but to treat that less as a, like, permission to do anything and more as a, like, this is something you kind of have to think about with some seriousness. We're going to... It's time for another form of diversion. It's mega project time, baby.
Oh yeah.
This is a simple one. I've done this one before on this map.
I see.
We're gonna create a temporary diversion to divert water back to here, which will liberate a lot of farmland and also create a nice little bonus reservoir of emergency reservoir of water for longer droughts.
Okay. I have to note something here.
What's up?
Nagi is DMing me, incessantly telling me to tell you about the offensive gay stereotype in eugenics.
She did ask about that.
Yes.
So I'm going to just make so I'm going to give the viewers a little bit of context here, a little bit of context here, which is that Nagi was playing eugenics, and that was a lot of what provoked this, because Nagi is playing eugenics and apparently having a terrible time.
She was having a terrible time until I taught her how to read, and then she started having a slightly better time. She clearly thinks the game is interesting. She just wishes she could move her characters around freely and attack constantly without having any sort of turn order to pay attention to. Right?
Oh, that's funny.
Typical Nagi, right? Typical Nagi. She wants it to be an aggro-ass action game instead of a game that requires any sort of forethought.
Yep. And it is a funny contrast because at the same time, Mikks was talking with me and I was relaying how I was having such a nice time playing Infinity, a considerably more complicated game.
Yes.
And Mikks and I have some disagreement about Infinity. It's a game I've been talking about a lot on stream because I really like it. I think it would be fair to say that the nature and extent of our disagreement is a matter of focus.
Broadly, yes.
Yeah, and
I have some issues with Infinity, and most of them amount to this feels like it was made by people who think Ghost in the Shell is the best thing ever made.
Yep, and
and they cannot get away from that, and they have never watched another anime, and that's their entire perception of what is cool in the world.
And to clarify, the reason why this is a disagreement is I just consider this a very forgivable sin.
Yes.
That's really like to the extent that me and like Mikks really disagree, it's just like I consider that like a nothing burger, like a very, very forgivable sin. Yeah.
Oftentimes my specific complaints of this does not feel like it was created by people who know everything about this subject is something that most people will feel like is a forgivable sin. Whereas it is a thing that is deeply offensive to me because the very idea of somebody going to the point where they actually produce something and not doing their goddamn research and building their portfolio of knowledge and reference pool to the point where they can casually reference every single thing that I've ever heard of kind of offends me.
Yeah, and
it feels arrogant to me.
Hello, Jamie. And to me,
Jamie.
it's yeah, anyway, it's a matter of like what we consider like important, right? It's kind of a values. It's kind of like a very like crude aesthetic values disagreement, which is to say me and Mikks are adults, so it's not actually a big deal. Like it's not actually like a big deal.
It's not a big deal. It's in my case, like it is because I am a particular kind of fucking nerd, right? Like I'm gonna actually use the fucking words here, right? I'm a dumb fucking nerd who has very detailed and deep knowledge of very specific things, and I get mad when those things are not sufficiently deeply portrayed in the media I consume.
Yeah.
I do like how Infinity plays.
Yeah.
I think it has a few things that I would prefer if it were done a little bit differently.
Yeah, I do as well. There's at least there's one specific rules mechanic that I got in like a straight up fight with like the guy who runs the tournament system over because I think it's such a fucking dumb interpretation.
Do you mind if I ask which one?
It's so dumb. It's so specific. It's hollow masks. You cannot measure repeater distances from false repeaters. It's so specific.
Yeah.
It's so specific.
Yeah.
This has a really, really specific gameplay mechanical effect, which is that there is a very, very good commander named Saladin who is not very tough. If you can get your hands on Saladin, you can probably kill him. Any medium threatening unit can almost certainly kill Saladin. Saladin is like has some ability to defend himself against very weak threats, but against anything that would like take a real dive at him, they can probably do the job pretty easily. And this is true for a lot of commander type units in the game. And the way you defend them is you put another unit on the table that looks like it. And oftentimes this means you just take a really cheap commander that's not very good, and then you take another copy of the same guy that doesn't have that rule, doesn't have the command rule, and then your opponent now has to do 2 really expensive, difficult assassinations, and just making them have to do 2 different ones is enough of a pain in the ass that most people just give up and fight you differently. So yes. Saladin is a unique character. You can't have a second Saladin on the map. But you can take a unit that is dressed up like Saladin and imitates all of his rules.
Yes.
With a rule called Hollow Mask, where they put on a holograph of the other unit and look like them, right?
Yes.
So repeaters are a thing that allow your hackers to extend the range that they hack at. You're not allowed to have fake ones of these, and Saladin has one of these installed even though he is not a hacker. So when somebody says, hey, I need to see how large your repeater network is, which is something they can ask at any moment in the game, when you are active. If you are the active turn player, they can always ask you that. Then you just have to reveal that your fake Saladin is in fact fake.
Yeah, which is stupid because it completely undermines that entire...
I don't know. And they've gotten a couple. There's a couple, and like the way that they specify it makes it seem like the intent is not that, but also other players have relayed that this is something that the devs do intend, that they do intend for some commanders to not be hollow maskable.
Right. So they should just make a rule for that.
Yeah.
Then,
and I mean, honestly, in this particular case, the place where it would make sense is just that they have a rule about the interaction between hollow masks and repeaters that implies that you can fake having a hollow mask, and the way that your opponent figures out that it is a fake hollow mask is not they go, hey, show me your repeater network. It's they try to use they wander into that particular repeater, try to use it as if it were a repeater, and get told,
yes.
No, that was an illegal order.
Yeah.
So, which I think either way is fine. It's just that they wrote it in a way that, as to me, particularly as an anthropologist rather than as a lawyer, reads as like it's a question of like, if you create a system, you intend to use that system. Is like my anthropology ass way of saying this is like, if you study a society and they have a bunch of rituals around marriage, it is very reasonable to assume that marriage is a thing that they practice. Right? Yes. If they have specific rules about marriage and they don't practice marriage,
if they didn't.
Well, yeah, with marriage in specific would be very weird. It does happen sometimes that societies have rules for things that are not real.
Yes.
As an American, we have one.
Yes.
We have a very big one. We have a lot of laws and rules about satanic child sacrifice.
Yes, we do.
This is bullshit. This is fake. This is fake.
And parents really few rules about protecting children from their Christian parents. So,
yes. Yeah. We are not protecting people from real threats and are protecting them from fake threats. As I mean, if we're going to be political about it, I will, as we go into the ad break.
I will be political about protecting children from being indoctrinated any fucking day. Right?
I mean, shit, I was just thinking about much more. I was thinking about much more mundane, everyday abuse.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
like,
that's a form of I will say, if you're being abused, and your parents are telling you it's because of God, they're righteous because of God, that's indoctrination still.
yeah.
That's
What is
bullshit,
also still they also
right?
still hit you, right? They're also still
Yeah.
beating you. Like, it's still also just
They're also
violence
still
against a
beating
child.
you, right?
It's just there's not. I'm just of the opinion that this is just a matter of like legal emphasis, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, I get you. I get
the point going back to Infinity is just like it's. I think it is an imperfect game, but I think it does enough things that I think are incredibly cool and interesting that I find it very exciting. Mikks finds it aesthetically uninspiring, which is something I am less moved by, but it's just a matter of emphasis. It's just a matter of emphasis. Anyway.
I find it ludonarratively uninspired, right? Which is more of a problem for me. If it was just the aesthetic, it would be the same problem as like War Machine, for me, right?
Yeah.
A setting that I like with an aesthetic that I don't, right? I think this looks like some child's plastic toys aesthetic of War Machine doesn't appeal to me, and Infinity has a different problem, which is that it looks like plastic toys that are made for grown-ups who are insistent that they're not toys.
I think that's actually pretty fair. I think that does definitely that's one of those things where I think that as they've grown as a company, they've gotten a bit better. They've gotten a bit more
Their
away from.
newer stuff is much better than
a lot of the problem that effect was caused by a lot of the sculpts just not being nearly as detailed as they needed to be for the objectives that they had.
But it's also a matter of like colors, features. The whole game reeks of being afraid to be silly.
I would actually.
That bothers me when you have magical aliens and giant robots and powered armor and cyborgs, right? I think these things are inherently silly.
The game does have parts that are silly. I think that the actual issue, and this is something I do think is just like a failure. I just it just doesn't upset me that much because so many things do.
Of course.
Is that the ways in which it's silly are not well executed.
That is also true.
I think it tries to be silly in a bunch of ways, and the ways it tries to be silly are just kind of dumb.
I'm genuinely trying to not focus on the things that I think are the game's actual like failure points, because I think we're actually all in agreement with that, right?
Yeah.
Like you and I have like the same sort of perspective on this stuff. But the big thing here for me with Infinity is that I really wish the game was a little bit more of a squad tactics game.
Yeah, it is very much an individual tactics game. Like,
yeah.
The central fantasy of it, and I am cool with this. I thought this one should be going faster now. This one should be going like at least 50. The central fantasy that I think a lot of the game is about, and that I think is quite good, is that it's about, at least to me, like 80s action hero movies. That it's I think of it. I think very heavily about Commando and Predator.
Yeah.
And I think it does. It could probably execute on some of those fantasies and ideas better, but I think it does a remarkably good job with the level of language we currently have with tabletop wargaming, and I am hopeful that future game developers do an even better job. But yeah, it is not a squad tactics game ultimately. No, it's
not a squad tactics game, and it doesn't quite hit the type of action that I like. I think you're actually picking up on something else that kind of I don't want to call it like upsets me, but kind of unnerves me about games like Infinity. They feel very celebratory to me.
Yeah.
In a way that I am not comfortable with.
I think Infinity falls into... Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
No. This is mostly for those of you who don't know me, I am an actual pacifist, right? This is not, I'm trying not to be a fucking asshole about this and be like, the game has violence, so it's bad. Or
obviously
that's
not what he thinks. That's extremely transparently not how he thinks at all.
That's not how I think, right? I have this problem of violence being fun and enjoyable and like a cool thing that cool adult men do to be cool.
Yeah. There's a
it's notable that my favorite tabletop game of all time is Mordheim.
Yeah.
A game where every time there is violence, it is fucking horrible. Characters get permanent wounds and injuries. It's fucked up, and it's incredibly deadly.
Yeah.
And that tends to color my perspective on the depiction of violence and the tone violence is treated with, right?
Yeah.
One of the few things I appreciate about Warhammer, and I appreciate much more about Warhammer Fantasy than about Warhammer 40,000, is that at the very least, well, it does try to like make you think like, oh yeah, this is grim and gritty real men shit, right? Or whatever. It also makes it fucking horrible.
Yeah.
Right? And tragic and miserable and awful. And it makes it very clear that this would not be a cool life to live.
You have to be pretty weird if you have to be pretty fucking weird to find the 40k universe appealing.
Infinity has a little bit of this, man, this would be so cool.
It's true.
Vibe.
It's true. And as a person who, first of all, morally agrees with you, right? Like morally,
Yes.
I am actually agreeing with you. And I think that there's something, I think that you're right? I think that you're right. I'm just, and I'm going to actually like kind of damn myself here and make myself the hypocrite here.
I don't think you're a hypocrite.
No, I'm going to say makes me a
hypocrite.
What I'm going to say makes me a hypocrite here, which is like, so I played a game today. It's still ongoing. We only completed the top of turn 1 because me and the guy I'm playing with are very slow because we're new players and we're very collegial with each other. It's honestly a very nice vibe. I think it's probably part of the reason why I like it is the people I've played with. It's been very
you
collegial.
Are a very social gamer.
I'm a very social gamer. I talk with this guy about. I talk with this guy like I talk with Mikks or I talk with anybody else who comes on this channel, and we have a nice long back and forth. And when we talk about the game, we have a real discussion about like, okay, hold on, like, should this piece of terrain do this? Can you tell me about of the units that I am allowed to see right now? Because this is a game with hidden information. Which ones have this rule? Which ones have that rule? Like, it's very collegial. It's very, very friendly. And so the way that his first turn ended, he had the first turn, and I have not actually moved. I have not actually acted. I ended the first turn by dropping 2 of my units out of hidden deployment and bricking his main shooting piece in his own activation. This is very cool. I felt so cool that my opponent thought he had a safe space to use an extremely deadly piece in a pretty trivial way. And what he got for his trouble was completely immobilized. And that was on his turn. I haven't even done anything yet. And I have already neutralized the most dangerous thing he's got in his list. Or I should say, I haven't used any of my orders, to be very strict about this. But, like, I have done something. I shot him. But, so, the point here is that, like you say, oh man, wouldn't this be cool? It felt really damn cool. It felt really, really damn cool to do this act of strictly speaking, not horrific violence, because it was a non-lethal weapon. But it did, that is definitely, like, a feature of the game. And in the case, this is something I think about.
Referred to it as 80s action movies.
Yeah, it's 80s action movies
that are literally all about how cool it is to stab people and shoot guns and get hurt.
Yep. Well, games are all about that. The games, the movie genre, there's all about that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think I need more water pumps. I hate this. I hate this feeling. Mostly because it means I'm going to have to move around a bunch of stuff. And my construction workers are really strained. Yeah, let's turn off the lumberjack, increase that.
So,
But yeah,
Wait a second. I personally do not think that is very hypocritical, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
It is somewhat antithetical because you, for example, have never claimed to think that dudes doing cool military stuff isn't cool.
That's true. That's true. I do think,
especially if it's a
military propaganda is evil.
Yes, military propaganda is evil, but fictional characters doing cool tactical stuff. You're a military history nerd.
It's true.
Of
it's true,
course
and I do
you like it.
Well, and
and they're not real.
They're not real. This is
right?
this is a huge part of this, right? Is like this is the actual real thing that happened here was I surprised my opponent in a way that made him think really hard.
Yes.
Right. Like that's the actual thing that happened.
Yes.
Is my opponent
in the abstract tabletop strategy science fiction game you were playing that has aliens and giant robots.
Yeah.
You
I excited my opponent.
Your opponent and took out one of his main artillery pieces, it sounds like, right?
Yeah, and I functionally excited him. Right. This was like I think he was I don't think he did not seem upset. He was just like, wow, dang. And so this is my point with all this, right? Is that my point with this is just to kind of really affirm what you're saying, which is it's effective, right? It does actually succeed at making it seem cool, which is a bad thing.
And the criticism that I am leveling isn't so much that doing this cool strategic stuff in the game is cool, right? Because the fact is, even if you make it in the context of military and violence and doing harm to others, right? You can still abstract that into other sorts of, as you just did. You surprised your opponent in the game.
Yep, it was about as morally. It was ultimately it had about the same kind of ethics as like getting off a really sick shot in basketball.
Yes, because what you are doing is playing a competitive game. It is play, right? Ultimately, I'm trying to make sure I'm framing my criticism here.
Yeah.
Right? Because I am not concerned so much about the ethics of shooting zombies in a first-person shooter.
Yeah, that's true.
I cannot really be bothered with this. It is kind of an asinine thing to get all up in arms about, right?
Yeah.
To use a very ironic metaphor. What bothers me about games like Infinity, and there's other examples, right?
So the game that I think is actually the big relative here, largely because I think it actually has a very similar aesthetic overall, is Overwatch.
Yes, or games like Overwatch, but I will give Overwatch a little bit of credit for basically being a superhero game.
True.
Not really about war, it's G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
It's NGO G.I. Joe, basically, is what Overwatch has going on, right? But I'm trying to think of like a really good example. There's like fantasy media that's like this often. Where it's so fucking clean.
Yeah.
Everything is shiny and neat and pretty and nobody shits and nobody dies. And like when people die, it's like bloodless effectively, right? There's no pathos.
I do think it would be really funny to have
failure.
a fantasy universe where people explicitly didn't shit.
Oh yeah, no, of course. That's
actually kind of funny.
Don't get me wrong. That would be extremely funny, right?
Yeah. Isekai where they're like, like somebody who can see Isekai and they're like, where's the toilet? And they're like, what do you mean?
It's got a reincarnated in another world, but I'm the only person who has functional bowels.
Yeah. What's shitting?
Yeah. But the thing that gets me here is like it feels like the fantasy goes away for people if you don't make it about how glorious and cool it is to be murdering your enemies.
Yes.
It's not even. This isn't even. I want to be very clear. This is not some Nazi shit.
No,
this is not about exterminating the rats that you hate so much or whatever, right? Or being the superior being. It's more like the American fantasy of walking down the street with your family and a bunch of goons who are monsters who want to kill you jump out at you and you take out your gun and you shoot them all and you're such a badass. Or Taken.
Yeah, Taken's a great
Right?
example. Taken's great for this one. Yeah.
Where you are supposed to admire the idea of doing violence to your enemies.
Yes.
And that's what kind of gets to me, because at least with the sort of grim dark tabletop games, of which I think there are too many.
Yeah.
They make the whole process of violence horrific because that's part of the appeal, you see, right?
Yeah.
It's about fucked up shit happening, right? And I will not say that I particularly prefer people who are really into that, but at least from my perspective, I can look at it and say, this would be miserable, and anyone who thinks it would be fun is an idiot.
Yeah, that's very
Whereas, even I look at Infinity, I'm like, yeah, they've framed this in a way that it's actually fun. Right? That, like, it's like actually there's no like sardonic irony to it. There's no like bitterness about the horrors of violence and war. There's no bitter aftertaste at all. This reminds me of like my least favorite Gundam show, which is the 08 MS team, which has the same fucking problem, despite being represented as fucking, oh, it's like Vietnam, bro. It's like Gundam Vietnam. No, it's
you
fucking
had this rant
not.
recently, and it's
It's
a funny
just
one to me
not.
because like it is one that I have heard of, but again, I've mostly heard of it in very positive terms. Which
Because it's a banal love story. That's like its actual appeal point, right? It's about how Shiro and Aina are totally in love, but they're on like opposite sides of the war.
oh, this is an interesting.
And then
problem.
conveniently, Aina is the victim of abuse by her older brother, who's a fucking evil mad scientist man who tries to turn her into a super weapon so Shiro can rescue her. And it's all very convenient because you don't have to deal with any of the actual problems here, right? You don't have to deal with any of the idea of like, well, is the protagonist going to become a fucking deserter to be with the girl he loves? Is she going to become a deserter? Is she going to become a traitor? What's going on here, right? Because, like, there's no way she's not going to jail forever, right? If they find her, she's a Xeon war criminal.
Yeah, and it's
right, like, So it's like they don't deal with any of this. They don't deal with anything. The biggest like form of pathos that they deal with in this series is an old soldier guy being sad about his men dying, and
embarrassingly banal.
a love triangle. It's embarrassing. Like, drives me nuts. And you see this a lot with like certain sorts of things, right? I mentioned 86 as well, right? 86 is a show that I really like, right? I think it's just good. It has some rough edges that could be filed down a little bit.
Yes.
But,
This 86 is one that I actually do know. We have
Yes.
fortunately hit an anime that I am familiar with.
Yes, that's why
I think
brought
that
it up.
both me and Mikks can approve of 86.
Yes.
It's I will give you the warning for anybody who is sensitive in this way, because some people are. It's pretty fucking harsh. It is a pretty harsh show. The
political realities of the show are pretty fucking real, is what I will say.
They're grim. Yeah, they are grim.
Yes.
The
show itself is not utterly grim, though. I will tell you,
No,
this is
I
not
don't
a show that's about like people suffering for no reason and nothing ever gets better.
No, it's a show
It's
about
not that kind of show at all.
The political reality is that it is about a liberal democracy that has found itself in an existential war and is using that existential war as a pretext to do a genocide that it always wanted to do. And
Yes.
they are so willing to do this genocide that they are willing to lose the war, an existential war, to do more genocide.
Yes.
It's pretty
Which is a
fucking
little
raw.
ridiculous, but it's also kind of realistic in a weird way.
It's kind of real. I mean, it's. Ooh, I'm
It can
gonna.
be a
I'm
little
in
bit
trouble.
much
I'm in
at
trouble. I did not
times.
realize how long this.
Oh dear.
11 days. I am going to be in trouble. I suspect some beeves are going to die from dehydration. Yeah, it's a pretty raw show. I think it's actually fairly realistic to the Third Reich.
Yes, it's fairly realistic to the Third Reich. I will mostly say it's a little overwrought at times.
Yeah, I think
but
that's
it's melodramatic. It's a melodramatic mecha anime. Like,
it's a melodramatic
what
mecha anime.
Right.
But it is. Yeah, I mean, like in case anybody, I am not joking when I say that this was like a series of decisions that Nazis were making during World War II. Of like,
yes, indeed.
Are we willing to die? What is more important? Our survival or deaths of more Jews? And quite a few of them said, no, the more important part is we kill more
Don't
Jews.
forget Romani. Also Romani.
Also Romani. And many other people. Many other people.
Yes.
Why is it contamination?
Gays and
Turi is asking a very important question. So that's why there is a hole in this levee. I was creating a channel, a tightening channel to increase the power through this area. And it turns out that the bad water diversion caused that to overflow the flow rate. And so bad water overflowed here. So, lol. Yeah. So what that means is that once again, the solution is Floodgate. The solution is Floodgate. And yeah, it's a. Speaking of which, there's more. Do I have? I am struggling with wood. Is where I'm struggling. But yes, it's. This is a thing that like actual fucking politicians have done in the past. This is not like a completely impossible scenario. It's just a ridiculous one. But human history can be ridiculous.
It is a adaptation of a light novel written for relatively young Japanese people.
And as a person who's read quite a bit of that light novel series maxes out at pretty good. That's what I would say. It's maximum. Its average is not that good.
I really, really like 1-4's mecha designs for the show, though. Like 1-4 is a very good mecha designer.
But yeah, the actual fear here, Turi, is that I'm going to run out of regular ass water.
Hi, Nagi.
There's many light novels, Scaldi. I would say like the biggest thing about the difference between the light novels and the anime is that they made some pacing decisions in the anime that I think are significant improvements.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
They also accelerated the love story quite a bit, which is, in my opinion, a bit of a positive because it was like really obnoxious in the light novels I found after the first little while, right? Here's what I will say, right? If any of you are fans of Full Metal Panic, you will probably enjoy 8-6 if you've never seen it, right? It has a similar vibe of like political plus giant robot plus love story, right?
Yeah.
8-6 is a lot darker than Full Metal Panic is for the most part.
For the most part. Full Metal Panic is not free of darkness, but
it gets kind of fucked up after Dancing Very Merry Christmas, right? But yeah.
I did like Full Metal Panic.
I'm a big fan of Full Metal Panic. I like Full Metal Panic a lot. I think it does what is often something that I think is almost impossible, which is actually balance a like goofy comedy with serious action sequences.
Yeah, that's pretty challenging.
By actually using that goofy comedy to highlight how fucked up the action is. Especially later on in the series. It also has one of my favorite pieces of character development in any mecha anime ever, which is the kind of like weepy, goofy commander lady, right? Tessa, right?
Yeah.
Her character development is really good.
Her character development is really good. I think it executes something that I think is incredibly challenging, and I think they do a really good job with it, and it's one of the things that I really like, which is the main characters... I should say, the entire tone of the show takes a really, really goofy pivot.
Yes.
And then they pivot back.
Yes.
To being a very serious show. It's a very...
They do this like 3 times, too.
I'm mostly thinking about the difference between seasons 2 and 3. Season 2 is like pure comedy. Season
Yes.
2 is all goofball.
You mean Fumafu, right?
Yeah, Fumafu, I love.
is actually based on the side stories, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, I was thinking second raid, which is
Oh,
much darker than the first season.
Yes, that's fair. That is fair.
If they hadn't skipped it, the third season would have been Dancing Very Merry Christmas, which is literally Die Hard 2. Like like explicitly within the context of the setting, a character says this is just like Die Hard 2.
Aside, Die Hard 2 is pretty good. It's not the
Die Hard 2 is pretty good.
It's not the famous one, but it's not bad by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah. It's actually like one of the more important story arcs because it's actually just an excuse for characterization, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the action is so background in that it's there and it's cool, but it's like actually surprisingly low stakes overall.
Mm-hmm.
It's long story short, Mithril is on a boat and they're pretending to be terrorists because they need to get something from the boat's safe because the captain works for their enemies, right?
Mm-hmm.
The captain is a fucking Russian spy, basically. Long story short. Right? And a random American Marine who happens to be on a cruise because his wife dumped him, and so he's on a Christmas cruise by himself, takes it upon himself to stop the terrorist threat. His name is Killy B. Sailor, and he will not stop saying it. It's extremely fucking funny. It's a really good story arc, right? And then immediately after that, the series gets like 50 times darker.
Nice.
Okay. But yeah, no, I appreciate Full Metal Panic. Full Metal Panic also has fantastic mecha designs. So
something that you take very seriously.
I take it pretty seriously, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's not like the end-all be-all, because I like Buddy Complex, and Buddy Complex's mecha are like okay at best, right? Mm-hmm. I like Buddy Complex because it's completely fucking insane.
That's always such a positive. Something that's actually fucking insane.
It's one of these like post Gundam Seed sort of mecha anime, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like, oh yeah, no, this is clearly a setup for why is there like a fucking stable time loop as the main plot point of this series? Right? Just like that's what the series is about. The series is about the protagonist and another character doing repeated stable time loops where they replace each other as the protagonist trying to save each other from the stable time loop. That's the actual plot of the show. That's very
funny. I like that a lot. It's
extremely funny. It's also a rare example of a series where what actually happens in this series, I shit you not, mm-hmm. is the female lead just goes, I'm not going to actually decide between my love interests. I'm going to take them both, and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
That rules. I love good poly representation.
Yeah. It actually is pretty good, too.
One of the rarest things that you see in media, decent poly representation.
Because the interesting thing is, in this version of the time loop that you see most of the series from, she's like the brainwashed rival character, right? Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And the show has this whole thing going on with like some really unsubtle subtext between the protagonist and his wingman, right? Who happen to be Hina's two love interests, mm-hmm. Right? So it's like really weird. It's a good series. I quite like it. Fucking.
I think that rules.
It does in fact rule. Also, the music's pretty good. And I like the captain character a lot. He's just, like, really mellow all the time. Which is a fun sort of, like, commander sort of character to have. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the bright Noah, right?
3 days left. I'm gonna be fine. Even though I'm out of water right now, I'm gonna be fine. Because I did multiple backup reservoirs. So I should be okay.
Good job.
Some of my beavers will certainly be thirsty by the end of this. That's a good sign that I should make a third deep water pump, like I said I would. But I think I'll be fine. I think I'm going to be fine. And
But yeah, I mean, as often happens, I just talk about giant robot anime because I know more about it than just about anything
Oh
else
yeah,
on the
yeah. No,
planet.
you are the expert. You are the experts.
I'm-
You are the
I-
expert.
I-
Yeah.
Yeah, on the subject of strategy games, it's actually very disappointing to me how bad the mecha strategy genre actually is. Overall,
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
The
There's,
only
like, front mission.
they're like front mission.
Into the Breach is good.
Into the Breach is good, but Into the Breach is like Into the Breach does something
It's
that
abstract.
I don't like. I'm actually generally okay with abstraction. It does something I don't really like with strategy games doing, which is the game is predictable enough that it's not really a strategy game. It is a deterministic puzzle game.
Yes, which is what a lot of people think strategy games should be, unfortunately. It makes me
Yeah.
very sad.
I tend to associate that
if you don't have
to
to
like
react
Japanese
to anything, it's not a
design.
strategy game. Yeah, it is. Japanese games really like deterministic strategy. Final Fantasy XIV, Monster Hunter, to a lesser extent Monster Hunter, but Monster Hunter still has a lot of like you know what's going to happen. You're reading the boss's mind as like the height of skill, right?
Okay.
Devil May
Only
Cry.
ran out of water with 1.6 days left. I had a beaver who was injured, and now I don't, so I suspect that beaver died. Food stocks are fine.
I've heard of Krieg's front tactics, actually. Yeah, it looks actually pretty good. I think it's a little unfortunate that the mecha designs are so... We think BattleTech has, like, clever ideas in their, like, appeal. But, you know, like, I'm a... How do I put this?
Me and you are... This is actually kind of a funny thing, like, in contrast with how we talk about Infinity, is that I think we're both BattleTech haters, but in different ways.
Yes. I mean, I just hate BattleTech because they stole their early designs from good mecha shows that nobody knows about now. And also because BattleTech fans are really insufferable.
It's so true.
Flying mechs are unrealistic, they say, as they have their fucking walking tank that's worse than a tank in every way. Like, what are you doing?
Also, I just want to say, hell yeah, it's Gravy Gator. It's good to see you again, buddy. It's always good to see Gravy Gator.
Always good to see Gravy.
So I mean, I am not... The thing that drives me nuts for is that, like, I'm not even opposed to, like, some parts of the fantasy of what they're trying to do in BattleTech, right? At, like, a really elemental level. Not at, like, what they actually achieve, but a really elemental level.
I love that you call elementary elemental. I love that.
Yeah.
So much.
Like, they wanted... BattleTech is much more so than even it is a mech thing. It is a Cold War tank combat game. It is...
What if Dune was the Cold War, basically?
These are guys who... these are guys who liked the fantasy ideas around, like... the type of guy who, like, talked constantly about the Fulda Gap. Like, you know, the Russians going down the Fulda Gap and how we're going to defend the Fulda Gap. That's where they started, and then they were like, yeah, but I don't want to actually have to worry about, like, real-life Soviet developments in reactive armor changing my theory crafting. That's really kind of all that it is. That's really what BattleTech's main appeal is. And I'm not actually opposed to the idea that you would, like, you want to have the version of leopards shooting T-72s where you're not beholden to non-fictional constraints. I'm not even opposed to this, in no small part because I've played Wargame Airland Battle. The trouble where this runs into a brick wall head first and goes flopping on the ground in a catatonic state is that BattleTech fans have then reinvented this exact same set of problems inside their own fandom after they expelled it. The vast majority... I've been around BattleTech fans a lot more than I've been around fans of, like, almost anything other than maybe D&D. And even then, I think it's pretty close. The most of the Battletech fans I have hung out with are relatively chill, and they find this intolerable, but they just are so enamored with like the whole like there's a mech setting where there's 8,000 walking tanks that all have their own rules that like they're willing to just kind of tolerate it.
Yeah.
Which sucks, but these are actually not contaminated this bad water cycle. They've been contaminated for a minute. But the I'm not too worried about that beaver contamination. I am worried about my water storage. I am worried about the fact that my food cycle isn't really taking off enough for me to really achieve the kind of escape velocity that you want to with the iron beaver, with the iron teeth. Anyway. The
iron beavers.
The iron beeves.
Sounds like something. Yeah, the iron beaver sounds like something Margaret Thatcher would name her like custom Space Marine chapter, which is the funniest idea I've ever had. Actually,
that rules. Rules.
Margaret Thatcher playing Warhammer 40,000 is just the funniest thing in the world.
But the anyway, the actual BattleTech fandom that exists and that like you can talk to will not fucking shut up about like, oh, like, but like ACs autocannon rate 20s are always this mass, and machine gun ammunition cannot be stored in a way that it doesn't cook off explosively. And it's like, this is not interesting.
It's really weird, especially from my perspective as like a mecha fan, right?
Yeah.
As like a mecha anime fan, I should clarify, because usually I say this and people just fucking talk about Armored Core and Battletech at me, and I do not care. Right? Like, I'm sorry, like, you can like your games if you want. I guess Armored Core is okay. It has designs by a lot of designers that I really respect and appreciate. But it's a game about your flying gun going really fast, okay? Like, I don't really care about this, right? But mecha anime, the mecha genre, is very much about everything fucking changing and escalation occurring. Right? Like, even the shows that are like, yes, the ancient empire that has been at war for 1,000 years, like Elgheim or Votoms, right?
Yeah.
Are like shows where over the course of the show, technology advances and it's a big fucking deal, and people come up with new tactics to deal with shit, right?
Hold on. Fucked up my water here for a second.
Elgheim is a particularly fascinating example of this, but like this happens a lot in Votoms, despite the fact that basically everything is a fucking trash can. Okay, like every mech in Votoms is basically every AT armored trooper, right? Is basically a dumpster that has about the armor of a dumpster rolling around really fast on jet-powered roller skates, shooting each other with guns. Okay? Like, with guns they're about 4 meters tall, right? These mechs, right? They're not very big, by the standards of the genre.
Yeah.
And even this show has like significant advances of technology that take place over the course of its narrative, right?
And I will just add a little bit more clarity about like why, like where my frustration with the case of, hold on, I need to turn all this to 0, with where this goes in Battletech, where it gets very annoying, right? Is that the headlong collision is that like they want to be freed from these very, very real life constraints around our knowledge, right? Like we know certain things about how tanks and airplanes and missiles and rifles and the human body function, and they want to be able to do theory crafting where they are not beholden to these actual real life limits.
They're beholden to some weird like arbitrary specifications.
But then they want to do really intense hard science theory crafting.
Yes, because for some reason Battletech fans have become like infatuated with the idea that their setting is realistic.
Yeah, and it's I am okay with them having it any other combination of ways. Almost any other combination would not drive me nuts so much. If it was like, oh no, this is a system where like it's all just chaos, right? So hold on, I'm gonna move some laborers around. If it's a system where it's just like, oh no, like just like shit happens, and like that's one thing, right? If this is like an abstract system like Lancer. Lancer, you don't try to, Lancer fans who do theory crafting, which includes me, when I was playing Lancer, like there's no pretense that you're going to use some sort of actual logic to unlock like better techniques than what the game has. But this happens all the time in BattleTech, but then there's just stuff that's like off limits in ways that do not make any fucking sense to me.
Like
the one
tying into the idea of like these sort of community rules that just
the one that
exist.
Oh yeah, right. now we're into the real hard mode. Now I think I'm fucked. The one that really drove me nuts when I was talking with some BattleTech fans was BattleTech has a bunch of rules around stealth and detection, right?
Yes. Oh god. Yeah.
And the thing is, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I'll tell you from a fucking real life physics perspective. That is, it has very important military theory applications. If there is a detector, the detector can be fooled.
Yes.
It does not actually matter.
It is not a magical system that conceptually recognizes
even stuff that people think
of
is
a thing. It's not a video game mechanic.
Even some things that people think are even some like pretty crazy ones, right? Like I remember like having a discussion about this in the case of The Expanse. That somebody was like, "Oh, the kind of stealth tech that the Martians have is like completely impossible." And it's like, not actually. Like it's very very hard to heat shield something like that in space. It's not actually impossible. It's just expensive.
Very
expensive
exactly.
and impossible are not the same thing. You can hide a heat signature against the background radiation of space. It's just very difficult. And if anybody's wondering, like, wait, how the fuck do you do that? The answer is that you redirect it to go the other direction. That's actually how you do it.
Yes.
Like, you just have to make sure it's not facing, you just have to make sure that you're shielded in a way that only faces one direction. That is one option. The other option is one that Furo Syndros has actually implied here, which is a kind of neat one, which is the use of heat sinks. If you use if you use enough heat sinking, you will cook yourself. You will cook yourself if you want to actually stop black body radiation from getting out of your ship. But yeah, you'll get something from it. And yeah, you like true invisibility this is the thing about like detection and deception, right? Is that detectors can be fooled, but it's always a limit, right? Like, it's always a limit. It's always limitations. The human eyeball can be fooled, and that's dependent on your understanding and your ability to understand how humans see things and perceive things.
Yes.
Yes. But it can be fooled to the extent that you know that and you know what can fool it. And the same thing should be true of fucking battle mechs, and for some reason it's just fucking not. Because they have some sort of structure. Somebody here who knows BattleTech better, because I heard this explanation once and it made me so annoyed. It just caused me to give up on the entire fucking system and setting. Like, for some dumbass reason, you can't, like, the mechs have this sort of tape inside of them, the structural tape, and that you can see through walls and you can see through you can detect through anything, but for some reason you're not allowed to just make dummies of it, or much funnier option, if there's some sort of thing that people are using to detect the presence of mechs as like a material, create chaff grenades with it.
Yeah, this is just not very good compared to, for example, Universal Century's Gundam excuse for why all combat takes place at engagement range. Which is that this guy discovered this particle, and then they made a bunch of technology and spaceship engines with this particle, which polluted everything and makes everything other than radar suck. Right? And the heavier combat is, the harder anything other than visual sensors even are to use. Right? It's called the Minovsky particle, and it's why the entire setting works. Because they made magic. It's effectively magic. Yes, it's particle density jamming, basically, right? It's keep in mind this series was made in 1979, and was an intent, and the intent of the setting is to have World War I style dogfighting with humanoid robots in space.
Which is a funny intention. Just even as an intention, it's funny.
It works astoundingly well, and they do an astounding, and Tomino does an astounding amount of work to make it sensible within the confines of the setting's logic, why it works the way it does. Right? One of the most important things about Universal Century Gundam that people do not seem to understand, even though it is outright stated, the Gundam isn't that special.
You've explained this to me before. The Gundam itself is actually, the specific one that is the Gundam is, I think you described it to me as, like, in setting, it's actually kind of a piece of shit.
By the end of the 1 Year War, yes. It's been, like, blown the fuck up so many times and damaged so many times that it's actually kind of just, like, not very good. It does not work very well, and it would be insanely expensive to mass produce. The reason the Federation wins the war is the GM, which is the mass-produced Gundam, the Gundam mass production, right? Which is a spec'd down, easy to use, simple version of the Gundam. This is like giving all your guys a fucking automatic pistol. I mean, whereas the Gundam is like having the greatest fucking master of throwing javelins that the world has ever seen, who can throw javelins at light speed, right? Or something like that. But it's still just one guy. It's still just one guy.
It's one guy who's throwing a javelin, not a javelin missile launcher, right? It's a cute trick, but not a military solution.
And it's made very clear by the end of First Gundam that the reason why the Gundam is a big deal isn't because it's the Gundam. It's because of Amuro Ray being a really unnaturally good pilot.
That's what you have explained.
And nobody else could have pulled that off.
Yeah.
And on top of that, also, it is noted multiple times in Gundam that by like the halfway point of the 1 Year War, or well, the 2/3 point, because the show starts at the halfway point of the 1 Year War. The Gundam is so feared that Zeon pilots just shit themselves whenever they see it, basically, right? And that contributed to Amuro's success. There's a really funny side plot.
It's like Tiger Panic. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I was about to bring that up.
It's like Tiger Panic. Yeah. There's a really, really, really funny side story from Crossbone Gundam, right? Where you learn that the old man on the Space Pirate crew, I'm not going to get into that, but the old man on the Space Pirate crew, when he was very young, he was like 16, he was a soldier during the 1 Year War, right?
Okay, I'm following.
And he was a ball pilot. Balls are just like these, they're balls. They're mechs shaped like balls, okay? Like a single ball with little pincer arms, okay? They're very funny looking. They have cannons on their head, right?
Are they supposed to be good or bad?
Balls are Federation mobile suits.
But like, do they suck? Was I asking.
They're surprisingly effective, but they're kind of cartoony, right? They're support vehicles is the important part, right?
Oh, okay.
And so this guy proceeds to paint his ball's face like the Gundam's face.
Okay.
And go into the Battle of Aobawa Q, which is the final battle of the 1 Year War, with this giant thing that looks like a floating Gundam head.
Okay, that's funny. That's cute.
Coincidentally, the Gundam is also known to have lost its head in a fight with Char Aznavour, right?
That's cute.
So the Federation has accidentally convinced Zeon that the Gundam is like 500 meters tall.
Oh, and this guy's just doing a jape, right? Because he's
just doing a jape because he's a clever little shit, right? Because everybody in Crossbone is a clever little shit. It's like the point of Crossbone Gundam, that all the characters are clever little shits doing clever little shit things.
I like that.
Pirates. Yeah, no, it's really cute, right? But this is something that I really like about 8.6 as well, which is that 8.6 calls the fucking tiny little agile spider robots the juggernauts because they're invincible. right? That's clever. That's good writing. Yeah, I love B Gundam. Yeah, B Gundam is really funny. B Gundam is the name of this particular thing, by the way, in case. Right.
It was not clear to me. It was not clear to me. So
Gundam.
thank you for the clarification.
Yeah. The ball Gundam.
The bull Gundam. Okay.
You'd probably like balls a lot, actually, like which is a funny thing to say, but you'd probably like the design a lot because
I like designs that are simpler than they should be.
yes.
Right. That like oh, I can definitely reduce my work hours. Holy crap.
I'll just link it to you so you can see the funny little guy, right?
I love a funny little guy.
This seems like the sort of thing you'd enjoy. So
I think you are accurate on that front.
Yeah. I actually quite like them, and I think it's silly that they're kind of a laughingstock, but
I mean, ain't that the way, right?
Yeah. Also, Gravy asked about Zoids earlier, which I know you have not seen.
I have not seen. I don't have
which
opinions. I'm sorry, Gravy. I didn't mean to I wasn't ignoring you because I thought your question was dumb. I just didn't have an answer.
Yeah. No, I want to mention this because one, I know you like animal robots, right? And I think you generally tend to prefer like insecty, arachnid robots, right?
Yeah, I like my mechs to look pretty inhuman. That tends to be a positive for me. Tends to be a net positive for me.
Yeah, Zoids is interesting because the robots are cyborg animals.
Yeah, I was vaguely familiar with that. Not concretely, but vaguely familiar with that. Okay, so forestry.
The thing that's notable is the first Zoids anime series is like a pretty like high stakes, high level political thriller about warmongering being a pretty bad thing to do, even if you kind of like have been wronged by another country.
Yeah.
Right? It's very clearly an anti-imperial Japan message, right?
Yes. That makes sense to me.
It's very strange. The later Zord series are all just like about tournaments, so it's not really the same sort of thing, right? But
oh, that's a problem.
But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. It's like I would really like it if there was some sort of presence of like the mecha genre in tabletop gaming and strategy gaming that wasn't just, you know, like BattleTech or BattleTech inspired. Like there is some in like strategy games, obviously, like Super Robot Wars Front Mission, right?
Yeah, there could be a lot more, and I think it's one of those things that kind of to me it feels like it lacks. There's like a lack of direction going on.
I think there's also a lack of knowledge. I'm gonna be real. I think that most people who want to make mecha stuff are basing it on other mecha games that they have played, which sample like 4% of the genre at best. Right?
Yeah.
It's like they haven't seen like Votams or Zambot 3 or fucking like, I don't know, Macross even, right? Macross would be a very interesting thing to actually like try to adapt this way because it's fucking batshit insane, and also actually like surprisingly mixed tactics, strategic combat. Right?
Okay,
It's mostly space naval, but it's like weirdly space naval in a way that most things that are space naval just treats everything like naval combat, right?
Yeah.
Macross primarily goes, hey, the purpose of ships is to launch planes. It's like aircraft space naval.
Yeah, it's more World War II-y. Yeah.
More World War II-y, as opposed to the general World War I-y vibe of a lot of mecha anime, right?
Yeah.
Macross also, canonically, has idol singers with the power to stop wars. Some of whom can also cause people's wounds to spontaneously heal. So, like...
You have mentioned this.
Or fight space vampires with the power of rock. I fucking love Macross 7. It's so stupid.
I need to
So
change.
it would be interesting to see that sort of ridiculous bullshit taken pretty seriously by by like a strategy game. Like, oh yeah, also this is the Minmay attack. It's done by overloading the cultural sensibilities of warlike aliens with 80s city pop,
That would be
causing them to immediately surrender.
Just realized this plan I've got going is cute, but it's gonna be really annoying in like 5 minutes. It's gonna be cute for like 5 minutes and then really, really annoying for much longer. And I think I actually need to do
I do think that sci-fi inspired by today might be pretty interesting if there's a caveat to this. Anything from today matters. Which
is yeah, big caveat.
I find this something somewhat questionable, given how hard we seem to be pushing towards a very proprietary future, which is already something that we've been fear-mongering about since 1980. So, like, or earlier even, right? There's 1950s magazines about this shit.
Yeah.
And so, like, I do worry a little bit about whether or not any of the things that we have today nowadays like matters at all, right?
That's a real good question. It's a real good question. I genuinely don't know, right? Like, it's easy for me to imagine a not distant future, right? Where basically everything that has been made today is basically just like illegal to reproduce, right? Like, and
you're not allowed to have any private property anymore. Everything is owned by corporations, and it's just cyberpunk, man. Like,
and it's just cyberpunk, and I mean the good strike back. We are about to hit ads, by the way, and I do actually want to use the bathroom here.
Of course.
The good kind of thing that is a somewhat valuable strike back in our favor as human beings is, the death of Sora.
Yes, this is one of the best things that has happened recently, as have a couple of the lawsuits that have gone very against a few AI companies and also Nintendo. Things going badly for Nintendo is one of the best things that is happening right now.
All right. Yeah, you will own nothing and you will be happy, as they say. I am going to use the bathroom, and we'll see if my beeves can survive 6.3 days without any more water as I build a swimming pool in the middle of a drought, which is when I usually build swimming pools. The spandex era. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you
want to just leave me to talk to them?
I'll leave you to talk. Yeah, you and Furo Syndros, if nothing else, seem to be having a pretty nice time. I am going to mute. I will be back in a few minutes. I will see you all soon.
So, I wanted to actually mention to Furo specifically about that, right? The thing, I think the Super Robot era, so to speak, right, really gets... People don't really know what it actually was like because they haven't watched many of these shows, right? Also, I'm very large, yes. Hi, Blue. Like, it's not even, like, wrong. There's a lot of spandex, right? But there's also a lot of, like, nice spacesuit sort of looking things, right? Koji Kabuto's uniform isn't really very spandexy. It has, like, it obviously has a jacket and that sort of stuff, right? G Gundam is considerably after this era, by the way, right? Like, the actual Super Robot era was in the 1970s. Gundam kind of ended it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean, children's toy, right? Like, Big Samurai is, like, a good way to describe, like, Daitarn and Zambot and, Combatler, though Combatler has a very interesting head shape, right? Combatler, Voltez, Deimos, Jeeg, Muzzinger, Getter to a lesser extent. Getter got weirder the further it went, right? The thing I've always liked about the super robot aesthetic, especially like the classic, very toyetic children's toy super robot aesthetic, is how often every element of the design is actually utilized in some way as some sort of like weapon or like something, right? Whereas a lot of like the real robot genre, right, so to speak, right? I don't really like these genre terms. They're not real. They're made up shit that Super Robot Wars invented. It's just like, oh yeah, my robot has a gun. That's so realistic, bro. Yeah, your giant war machine has no integrated weapons whatsoever, just hand-carried weapons. That's so much more realistic than having arms that fly off and hit people in the face, right? So realistic. I really wish there were more like more military styled mecha shows that really focused on like integrated weapons and stuff like that and unusual body shapes, right? There's like a few examples, but like a lot of it is like Votom's likes its hard mounted weaponry, that sort of stuff, right? But like if you look at like the very classics, right? The big ones are just like, yeah, this is a superhero samurai robot. Yes. When you get to like the 90s era super robots, the Brave series, right? And its relatives, they really have more of a, I mean, it's Transformers, right? This is a car that turns into a man sort of energy, which I think has value to it, but it is a little bit like the main thing I would say is that I don't think it's more goofy than like BattleTech is. BattleTech is extremely goofy, right? Oh, I don't even disagree. Fro. Like I think that's true, but I also think that if you're building a giant man and you don't like at least have, I don't know, the equivalent of Vulcans or some sort, or you don't like weaponize, if your robot has giant fingers and your fingers don't shoot lasers, that's a little bit boring, right? Like it's not really, these are not practical war machines. Like let's just like get that out of the way. Giant robots are not particularly practical, right? And so the caveat must be made that within the context of the setting, they are somehow practical. So I find that it's more interesting to, like, I really like how Macross does things, specifically, right? With this, where the variable fighters have weapons that are hand-carried, but they also have missile pod. And later on, they have like lasers in their head and stuff like that, right? I quite like that. And I like that they're transformable and their gun pods, right? Their rifles are also the gun pod, the undercarriage gun pod of the airplane form, right? I also like that they turn into like halfway planes. I think Gerwalks are cool as fuck. It's mostly things like, you know, like it's weird because a lot of the more popular real robot series, like Code Geass or even Gundam, but especially like Code Geass, a lot of the more beloved designs have a lot of weird integrated melee weapons and shit like that going on, right? Like a lot of what they are about is how the robots move and how they function at like internal level, right? As opposed to just being like, yes, this is my giant soldier man who carries giant soldier gun and has other gun as well, right? Like mobile suits often store their beam sabers in like a hip compartment or an arm compartment or something like that, right? Like not having stuff like that just feels like kind of wasted space to me. It feels like wasted design space, and it feels to me like also it's a waste of choreography, right? For like, yeah. Yes, the Vulcans were a really big deal because they were a close-in weapon system that actually was extremely effective. Zaku's did not have them because Zaku's are very their entire head is just a sensor array, basically, right? It's a very limited sensor array at that. And yeah, like, in fact, Vulcans get more use in, like, Gundam than they get credit for. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely, in a meta sense, it's a pretty big deal. Like, the genre is, at this point, right, the genre is basically just, like, Gundam, Getter Robo, and, like, the Brave series, really, right? Like, and occasionally you get these weird things that are more influenced by, like, I don't know, Magic Knight Ray Earth, or, you know, whatever, like, sometimes you see things that are more influenced very clearly by, like, the likes of Nadesico, right? And by that I mean that they're not really about robots or anything interesting like that. They're just like fucking harem comedies. I did not like Nadesico very much. But yes, I mean, that's kind of like Tomino in a nutshell. He's never been the best at knowing what kind of knowledge his audience actually has. And he tends to just sort of assume that they understand what he's talking about when what he's talking about requires, like, some degree of knowledge above what the average person actually has. This is especially demonstrated with how nobody understands what the fuck a new type is.
It's a new type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or what it's for, narratively, right? The Gundam Unicorn and Gundam Narrative are really, really bad about this. In regards to
the old type.
Yeah, new type same as the old type. That is in fact the point, yes.
Is that actually the point?
Yes, the whole point is that it doesn't matter what kind of new human develops as long as people are still fucking killing each other over dumb bullshit and fighting for resources. Nothing's going to change.
That's very funny.
Right? New type
is I was literally just making
also,
a dumb joke.
Yeah. No. New types also aren't real. There are people with psychic powers, but new type is just the name that was theorized by Zeon Daikon, right? And who is the founder of Zeon, which was originally a philosophical movement of effectively union workers on the space colony saying, hey, we should actually, like, have rights and shit, right? For context, this is Char's dad.
Okay.
Char is Casful Rimdaikon, who is the child. Zeon was assassinated by the Zabi family who wanted to seize power and take over Earth.
Okay.
Right? Because they're Hitler analogies, right? Specifically, there are analogies to the imperial family of Japan during World War II, but Girin, objectively the worst member of the Zabi family, he has, like, no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Literally idolizes Hitler.
That's such a... All right, sure.
Like,
go for it, man. Go for
it. Literally.
Live your dream.
He has a speech about his idol Hitler at one point. It's fucking crazy, right? The funny thing is, you want to know something really funny about GQUOUUUUUX, right?
Yeah, GCUX. Okay, yeah.
GCUX, yeah. You know what's really funny about GCUX?
No.
It is heavily implied that he never gave that speech in that timeline. Because instead of idolizing Adolf Hitler, his idol is a literal idol, and it's Hoshimachi Susei.
Nice.
It is so stupid. Like, it's because she sings like several songs for the series, right? That's just what, and because Hideki Anno really likes her. But
That's very goofy. That's very funny.
Yeah, her name is the password for the super weapon that Giran designs, right? So, yeah, I don't know. It's really goofy. I mean, yes, you can also technically justify mechs in a realistic setting in a way that isn't very military, which is what Patlabor does.
Oh, Patlabor.
I love Patlabor. Patlabor has some of the best justification for mechs existing, which is pretty much just like some people designed this as construction equipment and it turned out it worked pretty well.
Yep.
Right?
And
then the cops started using them, and it's not all that great. Like, they're not actually
That's
all
honestly
that
like one of the
crimes.
funniest things on the goddamn planet to me is that they're just like not good.
Yeah,
they're just like not good at their stated purpose.
But yeah,
Patlabor's insane.
Yeah, I love Patlabor. I love that Patlabor. Like 70% of Patlabor is just conversations about vegetables.
It's conversations about vegetables and about civics. The constant joking online about how the an actual Patlabor game is primarily about filing paperwork.
Yes, it's extremely funny.
That's real mech action.
Yeah, no, my actual favorite scene in Patlabor is the scene where Noah and Haruka have a drinking contest and they both get completely fucking sloshed and start crying about their grandmothers. That's like the best scene in the show. It's really, really good because this is like their bonding moment, and it's really cool to see a show just go like, hey, here's two extremely empowered female leads who are like weird like rivals, and their bonding moment is just getting really drunk and like talking about how much they love their grandmothers. Like, that's really cool, actually.
Turi, if you are still here, I'm pretty sure that I am dead now.
Rip Baruni.
3 days, I think, is fatal to beavers to not have water. Okay, this has to be... just prioritize max this one. Okay. And we've got a hauling post now. We'll see if I can pull
I may
it off.
have to turn in relatively soon, by the way.
Okay. Thank you for the heads up. And also thank you for joining me. Thank you for joining me.
Of course.
It's really funny how we didn't actually end up talking a lot about the main points.
I think the truth is, I think if you and I want to have a real conversation about the main point, right, we probably have to actually like structure it for ourselves beforehand.
Yeah,
we will drift off topic, especially if we're doing it live on stream, right?
Especially if we're doing it live on stream. I can talk about the general points at length, which in no small part amount to like I think strategy gaming is actually super interesting, and
yes,
we have a lot more to explore in that. I do like how you've gotten really kind of invested and interested in this in this language, this deployment of verb and this like linguistic analogy, because I think it's good. I think it's a good analogy.
I think it's a good linguistic analogy. I think occasionally it feels how do I put this? Because, like, obviously, I'm a cognitive linguist, so I care about this stuff, right? Like, this is obviously how I kind of think in the first place. But it feels a little bit like an attempt to elevate something beyond... Sometimes it feels like an attempt to make a decision tree seem more complex than it actually is, when there's usually just a correct answer to choose, right? Like, especially in games like you've used this in regards to like Final Fantasy Tactics, right?
Mhm.
And I do not think that you have to think about the actual strategy of Final Fantasy Tactics very hard. Right?
I think that's fair. I think that's
it's
fair. Yeah, I think that's generally fair. I mean, the main way you'd use it in the case of exactly Final Fantasy Tactics would be like, what is your verb in Final Fantasy Tactics? And depending on how pedantic you want to be, it is punch guy. That would be kind of like the more generous way to put it. But if you want to be ungenerous to Final Fantasy Tactics, your verb is select thing from menu.
Yes.
Um,
And if you want to be more generous, your verbs are hit in melee, right? Just like hit guy, shoot guy, move,
yeah.
right? Move and hit guy, move and shoot guy, right?
And the big difference is in Final Fantasy Tactics in specific is now or later.
Yes.
That is the really big one. It's now
Yes.
versus later.
Yes, indeed.
All right. If you gotta head out, don't.
Okay. I think that's a reasonably good time for me to head out. I'm sorry we didn't get to discuss more about the actual topic. We
It's
should
fine.
maybe at some point see if we can structure a little bit of like structure for ourselves so we get like at least bullet points so we go down them a little bit, right, and keep ourselves moving instead of getting completely sidetracked.
Yeah.
I can try to do a little bit of that from like my side of things at least, right? From like the things that I'm interested in discussing on this, because there's a lot more that I want to discuss about this topic. I care a lot about strategy games. I would consider myself a strategy game developer of a sort, at least.
Yeah.
Right. So, this is something that crap.
And as I say, the big thing
yeah.
to me, right, is that like genuinely, I think strategy games is actually one of the more interesting genres going right now. I
wish often that strategy games would put the effort into being interesting in ways that aren't just for strategy game nerds who really like not thinking about what the strategy game is actually about and only about what the strategy that they are applying is.
Okay, so this is the thing that I think about a lot with that I should have said to you earlier, because I think this is a valuable point. I think we got close to this point earlier. The possibly worst thing I don't want berries in here. What am I doing here? That shouldn't be berries. The possibly worst thing to be said about Paradox gaming is that there are people who are playing Paradox games to not think about what is happening on screen and to not think about that and to just think about like how am I hit guy, right? And then there are the people who are playing Paradox games because they get to be Hitler.
Yeah.
So, it could be worse, and in fact is.
So even beyond just the point of like how I hit guy, right? It's more. This is something that I really dislike in gaming in general, right? It's more common in video games than in tabletop or traditional gaming, right?
Right.
Which is that people play the game for their experience with the game, not like the important part to them is the actions that they get to take and the way they get to feel. They want to mitigate the amount of observation of somebody else's perspective, i.e. the game developer. They do not want to play the game. They want to beat the game.
Yes.
They do not want to play the game. Yeah. They want to react to events that are occurring that they have power over.
Yeah. I get you.
Which is something that I feel is often like elevated as a mindset.
Even though it's frankly quite toxic, right? It's pretty
strategy games. It's very elevated, I feel.
Yeah, it's very. You are. I don't think you're wrong on that front. I don't think you're wrong.
And I say this as somebody who doesn't really immerse in art, right? In the way that most people do, or at least I'm told that the way that I'm told that they do, at least, right? I obviously can't know for certain, but it seems very likely to me that my immersion and their immersion are very different processes, right? But I just can't really grasp this desire to just like have the game be like a math problem that you solve. Just go solve math problems, right? This is where I lose people, because I just like, why don't you just literally do the thing that you clearly want to do? And they're like, but it doesn't have dragons though. I'm like, but you don't care about the dragons. You don't, they're just an aesthetic. You care about the math. But for some reason it's too boring for you to just do the math.
So what you're saying is something that I have believed for some time, but have not generally been bold enough to say. What we need is strategy game geometry wars.
I mean, I think this would be very popular.
I mean, it kind of exists. That is kind of, I can think of a couple games that are kind of like that, but it's an underdeveloped thing. Like there's a Dice Wars. Is functionally that.
What I am really saying is that I would prefer that to people treating historical war games like this.
Yeah.
And what I would prefer to either of these was strategy games that were actually like fucking interesting beyond being something that you can do applied strategy within the context of.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I think that's fair. I think that is fair. I think that's fair. And this actually does get me to something that, so because again, I've been kind of like getting nerd sniped by a tabletop game. I have been, not just like looking at the game, but also at the like content made for Hello Emperor's Armpits. And the person who I have been watching is an Australian named Robert Shepard, who sounds so fucking much like Perun that I thought he might have just actually been Perun for a minute. And the thing that stood out to me, one of the things that he uses in his language of describing factions in particular, is the concept of the fantasy. This faction allows you to engage in the fantasy of X.
They use this concept when they should be using the word identity, but yes.
Yeah. Well, I think he's using it for, because it's not like the noun of the, it's not it's a slightly different noun, right? It's the fantasy of the one that like he was talking about in particular was a couple of the factions, like some of the factions are about like really superheroed people, but some of the factions are about just like normal humans who are well trained and are coordinated. And that's its own type of fantasy. And using, I think, fantasy for that, I think is actually a pretty good noun.
No, it is not bad. I have a personal gripe with the use of the word fantasy to describe the design intent behind the playstyle of a faction, character, or class.
Okay, I get you. Yeah.
But no, it's perfectly fine. I have come to use them interchangeably myself, so I can't really complain.
Big wheel. And platform. So yeah, okay. Am I keeping you at this point? I feel like I'm keeping you at this point.
No, you're not. You can keep talking.
Okay. But yeah, I think that this is an interesting thing to think about like what you're doing, and it does kind of hint that one of the things that people are claiming that they are doing is in fact dishonest or just incomplete, which is that you are probably not actually just engaging with any of the games you are playing as purely strategic mechanical objects.
No.
That is unlikely to be the actual way that you are dealing with this.
You're just not discerning in your taste about the actual ludological narrative that is taking place here. Because
as ever, I am slightly more generous.
Right?
I don't think this is about discernment of taste. I think this is about vocabulary, right?
Okay.
This is about you don't understand how to express feelings that you have. You are feeling these things, but you aren't thinking about them and discussing them as what they are, right? Like in the same way.
I was just going to say, I often think of this as a defense mechanism because I am at some level convinced, and I don't know if this is actually true or not, this is just a way I feel often, that if people had to actually defend their positions, they would not hold them.
Understandable.
And so they're trying not to have to defend their positions, because then they would have to find a new thing to care about.
Yeah.
And they don't want to do that.
Yeah, that's understandable why they would why they would do that.
I personally think it's totally unacceptable. But that's me being
curmudgeonly?
A certain kind of intellectually rigorous with myself and expecting other people to be the same way. Be deeply suspicious of anything that you like.
Yeah.
Right? Is kind of like the way I operate. And be deeply suspicious of anything that brings you joy, especially. Right? And I have my own reasons for that I'd prefer not to get to on stream. I've talked to you a little bit about this before, Al. But
yeah.
For why I specifically am very suspicious of myself and the things that I enjoy.
Yeah.
If I do not give them like fierce interrogation. But I do think that people could stand to be maybe like 10 to 15% more self-interrogative about their interests and tastes, and would probably get a lot out of it. In fact, they'd probably like be much more able to both communicate with others and also find things that they like. Right?
Yeah.
Like that's just like the positive side of this, right? It's not even like the side of it that's like me being bitter that nobody knows how to talk about anything in any reasonable way, and just makes every conversation about themselves. So, but yeah, no. Like with strategy games, I think that it is actually very important to have like a sort of, I'll just call it a vibe that you like from whatever strategy you're playing, because it's much harder to pilot something that you're not interested in. Right?
Yeah.
And a lot of strategy gamers don't really care about the like miniature war game players specifically, right? A lot of them don't really care about the artistry of the hobby. They don't care about painting their minis.
Which is lame.
Yeah, I agree, but as somebody who personally doesn't really care about painting his minis because he's bad at it. And because I have like standards for myself that and what I bring to a table, and I feel embarrassed by my own painting ability. Like deeply embarrassed by my lack of artistic ability in this regard. In most regards, honestly. I believe mostly that I think a lot of people really like this makes it matter even more what the baseline appeal points are, right? Like if you're not really very interested in the like in customizing, right? Then it matters to you probably much more that your Space Marine guys are totally dope and cool and the best ever, right? Or whatever it is that motivates you as a player, right? Unfortunately, the only local that I can go to doesn't really do miniature gaming.
A shame.
They're MTG and like tabletop. They do play interesting tabletop games, I will say, right?
Nice.
They don't really. They're not really a D&D crowd. They're much more of a Call of Cthulhu, weird indie game GURPS crowd, right? Weird political GURPS crowd. Like political positive, mind you, but
yeah.
I walk into this place for the first time like a few months ago because it opened relatively recently, and the dude in the fucking store, like the owner and one of the regulars, I guess, are chatting about how the guy got like Yeah, like I fucking fucked up my arm punching out a nice guy because he's not supposed to fucking be here, right? I'm like, okay.
Okay, yeah, good,
I
good.
see where I am, right? I am in Antifa space now, I see.
Yeah, that's always
um,
good. That is a good feeling.
yeah. Uh, they were pretty cool people, honestly.
Oh boy.
But yeah, so with that fun little anecdote, I will take off for now, I think.
All right, all right.
But
I'm
it was
glad
super
to have
nice to
had
be
you here.
here. Yeah.
Thank you, as ever, as ever. Always, always a pleasure to have the burb. Always a pleasure to have you
Everybody donate to Al.
here.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye, goodbye. That was Mikks. That was Mikks. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Not really what I want to be doing right now, but I am glad to have a big reservoir, I guess. Okay, there we go. And let's see, the bad tide's about to start. I need to automate this. This is definitely like a peak like automation item here. So let's reservoir. Just gonna do as much reservoiring as I can. Bad tide started. I think that my bad tide diversion is a little bit primitive, mostly just because there's enough of an eddy here that it struggles to purge afterwards. And I could probably create just a slightly better one by just, like, I don't know, putting some more, you know, leveling it out a little bit. Not leveling, like de-leveling it, angling it more. Oh, gotta fuck. Gotta deal with that. Okay. Okay. Only killed a couple trees. Definitely a problem how little water I have. 15 days. I think this might actually be a real problem. Even having built this reservoir back here. Have a good night, Theo. Have a good night, Theo. I think I might really legitimately have a problem here. And start you back up. And oh, Nuna! Nuna! Hello, Nuna! Hello, Nuna! I spelled your name wrong. How are you doing, Nuna? For the Raiders! Yeah, this is very late for you. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and old man who loves old things. I talk about history a lot. I do calligraphy on stream. And I've been playing weird strategy games. In this case, I am playing Timberborn. How was Majora's Mask? I've actually never played Majora's Mask. To me, Majora's Mask is it's in the category of games like I'll get around to one of these days. That's in the category of games that, like, one of these days I'll get around to it. Let's turn you onto a supplier, and you onto supplier. Is a comfy vibe. Thematically, your favorite Zelda game is actually when you... Interesting. I played... Yeah, my Zelda history is that I've played Zelda... I've played The Legend of Zelda and The Adventures of Link, and I think of those as the old Zeldas, and I think of A Link to the Past as the normal Zelda, and I think of Ocarina of Time as the new Zelda. That's how Zelda works to me. That is my brain. That is my Zelda experience. Zelda 2 is crazy. Zelda 2 is nuts. But yes, Nuna, thank you for raiding, and welcome into the Raiders. If you need to raid and run, let me say hello to everybody who came in. Hello, Loader. Hello, Spikle Channel. Hello, Sean_E_Mon. Hello, Polgan. Hello, Cthulhinx. Hold on. Cthulhinx. And hello, Romar. Hello, Romar. I am doing okay. I am doing okay. I am worried that I am about to die. And hello, Faultier. Oh, I need to put that one away. I thought I put that one away. That was Mikks was here. Mikks was here briefly. Mikks and I had a lengthy discussion about some strategy gaming concepts, and in particular mech anime, because he cannot stop. Yes, it's how my little guy, it's how it works. It's how it works. That is how I do it. That's how I do it around here. But yes, the rooftop raid. For my people, Nuna is one of the most knowledgeable people about guns I've ever met in my life. Nuna is a real guns sicko. So if you are intrigued by that, Nuna is the person to talk to. Well, a second, I don't want to build that. Sort of existential dread. That's what people have told me, and I concur that that's cool. I am also in the camp of thinking that's pretty cool. I think I need some more things for beeve well-being. These beeves need more well-being. It's just, I don't know that I'm gonna do anything with this, but may as well have it so that I can build the goddamn rooftop terrace, because I haven't had a rooftop terrace this entire time. It's driving, I'm sure my beavers are very unhappy about that. This is a fun game to think about. Nice. Oh, I can turn down the work hours. They don't need to be working. They don't need to be working very long at all. It's they've got bigger problems. No rooftop terrace, and Nuna's here. I'm building it in honor of Nuna. It's been built. It's almost been built. It's been built now. It's been built now. And what I want in here. Guess more gears. There, we got a rooftop terrace. It is on top of... There we go. There we go. Now the beeves can go and vibe out on the rooftop. Oh, this little beaver got bored of vibing by himself. But yes, we have a beaver game that is... We're, I think, in trouble. Let's consolidate this a little bit, because surface area causes water to dissipate faster. So I'm losing water for no good cause. I'm losing water for no good cause. The phrasing of the stream title. Hello, Gamma. Hello, Gamma. Hello, Gamma. I think it's a good phrasing. You said like it's a bad phrasing. I think it's a good phrasing. I think it's good. I think it's good. I think... Let's clear some of these out here a little bit. Prioritize on harvesting. Yeah, it's the best phrasing. How are you? Yeah. How are you doing, Gamma? How are you doing? Let's change this over to soy and canola. And I definitely want you guys on providing. You're tired? Well, we can solve that. I don't know how, but we can. At least in theory. Let's... What can you believe? If you can't believe the beavers got an entire day to themselves, what can you believe? What are you prepared to believe? If not an International Beaver Day, what are you ready to believe in? Let me think about this. Yes, basically it is. It is. This is functionally a survival city builder. This is functionally a survival city builder. The beavers have inherited the earth. Humanity has fucked up, and they are all dead, and the beeves have inherited the earth. We are on planet Beaver. And I think this is better than Banished. Okay, of my on the survival city builder tier list, there are reasons to prefer Dwarf Fortress to this, because Dwarf Fortress is insane. I can see why somebody would prefer Banished, but I think this is mostly a better game. I think it's a considerably harder game. I'm going to be blunt with you. I like my city builders to be pretty tough. So the fact, when I say I think this game is pretty hard, that is like pretty much just a pure positive. That is basically just like a pure, like, good thing. I think that Whiskerwood is the main comparison point. I think it's pretty close between this and Whiskerwood. I think it is pretty close. That said, I think you are about to witness me die. I am not feeling optimistic right now. I think the funniest way to lose Banished is to have too uneducated of a population. I think that's the funniest way that I've lost in Banished. That amuses the hell out of me. Yeah, I've played Caesar 3. That's Madra Mimi's favorite one. That's the favorite one of Madra Mimi, the elf. Our fun elf friend. Let's think about this. I think I might just level build everything. Just fuck it. Just everything at grade. Just all at grade. Nothing fancy. I find that fancy construction has been fucking me over lately. Apologies. I'm trying to swear less. I feel like I say that a lot. I feel like I say I'm trying to swear less a lot. But yeah, I like this one a lot. It is primarily a game about managing water problems. Is what I would say is like the main thing that the game is like really about. Is that like there is. Oh, hey, I can start deleting some of these. There's bad water. You've been helping family with paperwork for the past month. I'm very sorry. Yeah, I was not lying. I was not lying. The beavers inherited the earth. Mimi! God. I was literally just talking about you, Mimi. Literally just talking about you. Hello, Madra Mimi. Hello, Madra Mimi. My name is Almantas. I'm a former professor of sociology, current VTuber, and old man who loves old things. What were you actually playing, Mimi? Darkest Dungeon. How are you enjoying Darkest Dungeon? How are you enjoying Darkest Dungeon? I will be honest, Mimi, mostly just that you've been playing Caesar 3. A raider was just asking my opinion about Caesar 3, and I've played it a little bit. You've played it considerably more. So that was pretty much it. That was pretty much it. The oldest of man. Time for healing after the crazy dungeon. And hello, Ogre Daddy, of course. And hello, Rifter. And hello, Sogo Heavy. Hello. And hello to all the other raiders. For my people, Madra Mimi is a cool elf lady who does pretty chill streams. She'll study Japanese pretty frequently on stream. She has been playing Caesar 3. She was apparently playing the Darkest Dungeon, where she was getting owned, I guess. Where some old guy was getting crushed to shreds, you say. Holds up well enough for the walker system, counterintuitive. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Those old Sierra style games, I think that they're just like kind of like always almost there. Is kind of how they feel to me. They feel like they're kind of just like always almost there. Yeah, that walker system is just kind of like an always almost really cool system to me. The Heavenly Kingdom, yep, they all use it. And let's and yes, for the raiders, for the second set of raiders, because I've now got many raiders. Thank you all for being here. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Yes, we are playing Timberborn. Timberborn is a post-apocalyptic survival city builder about trying to reclaim the wilds after humanity ruined the earth. Humanity has killed the earth, and we are trying to... The beaves have inherited the earth. The beaves have inherited the earth. I need to place some things around here. The beaves have inherited the earth. I want max on construction, then. Petroglyph games have some... I like Petroglyph games. I've only played one Petroglyph game, which is the World War I game, but I really like that one. I really like the World War I game. I think that game rocks. I am really impressed with Great War Western Front. That one I think is really, really good. Let's put some pines over here. And some more oak. Oak is the actually important tree. Yeah, that one I like a lot. I haven't played like anything else by them, but that one's like impressive enough that I like am willing to hear them out. Right? That's an easy like I'm willing to hear these guys out one. Oh, new well-being score of 12. Oh, hold on. Somebody asked about the rooftops. This is where the beavers hang out after work. It's on the rooftop. But I am currently very stressed out because I do not have a lot of water. And I need a lot of water. 766. And let me think about this. How am I going to... let's think about this. I don't need the power to go much more over there, so I think I can start doing some silly stuff. I think I can start doing some silly stuff. Because I need I need a fermenter. That is what I really need right now. So I need a fermenter. I need a fermenter. And let me think about what I would put where. Only one of the recipes requires oil. Only one of these recipes requires grease. Universe at War Earth Assault. That's a good title. I cannot confirm whether or not that's a good game, but I can say that I like that as a title. I can say I like that title. Didn't really work out, but it was interesting. That's sad. That is a sad. Welcome back, Terry. Welcome back. Welcome back. So this is going to be a requester. I think I'm screwed, Terry. I'm going to be real with you. I think I am screwed. Mushroom. Shrimp had tech issues. How did the shrimp have tech issues? She's the techno shrimp. She's the one who's supposed to be immune to tech issues. The rest of us are supposed to have tech issues. She's supposed to have tech solutions. If she's got tech issues, what hope do the rest of us have? But okay, yeah. Feeling pretty grim about my chances right now. 13 days on this bad water tide on cycle 8. And the cycles are coming faster and faster, right? The cycles are coming faster and faster, and I think I've not been progressing fast enough. Oh, the problem is that my people are going to start... are going to dehydrate. That is the problem. So I do have a problem. That problem is dehydration. You know what? Don't actually need you. I am pumping. It's more that like this so this reservoir is going to run out pretty soon, probably. New well-being high score of 13. That's good. And I think I'm going to do the slightly more expensive, but I think I don't have a lot of reason not to. There we go. And then build a water pump on this. And then build a small water tank here and turn that as a supplier. Okay. There we go. Okay, industrial production is taking off again. Oh, I'm pumping on this puddle as well. I am worried that this puddle is going to run out. That is the concern. The concern is that 11 days is a long time. Oh, I hadn't thought about that one at all. I have been playing the 2005 Star Wars game, where you can play as the Republic and the Sis. And actually sounds like time to drain this one. Speaking of. I guess that one's already empty. They up to 30 days on hard. Yeah. I'm glad I created this reservoir, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. That is actually where my mental state is that, like, this seems like not enough. And canola, 3, and soybeans, 12. And I don't actually need this much productivity over here. In fact, I need you guys to fix some of these problems over here. I need scientists. I need science beeves. I also don't even need a fermenter at this point. I need science beeves. I need science beeves. It is shockingly enough time for another ad break. Alright, I don't need all of you guys active here. Okay, and workplace, max out. What can I do right now? What can I do right now? All right. I am going to run the ads, and then I will be back in a few minutes. I'll be back in a few minutes. I think I need to reorient my storage around here, because I think it's not actually doing what I need it to do. We'll need a press here eventually, but we don't quite yet. We don't quite yet. Just another day in the bog. Hello, Dr. Hidaka. Hello, Dr. Hidaka. We are about to get ads, dude. It is good to see you, though, but we are about to hit the ads. Probably want to expand the water wheel here. That's not super urgent, though. That's just not urgent. That's just not urgent. Yes, that is true. That is true. That is true. I don't have a lot of water storage. I only have like 200 water storage. Is like definitely an actual issue that I have right now with that as a strategy. We are going to cut to the ads now, though. I will see you all in a few minutes. And now I'm back, and now I'm back, and now I'm back. I just realized that I feel like this is kind of small. This is kind of small. I can be a little bit bigger. And maybe a little bit lower down. There we go. There we go. All right. All right. Let's see if I can survive cycle 8. There are forbidden techniques. The one technique I've heard of that sounds really, really funny, is to create a separate district that is just a I love Miss Mochivus. Also, want to give Turi a shout out. Turi has been really helpful. And Turi is also a VTuber, and Turi is a friend. That is, you create a separate district that has that just has one person pumping water and one beaver pumping water and one beaver foraging berries with a bunch of breeding pods, and you automate it so that the breeding pods freeze and when they're near completion. And then that means that if all of your beavers die, you now have like a second colony. That's the most insane option I've heard of. What crop would be next? I guess corn and eggplant are really the other crops. I can't wait till I get food factories. Is that the forbidden technique that you are referencing? Because that feels like a pretty evil technique. Genuinely surprised by how little that does. Okay. Yeah, take another one of these. Put these at low priority. Water, high priority. Hello, Hex. Hello, Hex. Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting one. That's an interesting idea. It's evil, but it is interesting. Let's... I mean, I don't see why I couldn't have vampire beavers. And now let's just put on a bunch of power shafts here. Power shafts are cheap. Let's do some metal working over here. We don't actually need that much metal working. Okay, can't unlock the metalsmith. And... I'm really doing very little verticality. That's something I can work on. I can definitely do some more verticality. The texts are forbidden for a reason. That's so true. Okay, so you are a scrap, and you're a requester. You're a supplier of metal parts. And then... I'm enjoying it a lot. I enjoy being stressed out. Right, I enjoy being stressed. Do I have a fluid dumper? I haven't researched fluid dumps yet. I always hate this thing. Yeah, make an apartment building. I mean, I'm just not using a lot of verticality that I have the capability of doing. I'm just not using it very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I guess now is probably the time to initiate bulk pumping. Also drought resistant. Drought resistant is 6 days. I'm gonna wait one more day to start hard pumping. I just don't want the mangroves to dry. Why'd you play on hard? I say as I grind Ascensions and Slay the Spire too. So true, bestie. So true. Because the mangroves are just so annoying. The mangroves are just so freaking annoying. How am I doing on haulers? 2 haulers, that's fine. 2 haulers is about where I want to be. May as well finish building that. Well, I've got some spare construction. Metal smith. Thank heavens. Yes. And I should have finished this while I was thinking about it. Right, like if I said I wanted to do this, I should have done it already, right? Okay, my high score on well-being is 14. I'm not going to run out of food at this rate. Really glad I made this. Metal parts means I can start thinking about the oil press. Haven't gotten any canola seeds yet. Yep, the pond is carrying. Pond is saving. I'm glad that I made that, like, my second mega project. And this is where, like, you know, like, map knowledge is, like, making up for the fact that this is why I'm glad I did, like, a map that I've done a whole bunch of times before. You know, my map knowledge is really helping me out here. And... slightly annoying from a construction perspective. You should be a levy. How wide is this thing? Okay, so it needs 3. And let's start on that. So it needs 3, and I'll need a vertical power shaft. Vertical power shaft. And then I can see. And sooner or later, I'm going to need some automation. Beaver is injured. I only have one medical tent. Okay, metal parts are coming in. That's good. What's the network supply and demand? 765 to 120. Nice. How am I doing on personnel? So 4 construction workers is excessive. So I feel like I can safely do that. 2 scientists feels like a good clip for right now. And how many days left? 6.5 days. So tomorrow morning I will start hard pumping. I'll activate the remaining 2. Oh, this pump I can disable. Cool. Cool. I think I might need another pod. Hello, Saracen. Hello, Saracen. I might need another breeding pod. I'm about to need some more housing. Let's take a look at something here. So there's some injury. They're doing food is good. Detailer takes forever to get to. Yeah, they need more lantern. Bold adding pods. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. I have to think ahead. I have to think to the future, right? I have to think to the future of my beavers. I have to think of future generations. Turn off you because we need at least a hauler. I didn't actually add the hauler. I'm just thinking about it, right? Building needs water. Yep, that was bound to happen. All right, let's activate you two. Max priority. Where? What does that mean? Where would I be scaling reservoir? Do you mean using levees to build more reservoir blocks in other locations on the map? Because that's what I think you mean. Okay, hold on. Fill valve and levy. I don't know how fill valves work. So fill valves are... Okay, I still need to get iron plates. So I put a fill valve like here. Or would I put a fill valve like here? Does it need to be in... Do you put it in existing water? But you put it in. Do you put it at? Does it need to be above or below the water level? Like if I put a fill valve right here, if I put a fill valve right here, will it only be able to tell the difference between when this is overflowing versus not? Okay, okay, so this will not cause it to just overflow all the way over here? Okay, okay. I will trust you on that. I do not have levy researched. I'm sorry, I do not have fill valve researched. Okay, gotta add some more pathing, I guess. Oh, right, hold on, I gotta put a path right here. I feel like I'm not quite seeing the vision. I'm a ways off in terms of research, because I need 300 for smelter and then another 300 for fill valve to complete it. 5 blocks from the pond edge. 5 blocks. Hold on, hold on. 5 blocks? 5 blocks. I might be too stupid to understand this at the moment. I might be um 5 blocks. Okay, so hold on. 1, 2. Well, hold on. Here's the edge here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on this level. Okay. Okay. So let me demolish those. I'll just leave the completed ones. And then oh boy, I am a ways away from being able to afford that. That's gonna take me a minute. Okay. There we go. We are firmly into the real drought now. We'll be fine now, I think, at this point. 235. With the water pump still running, I think we're fine. How are we doing on labor? Okay, we've got one completely unemployed beaver. May as well actually employ another lumberjack beaver. Cut one layer off, you think? Because this will make it the same height as this cliff layer. All right. Which may not actually be helpful. I'm actually going to remove that just so that we can get it done a little bit faster. And I can add more height later. But this is going to take me like 3 cycles to build. Current rates. I'm going to turn this off for the moment, because I think I need the planks more. Oh my goodness, okay. Okay, LLL Princess. Hold on. Hello, shout out to LLL Princess. How are you doing, Princess? Hello. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I talk a lot about history. I mostly do calligraphy streams. And I am playing today a game that I love quite a bit, which is Timberborn. We are doing a hard mode run of Timberborn, and it is stressing me out quite a bit. I am quite stressed out, which I want to be clear is a good thing. I actually like being stressed out in my video games. LLL Princess is a... For my people, LLL Princess is a... she says that she is a Mommy Dom ASMR streamer, which I know a couple of you are interested in. I tend to catch her when she's doing some pretty fun gaming streams that tend to freak her out and scare her. And I've enjoyed her content quite a bit. Thank you very much for the follows. Lemi U, Nick Oritiz Fan 6967 and DepLO0LD. Thank you all for the follows. How was your stream? What were you up to? But yes, I am playing Timberborn. It is hard mode. This is a game about humanity has destroyed the Earth. Humanity has destroyed the Earth and have gone extinct. And they have been in their place in the ecological niche that humans have held for millennia are now beavers. And so this is primarily a survival city builder about water levels. That is what it is primarily about. It is a survival city builder about water levels. And I am playing on hard mode. I am playing as the Iron Teeth, who are the more scientific, more industrial, less comfortable, less nice beavers. And the main evidence that these beavers are the less nice beavers is this, which I find to be very, very funny. They do not have sex. The Iron Teeth do not have sex. They clone beavers like in the Matrix. That is a baby beaver. That's a little baby beaver floating in in the pond. I actually like playing them a little bit more. They're worse at food production, but they're somewhat better at industry. And the population growth curve is tricky, but it's slower. It's slower, and it's like an even growth curve as opposed to a more like dedicated growth curve. And Turi, if you see Turi in the chat, Turi has been helping a lot because Turi is much better at this game than I am. I've only been playing it for the last couple of weeks. This is not the furthest I have gotten in hard mode, but it is going pretty well for me. It is going pretty well for me. And obviously, if you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. I'm glad that you had a good just chatting stream. I'm glad that you had a good just chatting stream. I am a very, very chatty fellow. And so it is pretty common for me to hello Shellmixerwolf. Hello. It is pretty common for me to spend a pretty long I tend to play my games very slowly on stream. It's part of the reason why I like games like this for streaming, is that they're very slow paced and there's not like a plot line. I'm not depriving my chat of learning of like understanding what happens in the game by just playing super slowly. Instead, you know, we're having a nice time. That's a fair description of me. Yes, Gamma, that's a fair description of me. That's a fair description of me. And yeah, I tend to talk a lot about history. If people are wondering about the historical eras that I feel comfortable with, I've been on a big Roman Republic kick for the last couple of years. So I've been reading books about like Roman land use policies and agricultural systems and grain markets. That's been really interesting. I've got a pretty decent hand. For some reason, I really like the Song Dynasty of China. I really like the Song Dynasty of China. It's one of my favorite books I read in the last couple of years about the Song Dynasty. About their labor management system. The labor management system of the Song Dynasty. Preview, really evil. By the standards of societies that I study, the way the Song Dynasty handled labor allocation, really evil. Like really up there. Would you say I have a granular understanding of the grain markets at this point? Thank you, Kari. Thank you, Kari. Kari is our local pun meister. The techno shrimp is our local pun meister. It's actually way worse when she is not limited by typing or by Twitch rules. Who was the first emperor of Rome? So the usual way that is established is usually people like to say Augustus. However, there is an important kind of caveat to that, right? There's a kind of important caveat to that, which is that the Romans actually had a real thing about kings, right? Prehistoric Rome was supposedly a kingdom, and the Romans viewed these kings with a great deal of disdain. So in the Roman Republican history, the kind of like real the building of the city of Rome by Romulus and Remus is not as important to Roman culture as the founding of the Republic by the overthrow, by the overthrowing the kings. So they have a very negative view of kings. So when Augustus became emperor, as we usually account for it, there's actually a fiction, right? There's a fiction that most of us, as in the 21st century, do not take seriously, that Augustus was not an emperor, he was the first citizen. He was the principes. He was the first among equals. And that, us 21st century Americans don't tend to respect this very much. We tend to think that this is kind of dumb, I think might be the word I'm looking for. but it was important to the Romans. The idea that Augustus was not a different type of man than the other Romans was important to the Roman sense of identity. And so, and to Augustus, right? Augustus played into this idea that he was not a better type of person, that he was just another citizen, just a citizen who happened to hold a whole crap load of legal rights and powers that nobody else had anything approaching access to. And so that's usually kind of the way that is answered. So I believe it would be, hold on a second. It would be Diocletian is also considered the first emperor, right? It does definitely depend a bit. I think that's kind of like an older way of doing it is like the Principate versus the Dominate, with the Diocletian being a kind of big divide. I don't know who actually formally uses the term emperor. I did not see that. I'm actually very sad, Rialto. I'm actually kind of... I want to go back and watch that. My day was very busy. I basically woke up, went straight into a meeting, finished my meeting, cooked, and came to stream. Yeah, Caesar's an odd choice. I can understand why somebody would say Caesar, but it is like a judgment call about what you consider to be an emperor. No, I have been feeling a particular way about the Artemis. I'm actually pretty space pilled as a guy, and I was. You missed the good part because oh, that's so sad. That's very sad, Rialto. That's very sad. Yeah, I think it's good. I think it is good for the world to put more effort into exploring space. I think that is good. And that's on Sunday I played a Kerbal Space Program, right? I like the watching the Artemis launch and watching that photo of the Earth from space with the two auroras. As an American, right? I spent a certain amount of money. Right? A certain amount of my taxpayer money went to putting those 4 people in space so they could take that photo. It was a certain amount of money that we spent to put 4 people up there to look on the rest of us and regard all of us from outside of ourselves, okay? That cost me money, right? Because I'm an American taxpayer. I know that is competing for funding with US aid and school meals and grants and trains and highways. And of course, me spending money on myself, right? Right. Of course, like me buying a nicer, some nicer things. I think it was worth it. I think it was worth it. I think it was worth it. I think that was worth the price of admission, even though it wasn't me being one of those 4, and it was never going to be, right? I think it was worth it. Yeah, I think that is cool. I think it is cool that we are going to be doing more lunar exploration and more space exploration. I think that there's something special about doing it with humans, and not just satellites. It's valuable to do it with satellites, but I think it is valuable sometimes to do it with people. Yeah, it's that's it. That's pretty common, smoking bakey. And honestly, the politics over that still gets litigated to this day. I will still periodically run into people who are pretty insistent that the Soviet Union actually won the space race, and the US was just kind of like trying to like yes and that, like they were moving the goalpost by making the space race about landing on the moon. They were yes anding. It is worth saying that the investment in the space race as a thing at all. So it's worth saying, right, Smoke and Bakey, to that point. So accepting the framing that it was a political move is accepting that the people whose opinions really mattered in the space race and the people who really did the work were the politicians. For the politicians, it was primarily political. There was a lot of work done by both American and Soviet scientists to trick both of their sets of government leaders into treating the space race as a really important thing to do. That if they let the other guy get to space first and do these scientific things first, they will look weak and backwards. Both sides scientists were doing this. I don't know if they were colluding with each other directly, but it was a collaborative effort by both sides to trick their leaders into doing it. And I think the Soviet scientists actually started this. Like it was, I think it was actually some Soviet scientists conned the Soviet leadership into saying, hey, look, if we go to space, if we send people into space, we can make the Americans look foolish and our weapon systems look really powerful and cool and good. And we will make the rest of the world know that the Soviets are capable of advancing humanity in ways that the capitalists aren't. And then once the Soviets had to trick their leadership into taking this seriously. The space race was not uncontroversial in the countries, right? This was not a question of, yes, that's why I would say Smoke and Bakey. I would say that. If you want to be nicer about it, you might say persuaded. They were persuaded by their scientists that this was a worthwhile expenditure of funding in a way that spending money on guerrilla groups and getting and death squads was not. But that's a matter of framing, right? That's a matter of framing and value judgments, which is so often the case in history, right? That's so often the case in history. Is many things that we study in history are questions of what do we think is the more important way of looking at this, right? That's pretty typical. That's a small evil thing to do a big good. Yeah. And yeah, I think that's accurate. I have realized while we have been talking, that there was a better way to do this the entire time. There was a better way to do this the entire time. Yeah, my limiting factor is logs anyway. Yeah. And paths. I'm limited by logs. I'm also limited by science. Right. Okay. This is the better way to do this. Although I might... Well, I don't think they're going to complete this before... Let's pause construction on this so that this guy can get his logs in. Yeah, overall humanity won. Overall humanity won by that. I think it's, if nothing else, right? If nothing else, both the Soviets and the Americans were doing a lot of fucking murder in random parts of the globe. And I think it was probably for the betterment of all of us that we diverted those resources to something that's at least debatably a good thing, right? Like, I think getting more power is actually less important than doing this. So I'm going to priority paint all of this a little bit down. Yes, it is. You are correct. You are correct. The big thing that's throwing me off, Turi, is that when the, well, let's actually put it over here. The big thing that's really throwing me off is that, like, I am not used to how insanely fast the cycles are, right? So, like, oh god, you're right. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, hold on. I'm glad that I fuck. It's a complicated project. And I think I am probably going to be better served by would I be better served by just making a cistern? Well, because I need to do a ton of research to get to that point anyway, but, like, I'm getting science at a pretty good clip right now. Going, like, the bad water and dynamiting route. Okay, bad water, bad tide ended. Cycle 9. Oh, also somebody asked, LLL Princess asked earlier, what's, okay, first of all, let's put it down to 1 and let it level off for a second here. LLL Princess asked earlier about how far I've gotten in other runs. And the answer is cycle 10. I've gotten to cycle 10. More efficient water tiles than dynamite. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. My big problem is lack of construction materials, right? Like, that's, like, where I'm really being held back, is lack of construction materials. And specifically wood, and probably I just haven't... it might be too late for this. Also, hold on. This is the most important thing. This is the thing that throws me off every time, is that, like, I have so little time between cycles to replenish the water. To replenish my water stocks. And let's put you up to 0.8. And are you down to... Oh, jeezy Pete. I need to remember to do that, like, during nighttime. $255. Okay. Nothing to do in range. Good. Good. That's good. Well, kind of good. It's mostly bad because it means that I'm out of easy trees, right? But I think I might be too late on this to, like, really get her done. But let's... Let's see what happens if I do this. Forester hut. Ha! Building flooded. Okay, so that doesn't actually help that much. May as well just do that, and not build that, and... and we don't really need a ton of lumberjacks here. Industrial pile, provider, timber, and then okay, that area is all under cutting, and then planting, mostly oak, right? Mostly oak. Let's put in some pine. I know birch is inefficient, but it's useful to have some. And a little bit more birch, and then the rest oak, I suppose. Okay. You're the #1 priority right now. This is the #1 priority in all of my construction, is this. Let's turn up to 18 hours so that we can get a little bit more pumping in. And so you're at 0.8. I don't actually need flowing water here, so I can do this pretty safely. Oh, okay, you'll get wet, but whatever. Hello! Hello, Usokamo. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This is a new save. This is a new save. We are playing on hard mode. We are playing on hard mode, and it is indeed hard. This is... They were not lying. They were not lying. Hard mode got hands. F. I fucked it. It's a lot of wasted work hours. Mostly at the pumps. Oh, I've got a bunch of unemployed beeves. Oh, it's because of the flooding. Okay. I was like, how do I have unemployed beavers? Why do I have unemployed beavers? Fermented cassava. $300 science points. This exact flood is what bad time. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I'm feeling real dicey about my situation right now. It's bad tide again. Hello, Sparkly. This game's great. This game's great. We are about to go into the ads. We are about to get ads. We are about to get ads. F. Okay, hold on. I gotta delete all this stuff going down. I gotta delete all this stuff going down, which is a little bit annoying. No. in order to add a path back in so that I can start building this wall over here, which is going to be a real challenge. Oh, hold on a second, I don't need this one. I need... because I need to have a staircase here. And let's start building levees. Oh! That's smart, that's smart, that's smart, that's smart. It's gonna take us forever, but yeah, that's smart, that's smart. That's wise, that's wise. Let's put those down. And then across here. And... already taller than the other one. Okay. Already taller than the other one. Yeah. This is the same height. This is the same height. Okay, we are going to the ads. We are going to the ads. I'm going to stretch. I'm going to get some water. Everybody should get some water. I will be back in a few minutes. See you soon. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back to try to save these beavers. We're back to try to save these damn beavers. Oh. Yeah, oak's coming online. We do need some more gears. Not many more planks. We do need more gears. Stairs to the top of the second levee. Do need to actually construct that second part of the levee. From the mine plateau. Oh, yeah. You are correct. You are correct. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You are correct. Okay, it's gonna take forever, because it's gonna take like 2 or 3 cycles, at the current rate. Just because I don't have enough, wood. I don't have enough construction materials. Hello, Mara. Hello, Mara. Are there any decorations that do not... Beaver bust. Let's do a beaver bust after we get the fill. Well, actually, let's do the beaver bust first. Because this doesn't involve any wood. Ooh, that's a good call. That's a good call. That's a really good call. Thank you. Thank you. That's clever engineering. That's clever engineering. I'll probably only do 3 because, again, like, my big limiting factor here is construction materials, is wood. And I don't have a lot of it, and I'm not getting it very fast. Hello, Michan. Hello, Michan. I also didn't actually grab a water. Okay, okay. It's over. It's time. Close off everything. 13 days. I am feeling more confident about this one than I am about previous ones. Oh, son of a bitch! Hold on a second. I'm literally just gonna take a look at... That's only 4 days ago. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We did 13 last time with a lot less water, right? We did 13. It was the last one was 13. This is not actually an escalation. We are not actually in a more dangerous strait. I do think it might be time to replace some more kohlrabi with some more cassava. I do have more beavers, that's true. Not by a ton. I was at like 25. I'm up on beavers, but not like a lot. This is not like an enormous growth in beef. You know what I could use? Another scavenger flag. Lol, never actually specified this should be water. Planks, gears, and scrap metal. I should be fine on that. Just close down that. Okay. I wish I was smarter at telling volume. Oh. So I don't have to know volume? It's funny that my actual solution would have been to use a water sensor. I may as well research fill valve now. Okay, so this will keep going for forever. We're limited mostly by wood. Wood we're mostly limited by tree growth, but not entirely. Alright, it's not exclusively tree growth, so that's a good sign. Have we really genuinely... Oh, I've still got several unemployed beavers. Okay, let's put them into farming. Let's put them into farming. Also, I'm wondering what's going on with these soybeans. Surely some of these soybeans and canola should have. Interesting. Interesting. If you have... no, I've got metal. I've got metal. Well, no metal plates. We're building them right now, but yeah, I've got metal parts and scrap metal. I actually have quite a bit of those. Actually gonna... Yeah, I was about to say, I'm gonna... This construction site's actually a pretty valuable one. I think I maybe should... I'm so limited on wood, I don't want to spend wood on even, like, the simplest things. Right, like, I don't want to spend wood on, like, anything. Quester for water. Even though, like, this is going to just, like, make things a lot better. And it's, like, very simple. Right, so, like, requester for kohlrabies, requester for that, fermented cassava, request, and I don't actually think I've got any other luxuries that I can request at the moment. Yeah, just these three. Lightly future-proofed. And let's put down a couple more oak. This is actually making me feel pretty good over here. This is making me feel pretty good over here. The mangroves, I am kind of going crazy about how poorly the mangroves are keeping up with production. The fermented cassava is doing great, but the... Oh, I think I might have... I think I might be able to make it now. Oil press. Yes. And... small warehouse and a small tank. Supplier and requester for canola seeds. Not actually super helpful because for whatever reason I've not gotten like diddly for canola. And I think it's time to incorporate the second one before it goes bye-bye. Yeah, it's not actually very much water. I probably should have done it sooner. And how are you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing, me-chan? I've got a lot of them. I've got a lot of mangroves. I'm just plowing through them incredibly fast. Whereas the kohlrabi is staying pretty firm. Do I just like need... Maybe I just need another gatherer? Maybe I should set you on prioritizing mangrove. I had her on prioritizing berry for the sake of the children. I might actually stop this for a while. Yeah, I'm going to weather this way better than the previous one. I'm going to weather this, like, way, way better. I'm going to actually decrease work hours. Yeah, that makes sense to me. The fermented cassava has been keeping up. I think it actually might just be that I only have one gatherer and they're prioritizing berries and I have way too many damn berries. I think that's actually probably the bigger issue. That I'm just not collecting the mangroves quickly enough. And we'll make this one fermented soybeans when we get them, but we're not there yet. Could also be tied to well-being. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised that well-being didn't get a significant upturn from building the beaver bust. I thought that would make a difference. Or at least more of a difference. Maybe my problems with the scratcher... Oh, the campfire and rooftop terrace being low might be a bigger problem than I'm giving it credit for. And it may be time to make another double shower. And I think I need another scratching post. Yeah, I find decorations don't make... I've not felt like decorations have made that big of a difference. Campfires and rooftop terraces have felt pretty good, not because they're giving particularly large boosts, but because they're just so incredibly cheap. They might also just be low because I had them on 18 hours a day instead of 16 hours a day. Yep, there we go. There we go. It is about time for the dry times to begin. Okay, we're actually doing a pretty good clip on the secondary reservoir. You need so many roofs. Yeah, roofs make me feel insane. Roofs feel completely insane to me. I feel like I am, like, struggling so hard to get enough roofs all the time. Ah. That's actually like kind of affordable, but I still don't want to do it. Oh, we've got canola. We've got canola and we've got soybean. I think I might actually need more soybean than this. 6 to 1, and this is 1 to 1. So I've got 12 to 3. That's probably not enough. Let's do a little bit more. They gain well-being while sleeping. Oh! Oh! I did not know that. I thought they just had to pass by it, and like there was like a decaying. I didn't think it was a fill. I thought it was like I thought they would max out from witnessing it, and then they would and then it would fill. Trouble is getting that shit on top of these houses, right? New well-being. New well-being. That's really smart as well. That's really, yes, that's, wow. I feel like a dingus that didn't occur to me. That's so good. I don't know how that didn't occur to me. Okay. We're about to run into the problem of I need planks and gears to make iron. So let's start on that. I think I'm gonna have to restrict labor in some other places. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fire some farmers. Let's just see. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We're good. We're good. Yeah, gears proving to be a durable issue. Let's go over to fermented cassava again. And I am definitely over 30. I am getting, it has been a while since somebody said I sounded like I was, or seemed like I was 30. 30 is, that's very flattering. That's very, very flattering. Thank you. Very, very flattering. Thank you. Thank you, Usakoma. That's very, very flattering. I don't tend to like to answer exactly how old I am, but I can say, yeah. Hello, Wea Biscuit. Hello, Wea Biscuit. don't know how much longer I want to keep going. I think it's pretty funny to say that about somebody who has said twice this stream that they think of Ocarina of Time as the new Zelda, and saying that that sounds like a youthful person. Can't stay awake because of the time off stream, so I just come here and go to sleep. That's very cute. That's very cute. Thank you, Weeabiscuit. Thank you, Weeabiscuit. I like that. I like that. Okay, hold on. We gotta... That's actually fine. I'm gonna... Okay, time to replenish the reservoir. Actually, I need to be that tall. On the radio. Oh, that's nice to hear. That's nice to hear. Man. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Not just because that's flattering, but because I'm really grateful that I get to do this, right? That I am really grateful that this is where my life has wound up, and that this is something that I just get to do, right? Oh, I forgot one of the most important rules here. Refill. Don't know if I need to turn on all four, but definitely need to turn on those ones and turn you off. But no, that's very, very flattering to hear, and it's very, very sweet to hear. Okay, Turi, this is where I'm lost. I'm sorry to take a bit of a divergence here, but I am kind of lost on something here, Turi. The way the fill valve works. So the way this looks to me is that this will only stop when this height... I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that. That's not what I'm worried about. Okay, it's the second fill valve. Okay, that's what I was worried about. I was worried about that second fill valve. Okay. Okay, that was what I was worried about. Okay, thank you for answering that. I was like, I have a feeling this is gonna, like, not work. Yes, you can. You can. You can. It is funny for me to answer questions like that because this is also the only way I've ever known how to play the game. Is with this stuff. And okay. So something like this? Something like this, Turi? Okay. .8 sounds good to me. Target height of, I don't know, 0.7. Oh no, that's... Oh. 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 Okay. Gotta remember not to do that. Okay, whatever. This stuff's fine. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. Nobody's injured right now. They'll be fine. Trying to catch up with new seasonal anime. I feel kind of bad. I'm in an anime club, right? And so like this is a group of friends that I've been friends with for a very long time, right? This is a group of friends I've had for a very long time. We've got an anime club, and I'm feeling what I'm feeling kind of bad about is that in this anime club, I personally don't really enjoy passive entertainment very much. Bad tide again. I don't get a ton out of passive entertainment. And so I like, you know how you kind of have like a limit for how much you want to socialize or how much you want to like work out or like eat chocolate or something. For me, like watching anime, I feel like I max out and like movies, like with movies and stuff, I feel like I max out on how much I'm getting out of it at like like 15 minutes a week is like the amount of time I want to spend like watching anime and movies, right? Like that's like the amount that I actually get joy out of that. And it's just too much fucking anime for me. It's just too much goddamn anime for me. There's just too much anime, and I know my friends are setting this up for all of us to have fun together, but like I'm like really zoned out a lot of the time. I'm like really like just like zoned out and like not paying attention for like a pretty large percentage of it. No, like even like one episode of television or anime a week is like too much for me. Like that's like already above my limit. May as well keep this down. Okay. I'm taking a big stretch right now. If it's nonfiction, my tolerance is like a little bit higher, but like yeah, it's like way over what I am like actually enjoying. I could watch, and it's not even, it's definitely like emotional for me. It's like emotional and psychological. It's not like I don't have the time to watch these things. It's that like doing that much just like sitting around and like watching things is like exhausting. Yeah, you were right. Just yeah, you were right. You were right. They get it while they sleep. They get it while they sleep. Okay, hold on. I'm going to set a target height of 0. No, wait, I'm not going to do that right now. You know what? Actually, I am. Fuck it. Target height of 0. Fill it up. Are you maxed out? No, you're not. Max you out. Max you out. Let's let you fall a little bit. And then max out again. Okay, max this one out. Okay, there we go. Eyes dedicated to focus for my hours exhausted. Well, like I have really bad ADHD, right? I tell people this all the time, and I don't know if they like don't believe me, but like I gotta do things. I gotta do things. My natural state is one of movement. My natural state is one of continuous move. Oh crap. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. My natural state is one of continuous movement. Okay, so I think I don't actually need this over here. I think I can ignore these. I think those aren't actually holes in the reservoir. No, I didn't actually forget it. It was just a shock from this change. It was just a shock from this change. I didn't forget it this time because I remembered not to close it earlier because I didn't need the power anyway. I might do some automation around bad tides where that one opens up whenever there's a bad tide. That might make my life a little bit easier, right? Save for the fact that I really want it to be one way, right? I really want it to be one way because of, like, this shit over here. I'm doing good on science. I'm doing good on science. You know what I'm almost doing good enough on science for? We're getting close. We're getting close to number crunching. We are getting close to number crunching. We are very far away from it industrially, but we are getting close to it as a prerogative. We are getting close to that as a prerogative. Oh, I've got a ton of unemployed beavers. Oh, wow, I have a lot more beavers. I need to be finding meaningful employment for my beeves. I'm going to be finding meaningful beef employments. Let's put another lumberjack flag here. Let's increase that. And metal, I think I can kind of just slow down on a little bit, but I think, you know, the levee is the important project. The levee is the actually important thing to be doing with my wood right now. I mean, the thing I'm mostly limited on is still logs. But Builder Hut is worth considering. Builder Hut, and of course the funny option of building more inventors. Building more inventors is always a funny option. Some. There are up here. There are, and over here. And down here. I've never even gone down here, even on previous playthroughs. Very small amount of oaks over here, and a bunch up here. The ones near the industry. Nah, I got them all. I've planted new. I've planted new, and it looks like the pines are coming in. Oaks are coming in pretty smoothly. I think also this might be... Yeah, there's Well, I mean, I've already marked them for cutting. I already marked them for cutting. Oh, yeah, no, I mean that's a limitation of on the flags. That's a limitation on my lumberjacks being too slow. That's my lumberjacks being slow. Yeah, I'll get to it. Yeah, let's go. You're the highest priority now. Well, not the highest priority workplace, but definitely the highest priority for that. This is a tech I love. I love this little tech, the little shopping mall for the beeves. Admittedly, with 40 beeves, it is probably too... You know what? It's time to slow reproduction. Oh! I was wondering what was happening there. Okay. Well, that's a funny problem to have. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I hadn't marked... I thought I had marked those for cutting. Once you have dynamite, you usually put them under housing. We're actually getting pretty close on the number crunchinator, on the number cruncher. I'm gonna put it kind of far away. Oh. And now back over to soybeans. Time to put a couple. I think I need more canola. I did not think I needed more canola, but I think I need more canola. Okay. There we go. Get some more of those out there. Oh, I've got 3 homeless. Boo. Boo. Alright, I need to shut you off. We have 1.2k water. We'll be fine. Okay. Oh. Mangroves are already down. With 8.7 days left to go. Actually gonna let you go as well. That should be fine. That shouldn't cause any spill. And actually that's very low. Release the final reservoir. I'm pretty sure I put the path on. I did not. You were right. You were right. I thought I did. How are you remembering what I did better than me? Hard won experience. Well, out of soybeans again. Over to Kosovo. Oh. We are actually doing well enough on wood that I think it is time for me to start doing that. And then... And we have more than 50 metal parts, so... I'm going to put that... The number cruncher. Okay. I always feel like this is kind of a turning point in the game, is once I get the number cruncher. The number cruncher always feels like a big turning point to me. I'm going to need a deep bad water pump sooner or later. So I can start... Probably don't need to worry too much about the centrifuge. The centrifugas. But I do need to worry about making dynamites, right? I need to worry about making dynamites. I might just literally do the explosives factory and everything like in the middle of the river. Yeah, once the number cruncher is up and running, this game is going to be quite different. Okay. Some more dry. Yeah, why not in the river? I mean, not in the river in the sense of being, because that floods it, right? But I think that the rest of it will be in the river. Yeah, we'll be over here, right? Yeah, on platforms. Number cruncher has to get finished first. Beaver is injured. That's fine. Building lacks goods. Okay, canola. Lack of canola. I think I need to replace even more kohlrabi. Thank you. Thank you for that reminder. That one I can tell is hard-won experience. Actually, let's put that higher priority. That's actually more important than... Once this one gets built, this is... Yeah. Oh my. Oh my. I am plowing through this. Okay. Oh. I can actually consider building the monument. The monument is actually worth considering at this point. I do think it's probably worth me unplanting some more. I wish I knew how much space I was using for farming. I wish I knew how large this farming was. I wish I actually knew how much farming this was. Because I have way too many kohlrabis, right? I have way too many kohlrabis. I have made my life really hard. I have made my life really, really hard here. So let's think about this. So for Kosovo, this is 20 plus 24. So 44. I have 44 Kosovo. I have 44 Kosovo and 24, 27 soybean. I'm literally just going to look up what the ratio should look like. So I should have 38 kohlrabi to 50 Kosovo to 30 soybean. So, it's something to just redo this whole thing. It's kind of tempting to just redo the entire thing. You know what? I have enough food. You know what? I have enough food. I can justify this. I can justify this. No planting, only harvesting. No plant, only harvest. And once the kohlrabis get cleared out, which is going to be a problem because I'm out of storage. Okay. Kohlrabis. Okay, let me... I think I made a calculator for this. Wow, it's a... I haven't touched it in a minute. And you're back on soybean. We got spreadsheets. I'm spreadsheeting, folks. I am spreadsheeting. We are going to spreadsheets. We are going to the sheets. 900 water left with 3 days left. I'm fine. Okay, so the huge landmark has been passed. The huge landmark has been passed. So set this one to 0.2, I guess. Okay. Messville died of old age. Okay, hold on a second here. So, well, I've got to wait for all this stuff to clear out. Which is going to take a minute. Oh, yeah, hold on. Accept it. So, let's say... I have... So a 10 by 10, it would be 100. Hello, Iloretsi. Not anymore, because I have been playing for too long. But it was yesterday. Yesterday was Beaver Day. I am tired, and my shoulder hurts, so I'm probably not going to be staying around super much longer. I'm probably not going to be staying around super duper much longer. But I have a farming refactorization that I am going to do, or if it kills me. Oh, that's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. And thank you for telling me, Iloretsi. Thank you for telling me. It is annoying as hell that it's all gambling. Oops, all gambling. Oops, all gambling. Okay. So, wood production has actually taken off radically well over the course of this project, implying that I can embark on another mega project, on another large-scale project, in not very long. And actually, you know what? Laborer monuments. Oh. I misread that. Okay, I've got 478 science. I thought misread the materials as science. I was like, I'm already up to 1,000 science. I haven't even completed the number cruncher. The number cruncher still has a ways to go. And I think I might do something cute over here. I should probably tear this stuff down here because it's kind of obsolete. It's kind of obsolete over here. I could. You're correct about that. You are correct about that. That is a pretty decent idea. That's a pretty decent idea. Not gonna lie, I was largely looking at what's wrong with you? What's wrong with this beaver? Injured. Okay, injured. I have 3 injured beavers. Holy crap. There's a real problem. There's a real problem right there. 3 injured beavers. I was leaning towards... I think I need to make another jump in well-being. And I need to get started on the explosive factory. That's where my brain is. Is like... this reservoir is going to cover a lot of ground, and we're almost done. I'm gonna destroy these. Goodbye. Yeah, there's nothing to do in range. I got that. Okay, hold on. Let's think about this, right? So if I have... I'm going to pull it up. Okay, we got the spreadsheet. out here. So for 100 tiles, these numbers seem a little bit low to me. I'm going to... Let's just think about how much land I'm using, right? I don't need to use all of it right now. But... 12 by 14 and then some, right? 12 by 14 and then some. So, equals... Let's just call it 144, right? Let's call it 144. So 28 kohlrabies. 28 kohlrabies. 22 soybeans, which is going to be huge overkill because that's also being used for some other crops as well that involve the food factory. 37 cassava and... I'm sorry, not the soybean, the canola. The canola is overkill. 21 canola is overkill. And you know what, actually, I'm going to unmark that. Unmark resources for demolition. So 9... This is soybean. Soybean. So let's see. So that's 6. 6 plus 9, 15. Yeah, 15, 21, 22. And then 28 kohlrabies will feed 7 beavers. Yes. I'm actually just trying to do a land distribution, which is this will feed like 80 beavers. This is a ratio for feeding like 80 beavers. This is actually a huge overkill. I can actually probably reduce this pretty considerably. But I like having overkill, right? I like having overkill. And then 28 kohlrabis. So let's see. So that's 7 times 4 is 28 kohlrabis. So kohlrabis are taken care of. Hello, Forsaken Friend. Also, I need to reduce this. I need to move this over here. Oh, the redeems are priced based on historical events. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for continuing your lurk, though. That's very sweet of you. But yeah, the prices are set by historical events. I usually have the explanations there. The explanation should be visible. It's 21 canola. And then... Yeah, I've never had them. I've never had kohlrabis. I've never had soybeans. I've never had algae. I've never had spatterdock. The spatterdock one is really funny to me, that the folktales eat spatterdock. And they will, like... I've literally tried to look up, like... So what does spatterdock taste like? And everybody is just asking, like, I've heard of spatterdock from this game. What is it like? Nobody who actually has, like, had spatterdock. So let's hold on. It's 25. 37 minus 25 is 12. There we go. There we go. This should be good for a while. I say as I literally run out of water. Okay. Good sign, though. Yes, the other beavers, the folktales, eat spatterdock, grilled spatterdock, which is like it's a marsh plant. It's like a lotus type looking thing. According to Wikipedia, many cultures eat it. I am not a member of any of those cultures. All right, and so I have no idea what it's like to eat. Right? Oh, I hate doing this. Oh, that's the problem. That's the problem. There's my problem. Well, there's your problem. The beeves, they crave... They crave the number cruncher. I have not played the other beavers, the folktales, nearly as much as I have played the Iron Teeth. For the Iron Teeth, I'm sorry, for the folktales, spatterdock is like the moment when your economy turns around. Like that's like when your economy like really turns around. That was my experience, right? Was that like it's that is the powerful food stuff, is spatterdock. Flooded building. Yeah, okay, I don't care about this one's being flooded, that's fine. It's no big deal. Let's increase the power a little bit. I don't know how much it qualifies as like a main food stuff, but it's a potent one. I feel like for the... it feels like a main one to me, because again, like it like really turns around the game, right? Like when I get that one, I'm like, okay, now I'm in the money, right? Like now I am in the money. Now my beeves are safe. Now I have safe beeves. Okay, so I'm going to follow your suggestion, Turi, and start filling in, start replacing these with spill valves. Look, I've never built an aquatic farmhouse. That's crazy. That's crazy. That like to that's uh yeah, apparently it feeds a lot of water. Like I said, I've never heard of somebody eating spatterdock. I don't know what that entails. I am really curious. I'm also curious about cassava, right? Because I've actually never had cassava. I think I may have had some cassava chips. Oh, it's so much left to do. So much left to do. I'm going to freak out. We need to we must double our efforts. We must double our efforts. We must double our efforts. And I think actually the immediate thing I'm going to do once this is completed is, well, I've already put it into place, but I'm going to expand the water wheel power plants. That is step 2, is expand the water wheel power plants. You know what? Turn this one on. Oh, all haulers are fired. All of them are fired. That's understandable. Let's fire some of these farmers. Oh, you gotta make sure to put those soybeans back. You know what, actually, this is the farmhouse that we're gonna employ. Okay. Come on, number cruncher. And you know what I should build at this point? Is the big tank. Oh, I need so many gears. I'm actually gear limited. I'm gear limited. Let's... This is an annoying trick to do, but I will do it. And then... Drought approaching. Drought is considerably worse for me. Yes, good call. Give me just a second here. Okay. Yeah. Make sure you should be build. Okay, and then I'm gonna do something that I think is useful. I don't know if it's actually useful. Actually, hold on. I just need a small warehouse here. Small warehouse here. Requester. And then industrial pile. Small. Requester. And scrap requester. No. Small warehouse. And metal parts requester. Okay. This just kind of helps me. Okay, that's overflowing, so. Oh, that was bad. That was bad. That's gonna cause a ripple. It's gonna cause a really big ripple. Okay, whatever. It's nighttime. Nobody's working. Fuck it. Fuck it. That should clear out by the summer. Hello, Tayamichi. Hello, Tayamichi. It's a pleasure to see you here. It's a pleasure to see you here. Okay. It is always, always, always a pleasure to have you here. Yeah, I think that's going to be a mid-drought plan. That feels like a mid-drought plan. Some more fermented soyb. It seems like not enough. It seems like not enough. I'm actually glad I didn't get rid of this because during a drought I won't be able to do anything over here. Gotta make hay while the sun shines, baby. And the number cruncher is going to come online just in time for a drought. That's actually really annoying. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Hidaka. I am imagining the funny Dracula flow of your heart's desire. I'm imagining the funny Dracula flow of your heart's desire. Classic number cruncher. Number cruncher is so powerful. Number cruncher is incredible. I love number cruncher. I love to crunch number. You're welcome. I'm shaking hands with you. I honestly really wish this was a bad water. Genuinely wish that this was a bad water. It's coming. I can tell. I can tell. I can tell. I can tell. What can I do for my beeves that doesn't work? This one I might do the exercise plaza. These beeves, my beavers may may learn to exercise. I actually feel like I relate fairly well to the, Okay, hold on. Let's make sure. Okay, max that out. Max that out. I was too slow. That was too slow. Whatever. It's a 10-day drought. This is fine. This is fine. The only real problem with this is that now I don't have any power. Yeah, the beaver yoga. The beaver yoga. They're going to do beaver calisthenics. They're going to do beaver calisthenics. Okay, let's see. Only 10? Sorry, only 10 what? Yeah, sorry, I was just kind of saying, I actually feel like I relate better to the Iron Teeth than the Folktales. 10 days of drought. Yeah, 10 days of drought feels easy at this point. After 13 days of bad tide, 10 days of drought feels like a luxury, right? Another drought that people live. I mean, I have lived through many droughts in my own lifetime, right? You know, not all droughts are created equal. I mean, in this case, I don't think anybody's going to die at all. I think this is going to be safe. I think that we are... I have the confidence of a well-prepared Confucian scholar right now. I am feeling smooth and easy about this one. I am not worried. But yeah, the Beaver Exercise Plaza. I actually relate quite a bit to the Iron. This is one of those things where I feel like I relate fairly well to the Iron Teeth. Is it's like, what do you do for fun? You work out. Like, come on, working out's fun. Why wouldn't I work out? I do think I need more than 2 beavers on farming to like really keep up. Workout time. Thank you, Saint Kazan. Thank you, Saint Kazan. Okay, I need to remember my promise. Not push-ups. My triceps are dead. So I am doing squats. Left leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and hold on a second here. 10. Okay, and now right leg. Tripped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, tripped again, 8, 9, and 10. That's why you gotta work out, Michan. That's why you gotta do squats. It's so your knees crack less. You don't do squats to avoid your knees cracking, you do it to make them crack less. Oh yeah, sure. Broad strokes is actually really easy. Broad strokes is really easy. let's start with the least complicated here. Farming. Farming, this is probably... This feels like too little farming, but I was probably overdoing it really badly before, so we'll see. I think this should provide enough food for about 60 beavers, and I'm at like 40, so... Here, this is the farming, right? Crops are growing here. This is the crop storage. And then following along here, here is food production. Here's food preparation. An oil, all I have is an oil press and a fermenter. That's all I've got, is an oil press and a fermenter. And then next to it is the woodworking. Woodworking. This is my main industry. This is my core industry thing. It is powered by my main power plant, which is this large water wheel. It is currently not doing anything because there is a drought on, but during regular times it'll provide about 500 horsepower, and during a bad tide it will get up to like 800. I need to expand this. There's a little bit too little power at this point. Next up is metal. I don't need nearly as much metal as I need wood treatments, but I do need it. I do need it. I just realized I may have fucked myself a little bit here. I can manage. I can make it around. I didn't give myself room for the treated lumber plants. Up here is the newest addition to the beaver complex, as you called it. This is the number cruncher. The number cruncher is an automated science generator. And so there's just some power over here, and I've just kind of put it away because the number cruncher is just going to do stuff, and it doesn't need any help. The number cruncher is insane. The number cruncher is a significant benefit of playing as the Iron Teeth all on its own. It produces, a single number cruncher produces an outrageous amount of science. It produces 10 science per hour that it is powered, and I am probably just going to run it at night. I'm probably going to set up an automation, probably pretty soon, to just run it only at night. And then we'll be fine. But I kind of, it's not a super high priority right now. Over here, we have our first set of tree farms. This is our oldest set of tree farms, is this one right here. It is a mixed tree farm of pine, birch, and oak. Oak is the most efficient in terms of growing time, but the consequences of an oak failure are enormous. So I have included some birch and pine, which have alternate growing times. It has also expanded over here. In the center, here, this is where this all gets kind of complicated. This is my mangrove forest. The mangroves are aquatic trees, and I am only growing them for their fruit. I am not growing them for their wood. Their wood ratio is really bad. Their wood ratio... Well, actually, the wood ratio isn't terrible. It's 5 days per wood, whereas the birch is 7, and the pine is 6. So it's actually not too bad, but I still don't want to cut them down because my people like to eat mangroves. So, mangrove fruit. So this is all mangrove fruits. This is the primary water pumping facility. I gave them things to... I gave them workout. I told them to hit the gym. I got them to hit the gym like a true Reddit bro. This is my primary water pumping facility here. And you can see my oldest breeding pod here. This is the berries, which I probably don't need nearly as many of. I don't need nearly as many of them as I've got. This is the backup wood facility. It's pretty much obsolete. I'm running it right now because there is a drought on, and so the gear workshop needs to work. Here's the old Inventors District, not really a big deal. Central Logistics here between the construction. Yes, it's run by beaver labor. Yes. There is an achievement for producing 1,000 horsepower entirely by beaver labor. And I got the construction hut and the hauling post. The hauling post is vital. And then over here is housing. This is all housing is over here. Oh, and this is the mall. This is our little mall where I am pulling in... I am requesting foodstuffs from all over the rest of the fortress, so to speak. And we'll go and grab it before they go to sleep. Going on the Bavarian. And that's that is the minor facilities. That's the minor facilities. Let's talk about entertainment facilities. We have 2 campfires for them to socialize at, and 1 rooftop terrace. I have a swimming pool here, and a set of showers here. And a set of showers here. This is a scratching post. I have another scratching post over here, which is not a great location for it. It's kind of in the way. And an exercise plaza over here in the corner. But let's talk about the big projects, right? The big projects. Let's start downriver. This is the end of the river, from my consideration. This is the end of Bavarian civilization. These set of floodgates down here. These are the final thing that keeps water in and drought out. This is a set of dams that I built very early in the game, and I probably could destroy them pretty safely. They're not really getting a lot done for me at this point. Floodgates would be much more helpful. Or something like a spill gates. Proceeding up, we now hit the mangrove forest. First cataracts. Second cataract, which we will return to. Third cataract. And fourth cataract, which is arguably the most important. So the fourth cataract is a set of double floodgates that during bad tides I raise. I had not automated it. It is all manual still, which is bad. During bad tides, this raises up and diverts bad water all the way over here, and then it comes back down here, which has proven to be a minor disaster. Hello, Wasteland Mad God. Hello, hello, hello. The third cataract is just kind of a water reservoir. It's not actually very important. Second cataract. This is the big boy. Second cataract creates a spill. When it's closed, is currently open. When it's closed, it diverts, it overflows this area where I'm doing some mining, and water will go down here to the secondary reservoir. And then from the secondary reservoir, there is a series of fill valves that Mr. Turi generously coached me through, and these fill valves will then fill the primary reservoir. I should actually say this is probably the secondary reservoir, and this is the tertiary reservoir, and the actual river itself is the primary reservoir. So this reservoir, the one up from the river, is going to dry out by the end of the drought. There is just simply no way it's not going to dry out by the end of the drought. That's just a fact of life I have to live with. And so, in order to keep me pretty safe from during longer droughts, I have this set back here. I might actually want to expand the water pumping a little bit more. Because as it currently stands, there is a serious risk of running out of water during a drought just because this one pump won't be able to handle it. During droughts, I turn off the primary reservoir pumping, but this reservoir pumping continues unabated. Now, I have 720. I think it is time for me to start automating. A floodgate is an individual floodgate. I am using the word cataract in order to teach myself to make it not sound weird. Cataract is the term that people use to describe the parts of the Nile River that are extremely crowded and choked up. It refers actually to natural formations, not to the artificial ones. I am just using that to try to make myself think it doesn't sound weird. Because it still sounds kind of weird to me despite having heard the term for, 40 years. Cataract is an eye disease. Yes, that is correct. You are accurate, me, John. Okay, now I am faced with a really unimportant project. I have an important project and an unimportant project to do here. Okay, let me think about how... So, fill valves... So I'm guessing, Turi, I think that what you were suggesting for this was to replace these double floodgates with with spillways that have levees built on top. Is that accurate? Then it never floods. Okay. Okay, and then I need to automate them as well. Then I'm going to automate them as well. So let's demolish those. And then fill valves. And then levees on top. And then let's get some automation in here and do a depth sensor. Well, too late. I already put him down. Fine. And then I want a depth sensor over here. Where's depth sensor? Depth sensor. Depth sensor over here. And then I want... Swaps gray for green. What's my Wednesday schedule like again? Very chaotic. Very chaotic. You are right to point this out, Wasteland Mad God. I have a medical appointment, and I have I've got a medical appointment, and I've got a work meeting in the evening. The depth sensor. Don't I need a depth sensor to make sure that it closes up more harshly when I want to refill this reservoir? Yes, and a collab with Sotek. Yes, I have a busy day tomorrow. I should go to bed pretty soon. But I'm beavin'. It should be fine. Okay, then I'll just pause construction and worry about it later. This doesn't sound right. So how will it know when to fill here and when to divert more water here and when to divert more water here? Whoa, 19. 19's a huge jump. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. What I'm thinking about, Turi, is do I need a contamination sensor? Is mostly do I kind of want to rebuild this to I kind of want to rebuild this a little bit so that like the flow is a little bit cleaner. Because currently the flow like it's currently the issue is just that the flow gets stuck really bad right here. There's just like an area where it doesn't flow smoothly. That's literally all I'm thinking about right now. Is that this just doesn't flow smoothly. There's a turbulent area here. So I think if I delete the floodgates and rebuild them like this, that will deal with that, but then they won't be synced up properly. I think I might do that anyway because they're going to be automated to a corruption sensor. I just need to remember to program all 4 of them to automate to the corruption sensor. And... with dynamite to drain that little depression? That's pretty funny. Well, I'm a ways from dynamite. Okay. Just get rid of that. Okay. And then we'll need a corruption sensor. All right. Okay, so something like that. Oh, I've never even gotten dynamite even once. I've never had even an iota of dynamite in any of my beaving time. 0% dynamite over here. And let's just make a quick time of day sensor. Not timer, time of day. Not weather, time of day. Time range, non-working hours, automates, chronometer 1. Okay. It needs iron. Yeah, it does. It does. Okay, so... Okay. And... Okay, this is not keeping up on food production. I suspected as much, but it is not keeping up on food production at all. Might partially just be because there's a lot of cassava and soybean that are not accounted for. I'm thinking about that. Because I haven't put down any of the eggplant or corn yet, is part of the reason why I'm like a little bit like, This is intended to have a proper ratio with the eggplant and corn. So I'm gonna make it a little bit different than that. So this is 28 kohlrabi, so I need to get up to 39, so it's 11 more kohlrabi. So let's see. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then I need a lot more cassava. So I'll do the cassava calculation later. That's because that one's annoying. Soybeans, I believe I'm at 22. That's 22. I can see 22. So I got to get 9 more. 9 more soybean. 9 more soybean. That's easy. 9 more soybean. And then canola, I'm going from 21. Yeah, so I need 9 more canola. And then cassava. How much cassava was I going from? So from 37 to 51 is 14. I need 14 more cassava. Okay. There we go. So that's like that's like a 30% increase in cassava. Oh, this shower is still running. This shower is still operating. The swimming pool shut down, but the shower is still operating. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, there's not nearly enough scratching. There's not enough swimming pool. We're adding another swimming pool. Adding another swimming pool. You guys can go swim at the reservoir. Population has fallen below, so I'm going to activate another breeding pod. I'm trying to keep breeding. I'm trying to keep beeve population around 50. And let's see about emptying some of these so I can make room for a truly for a big reservoir, right? For a truly big reservoir. For the big one. Yeah, that's what he's about to be. Yep. I mean, they've been swimming in... Okay, and there we go. With 0.1 days left. Yeah, chop that stuff down, and then... Come on, let me build that contamination sensor. Contamination sensor. Okay. Automate. Contamination sensor. Off. Height 0, on height 2. Threshold greater than 5%? Okay. Automates with contamination sensor. Off height 0. Off height 0. Automate with contamination sensor. Off height 0. There we go. Oh. And let's see. So it's paused during working hours. There we go. Oh, that means we can turn off this crap. Perfect. 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 Industrial lumber mills go. Industrial lumber mills go. Gear workshop go. Go. Go, my children. Oh, okay. Forgot about this crap. These ones here. Hello, Tahoe Dragons. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, pfft, too late. Landscaping fill valve. All right. All right, and target height 0.7. Oh, 0.7, because otherwise I won't even be able to go over the dam reliably. If not more. 0.8. Okay, we're pretty much done for with today's stream. I mostly... Oh, yeah, this is... Okay. Adjust this one? How so? How so? What am I supposed to do? I'm still suspicious. I'm still suspicious. Okay. Fully closed? I mean, this is what happens when I fully close that one. Whoa. Am I just supposed to be watching how it closes up here? Alright. Alright, that freaks me out. That freaks me out. And now, of course, I have the option to go around here. Right. Okay. Water, and now we are doing 24-hour days. Or 20... Yeah, now we're doing 24-hour days for a couple... for the next 2 days. Everything to get that water pump up. Everybody start pumping. Everybody start pumping. So we were at 800 something before, so let's just kind of see how much we can get done in 2 days. That's functionally just 2 days of pumping. I'm annoyed that it's a drought again. I want a bad water. I want a bad water. Oh, and this one's got to automate with contamination as well. So when it's off, it's on 0. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. I think it's time. I think it's time. I think it's like, honestly, Turi, it's really time for me to end. Like it's really what it really is it's time for me to end stream. Yeah, only 9 hours. I usually don't stream 9 hours at all because I mostly do hand cams. I'm mostly a hand cammer, and if I do a hand cam for 9 hours, I will literally die. I will explode like a Lego character. I do like Factorio. I've never done a Factorio stream. I've actually like kind of stopped playing Factorio like about a year before I started streaming. Not as bad as I was a while ago, Sparkly Anarchy. Do you remember what it was like a month ago with this game? Ah, 31's nice. Yeah. It has been way worse than this. It has been much, much worse than this. I'm really annoyed the amount of work I've put into this project over here, and it's just not going to get anything done. 12 days. 12 days. That's trivial. That's trivial. That is trivial. That is easy. Oh, the hauling post is shut down. Okay, hold on. We gotta pause all this. Okay, this is some automation I can set up next time that's really trivial. Is pausing all this stuff over here. This is a really easy set of automations to set up. Okay. Yeah, and I mean, honestly, in this case, it's literally just like, if drought, then pause, right? Like, I can just do a very simple, like, if drought, then pause all of the water-powered things. If drought, then pause. And let's... yeah, Wasteland Mad God out here being protective. It's very cute. Large water wheel. Does this not move power to the vertical? It doesn't. It doesn't. Okay. I'm gonna stop there. I'm gonna stop there. Save game. International Beaver Day. Okay. We don't need this. We need this. We need this. Tomorrow I am going to be at Lore Master of Sotek. It's tempting to raid him even though he is literally offline because he keeps on managing to raid me, but like right before I raid out. I'm very annoyed at him. I'm very, very annoyed at him for this one. All right. And then Thursday, mini painting, and then nothing over the weekend. I have another job. I cannot just play, I can't just stream for you folks. I wish I could. I wish I could. I wish I could, but I cannot. I cannot. And so, with that in mind, okay. Wow, I'm like 3 hours past when I said I was going to stop. If not 4. Okay. Let's see. Whomst ist live? Whomst ist live? I think I go Mira. I think we're going over to Mira. I think we're going over to Mira. Be nice to Mirabelle. She's a friend. She's a friend. Sarah Yoon's not live, who's my so we're going over to, hold on. Be nice to Mira. She's a young German lesbian. She needs all the help she can get. Thank you all for being here. Here are my socials, which I don't really use. Here's my Discord, which I really do use. Have a lovely, lovely night. I am going to go to sleep. Also, very lol. Twitch tells me that I've been streaming for 23 minutes. So that's funny. All right. Have a good night, everybody.